Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host with you here for the next several hours as we continue to cover top stories and breaking news on this Wednesday, September 7th. Now, if you take a look on the left-hand side of your screen, here's an upcoming preview of the live events that we plan to bring you all this morning. Happening at 7 a.m., we do expect Britain's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, to make her debut appearance at the PMQ's Prime Minister's Questions today. She is facing off against the leader of the Labour Party. Again, we'll bring you all this live, raw, and unfiltered happening at 7 a.m. Also at 10 a.m., there are new details that were released surrounding the abduction and murder of Eliza Fletcher. Court records show, and we'll have the latest developments on the suspect's arraignment this morning. We're also covering Barack and Michelle Obama. They are returning to the White House today for the unveiling of their official White House portraits in the East Room ceremony hosted by President Biden as well as First Lady Jill Biden. We'll have those stories and more coming up in just a bit. But first, let's stay in Washington, D.C. for this most recent headline when it comes to the midterm elections. The fall campaign season is upon us, and President Biden is already in attack mode. He has met with his cabinet on Tuesday, where he made critical remarks about the Republican economic philosophy. Now, after spending the holiday on the campaign trail in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, we're going to go ahead and check in with Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey. He's bringing us the latest report.
I'm not a big fan of trickle-down economics. I find is the trickle stops fairly quickly coming down.
He's also not a big fan of so-called MAGA Republicans.
The extreme MAGA Republicans in Congress have chosen to go backwards, full of anger, violence, hate, and division.
He's making a point about their policies, too.
The Trumpies. These MAGA Republicans in Congress are coming for your Social Security as well.
The president is referring to a proposal by Senator Rick Scott to address wasteful government spending by voting on every spending program every 5 years.
Of course, he's going to lie about it. What I believe is we've got to do everything we can to preserve Medicare, preserve Social Security, make sure these are lasting programs.
White House officials want to make clear MAGA Republican doesn't cover all Trump voters.
He has been very clear that he's talking about office holders,
particularly the ones that don't accept the results of the 2020 election.
Democracy cannot survive when one side believes there are only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated.
But White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has tweeted about elections she claimed were stolen by Republicans from Hillary Clinton and Stacey Abrams.
You tweeted Trump stole an election. You tweeted Brian Kemp stole an election. If denying election results is extreme now, why
so let's be really clear that comparison that you made is just ridiculous. I have been well, you're asking me a question. Yes. Let me answer it.
And you said it was ridiculous.
I was talking specifically at that time of what was happening with voting rights and what was in danger of voting rights.
2 years after the Georgia gubernatorial election, she was still claiming that election was stolen. And while the press secretary did admit in 2018 and 2019 that Trump won the Electoral College, the only difference between her claims then that Trump lost and recent Republican claims that Trump won, the claims that White House officials say are threatening democracy, is party ID. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Moving right along to other top stories that we are paying very close attention to here at Live Now from Fox. Students in Uvalde, Texas, they returned back to the classroom Wednesday for the first time since the deadly mass shooting at the elementary school. Now, while kids and parents are usually worried about things like school supplies on the first day, in Uvalde, the community is still concerned about campus security. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano reports from the school district on changes that we are witnessing for this upcoming school year.
8-foot fencing around the schools like this one is just one change. Installing new cameras, upgrading the doors and locks, and offering virtual learning are some other changes the school district has made this school year. As for the students who attended Robb Elementary School where the shooting happened, they'll attend some other schools in the area. Empty swing sets and empty classrooms at Robb Elementary Tuesday morning. Instead, teachers at Flores Elementary welcomed 3rd and 4th graders from Robb with open arms and high fives. Julissa Garcia Talavera's son and daughter, who were in high school, met their teachers last week. She says teachers have mixed feelings about returning.
There's some that are still very hesitant, and rightfully so and understandably so. There's some that just want to get started and can, just keep going.
She's also a PE coach at the private Sacred Heart Catholic School, which started classes in mid-August. She says enrollment numbers have increased significantly. Some parents apprehensive about public school safety, others frustrated with the school district.
This year, even our older classroom population has grown, and they're new to our school. And they might be within our parish, but as they weren't there last year.
A similar scenario at her and her husband's martial arts studio, Black Belt Academy.
Nice.
They offered free classes to 2nd through 5th graders over the summer.
Once we did that, the enrollment just skyrocketed. First class, we must have had 120 students that were doing one class, something like that.
Not long before the shooting, PJ Talavera taught some of the victims, including Maite Rodriguez.
Maite, the one with the green sneakers, she was in the after-school program. We're doing some drills, and I don't remember what it was, but I ended up picking her up over my shoulder and like a fireman carrying, I'm running around and we're making jokes and we're doing squats and picking kids up.
We're here, we love them, and we're ready to stand with them.
There were also Texas state troopers outside of each school, and there is always at least one state trooper outside of Robb Elementary School. In Uvalde, Texas, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. The time is now 6:17 a.m. on this Wednesday morning. The midterm elections, they're inching closer now, just 9 short weeks away. Both parties are trying to capture the attention of millions of voters across the country, and they're hoping they'll head to the polls. Key issues like the economy and abortion are at the center of the debate right now. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, she's bringing us a closer look from Washington.
Comes to abortion.
A Wall Street Journal poll now showing a slight edge for congressional Democratic candidates were the election held today.
I think that the Democrats are getting a little bit overconfident here based on just a few cherry-picked numbers here in the final stretch of the midterms.
The action Democrats are highlighting: gun control legislation, student loan forgiveness, and climate funding.
It's proof that democracy can deliver for the people.
President Biden meeting with his cabinet on Tuesday, but he spent the holiday weekend on the road, slamming his predecessor.
Trump and the MAGA Republicans made their choice. We can choose to build a better America, or we can continue down this sliding path of oblivion.
Republicans say yes, it is a choice, but not the one President Biden is proposing.
Joe Biden's idea of unity is you do it his way and then you don't challenge him.
Instead, they point to the economy, rising prices, and border security.
Us MAGA Republicans, we are the ones fighting for the soul of America. We are the ones having to save America from Joe Biden and the Democrats.
The Wall Street Journal poll also found independent voters have swung from overwhelmingly supporting Republicans, now preferring Democrats by 3 points. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that update. The time is now 6:19 a.m. as we continue to take this live now look from Washington, D.C. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more political news on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:21 here on the East Coast as we take this Live Now look from Washington, D.C. The sun just now beginning to rise over the United States Capitol building. Now, the House of Representatives has still not voted to align with the Senate on a plan to make daylight savings time permanent year-round. Congress sets time policy, but doesn't really control time, obviously. So Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergam is bringing us more.
It is said that time is fleeting, but Congress determines just how fleeting it is. Regardless, they keep the time here at the U.S. Naval Observatory. The Constitution grants Congress the power to fix the standard of weights and measures. That's why Congress approved the first version of daylight saving time during World War I. It even lengthened daylight saving time in 2005. But no one likes toggling the clocks twice a year.
I think the majority of the American people's preference is just to stop the back and forth changing.
The Senate stunned everyone this year, unanimously approving a bill to spring forward and permanently park the country on daylight saving time.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Yes. But the bill is stalled in the House. Or perhaps the House already passed the bill. This is why time is relative.
Of all of the things that we can observe and measure in the universe, the one that we know the least about intrinsically is time.
The U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington is where government establishes time.
So this is kind of where time happens. Sort of depends on who you talk to.
At the tone, Eastern Daylight Time. 14 hours, 30 minutes.
The master clock fields millions of calls so people can hear the time. Computers and mobile phones ping the clock to tell you the time.
U.S. Naval Observatory Master Clock.
Everything that happens is now.
But that now is already in the past, just a few seconds ago. We're recording this now so you can watch it in the future.
But that future is already
in the past.
And regardless, we are out of time. Paul, that work for you?
Good take.
Okay, good. All right, Wayne, thank you.
Your microphone.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night. Thanks, guys. But we're not really done. Time depends on where you are. That's why a telescope is essentially a time machine. We're looking back in time at things that happened.
Everything as it was. We see the moon as it was 1.5 seconds ago. We see the sun as it was 8 minutes ago. We see Pluto as it was 5 hours ago.
Location is key to understanding time.
When you look at Einstein's special theory of relativity, it's a very, very interesting subject. I mean, you know, the time that the time that a clock ticks for a person here is going to be perhaps quite different from what time it ticks at somewhere else.
Time dilates in interstellar space, slows down near black holes, yet seemingly accelerates here on Earth.
Time, of course, passes too fast when you're at the beach.
So surely there's one measure of time everyone can agree on, like what constitutes a second, which takes about 10 seconds to define.
Specifically, it's 9,192,631,770 hyperfine oscillations of the valence electron in cesium-133.
The layperson may not even know what that means, and yet we all know precisely what that means. The clock is ticking, and even Congress can't do anything about that. Everything that happens is now. But that now is already in the past, just a few seconds ago. We're recording this now so you can watch it in the future. But that future is already in the past. And regardless, we are out of time. At the U.S. Naval Observatory, Chad Pergam, Fox News. It is said that time is fleeting, but Congress determines just how fleeting it is. Regardless, they keep the time here at the U.S.
A very interesting segment from our Fox News correspondent Chad Pergam on the future of time. Congress set to vote on the future of daylight savings time. Moving right along to other top stories, Juul is expected to pay $438.5 million in a settlement with dozens of states over marketing to underage people. Here's more on that story.
We're following some of the biggest stories from around the country, including a lawsuit that is now settled as Juul is ordered to pay nearly $440 million. And now we're joined by Sherman Bissell out there in Houston. What can you tell us about this lawsuit and this settlement that they have come up with?
Yeah, good evening, Andy. This is the conclusion of a 2-year investigation done by multiple attorneys general across the country. And in it, Juul was found to market a lot of their products to young people through the way that they design their products and also the way that they advertised online. One mother I spoke with who runs a grassroots organization against e-cigarettes and vaping, she says that she hopes this expensive settlement will help to change the culture. Meredith Berkman is happy to hear the latest news on the e-cigarette company that she says targeted her teenage son with marketing at his high school in 2018.
As the first parents to publicly sound the alarm about the predatory behavior of Juul, we're enormously gratified.
Juul has reached a settlement with 33 states, including Texas. They're to pay $438 million after a 2-year investigation shows they were aiming to sell their nicotine product to underage consumers.
The youth vaping epidemic.
Meredith, who is the co-founder of Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, testified in front of the U.S. Congress in 2019. She says Juul has led the way on causing lung damage and nicotine addictions among young people.
It opened a disastrous Pandora's box that this country has not yet been able to close. There have been so many companies that have followed Juul's predatory behavior.
The FDA and CDC found over 5 million middle and high school students used e-cigarettes in 2019, and almost 1 million used an e-cigarette each day. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton led the investigation and says, quote, "My commitment to protecting consumers from deceptive business practices is unwavering, and any company that misleads Texans, especially our youth, will be held accountable for their actions." And while Meredith counts this judgment as a success, she says the damage already done is worth a lot more.
Yes, it's almost 25% of what Juul made in sales last year, but you can't put a price on the human cost of the youth vaping epidemic that Juul created by targeting our kids.
Now, out of that nearly $440 million, the state of Texas will receive about $42.9 million. Their AG office tells me that the way these funds will be distributed will be determined throughout the next few weeks, and the payout could take about 6 to 10 years. Back to you.
Thank you, Sherman. And this isn't the end for Juul. I know there are other lawsuits coming down. What else is there in line for potentially Juul, if you know that information?
Yeah, so far this is one of the bigger settlements that they have to deal with, but there's also a lot of personal lawsuits from parents talking about how these products have put their children in permanent danger with lung damage and nicotine addiction. So they're dealing with several across different states in the country. Also, it's important to note that that woman Meredith Berkman that we talked to tonight, she says that although that's a big chunk of money, that nearly $440 million, she says that just puts a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of money that Juul still will make for this calendar year.
Correct. Thank you so much, Sherman. I just think this is a very important story for a lot of parents out there and a lot of communities as they deal with this teenage issue that is ongoing. So thank you so much, Sherman Bissell from Houston for us.
Thank you.
Welcome back into.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andy Mack bringing us that very informative update. We'll also have another conversation on lawsuits against the company Juul coming up in just a bit, in about an hour or so, with our news partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. We're learning more about school districts as they are also now joining that lawsuit against the company Juul for marketing to underage kids. Let's go ahead and move right along when it comes to other live events that we are paying very close attention to. If you take a look on the left-hand side of your screen, here's a preview of what we do plan to cover here today, this morning at Live Now from Fox. In just a bit, we are working to get Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader into our show to preview the midterm chaos that we are seeing. A lot of momentum when it comes to midterms. So we do expect to get him on our show momentarily. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and switch gears. We've been following the FBI raid on Trump's Mar-a-Lago home since day one. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us new details, more developments.
We're being joined by former federal prosecutor and legal expert Doug Burns. And Doug, we spoke last week, and really the judge had said that she was open to it, but she didn't rule from the bench. She was going to do so in a written order, and that came just yesterday. So walk us through how a judge might appoint this person. Where's she going to find them? Who's it going to be, do you think?
Well, the judge has given both sides, incidentally, Andrew, until Friday, the 9th, to submit a list of proposed candidates to serve as special master in this case. Generally, to answer your question, sometimes they use retired judges, people who do a lot of arbitration work, possibly attorneys from the local area, that type of thing. So, you'll see proposed candidates, probably 2 or 3 from each side, from the DOJ, from the Trump side, and then the judge will decide who to utilize, basically.
Okay, so Doug, I had a question too. So, and this was, I was reading, it was posed as well. So we know a couple of weeks ago, the DOJ did essentially what a special master would have done, and they use what's called in their lingo a filter team to go through the documents, to return any documents that might be regarded as attorney-client privilege. So if that has already been done, and then a special master now is appointed and is going to do the same thing, what if these two entities do not agree on the nature of the documents, or what needs to be returned, or what needs to be given over to the government?
Well, that was the whole point of bringing in a special master. So in other words, you're exactly right to highlight what we discussed, you and I. You have, a team, or that's standard Department of Justice procedure. You use attorneys who are not in the litigation itself. They work for DOJ, but they're not involved in that case. And you bring them in for the specific purpose, and I think filter is probably a better term than taint, to filter out what's privileged. In this case, we have attorney-client privilege on the table, and we have executive privilege, since the person who is being searched served as President of the United States. So again, the point of the matter is that the judge felt, and I couldn't agree more, and I've heard other experts, Professor Turley and others, say what the judge said. The judge basically said, I think I'm quoting actually, to the Department of Justice, what is the harm in appointing a special master? And then I gave you last week a dosage of real world sarcasm, which is, I'm smiling. I could imagine every judge I've ever been in front of saying, Mr. Burns, with your professionalism and your meticulous way that you do everything, I would think that you would welcome this, somebody to simply confirm that what you did is right. So you're highlighting such an important point, which is, yes, DOJ used a taint or filter team, but the judge said, and I read the opinion, given the extraordinary nature of the case, the extraordinary circumstances involved here, what's the harm, essentially, in getting somebody else in to simply, review the work that's already been done? But then there's also a huge practical point, which I know you've been kicking around, and that is that it kind of puts things on hiatus. I think the former Attorney General, Bill Barr, said it's like a rain delay in a ball game. I agree with him. So now this thing's going to go into a little bit of a slowed down mode.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that was my question. What if what the DOJ finds and now what this special master finds either, don't correlate, or they do correlate, and then Judge Cannon's ruling is essentially moot, that this special master maybe wasn't necessary at all, but it still had to be appointed, correct?
Yes, but what the judge needs to rule on, basically, and this is where this confirming concept comes in, which is, among other things, not in any particular order, A, what materials were seized that should be returned? That's search warrant 101, not to be sarcastic. You heard about some passports. Now we're hearing about, magazine articles and news articles. My dad worked in the federal government, as I've told you. He had memorabilia, letters from senators, things like that. That's considered memorabilia. Other stuff are government documents that belong with the archives. So here, the special master is going to confirm what the DOJ did, which is, okay, this stuff is relevant to the search warrant, but these magazine articles, these newspaper articles, these shirts, I'm just making it up, with this logo, comes under memorabilia, that has to be returned. Next, more important, legal X's and O's one, of course, is the special master confirming the DOJ, Your Honor, identified these 80 documents as being attorney-client privileged. In fact, I am now reporting to the court that I found 97, just a hypothetical. So again, you set it up, which is either A, they confirm it. We went through everything, Your Honor. This is the special master talking, and DOJ got everything perfectly right. I do not expect that. Or B, we went through everything and we have the following corrections, additions. There are more privileged documents over here. There are more executive privilege documents over here. They said you should return 80 memorabilia items. We found that it's 114. Again, I'm making this up, but just so the viewers can understand the process. That's what's going to go on.
Okay, so Doug, you brought up Bill Barr, the former Attorney General. He appeared on the Fox News channel today, and this is what he thought of the judge's decision. He says, the opinion, I think, was wrong, and I think the government should appeal it. He said it's deeply flawed. He predicts that the special master won't hold up, but if it does, quote, I don't see it fundamentally changing the trajectory. What do you make of those remarks? Because, and we can go into this after this, because the judge in this case, Eileen Cannon, she's a Trump appointee. Do you feel like she is getting unfairly maligned after this ruling?
I do, and while I have tremendous respect for Bill Barr, who served twice as Attorney General, I don't really agree with him on this. I'm not ascribing any motivation to him, to wade into politics. But at the same time, I read the opinion. Basically, it was interesting because you remember me explaining to you and the viewers that the Trump people, the government was saying, that Trump had no standing because he doesn't own the documents. Well, the judge shot right back and said, well, wait a minute. Not only are there documents that he may not own, but there are ones that he clearly does own, just like the explanation I gave you a minute ago. The news articles, the memorabilia. So the judge was very clear in saying that since he does own things, he absolutely has Fourth Amendment standing. To the Attorney General's other observation, special masters, to quote Professor Turley and myself, are appointed all the time in a lot of cases. It's not that unusual. So I'm just not drinking in or following why he's saying that the thing is deeply flawed. I don't see that. I'm sorry.
Okay, and I want to go into some of the, the criticism that Eileen Cannon is under right now. Paul Rosenzweig on NBC, he's a former Bush DHS official. He says this was, quote, a corrupt effort to help Trump by a judge he appointed. He also indicated, and many others have indicated, that Judge Eileen Cannon really waded into the merits of the FBI's raid itself on whether or not it was valid or invalid in the same ruling and filing. So I just wanted to offer some of that and get your response.
Well, it's funny that you're asking me that because before I came on, I was looking at some media articles, as I always do. And, I went through the legal X's and O's stuff, and then I said to myself, wow, let's look at the political side of this, which are these attacks on the judge. I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. In the day-to-day practice of criminal law, we don't talk about, who appointed a judge or what political party they are, because they're not politically charged cases. I find it very, very, very unfortunate that individual, I forget the name from a minute ago, who would say that this is a corrupt judge doing Trump's bidding. I mean, that is not productive and it's not accurate, okay? So, I'll put my 37 years up against pretty much anybody. And I read an opinion that's pretty straightforward. It appoints a special master in a highly, highly charged political case with extraordinary circumstances. First time in, well over 200 years that this has ever happened. And the DOJ, to their credit, says we used a taint team and a filter team. And the judge says, that's fine. But given how unusual this case is, I'm going to simply bring somebody in as a practical matter to look.
All right, and that was the latest from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, speaking to our expert Doug Burns there. Of course, as we continue to get developments as it relates to that FBI raid, we will update you all right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and switch gears because we are just 2 months away from the midterm election. So joining us now live is Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. Doug, so we're learning more about former President Donald Trump. One of his backings had a really big win. Is this signaling what we could expect when it comes to the midterm elections?
Good morning. Well, this was the Republican primary for governor in Massachusetts that we're talking about this morning, and the Trump-backed candidate pretty easily won last night.
We did it. We did it.
Republican Jeff Deal with a convincing win last night in Massachusetts over a more moderate Republican rival. And when he says we did it in this race for governor, he may be referring in part to the boost he got from former President Donald Trump, who backed him.
We are now in the race to win it, and with your help, I know we will. So thank you, Massachusetts, and we're on to November 8th. All right?
On to November 8th and the midterm elections that can so often be a referendum on the current occupant of the White House. But President Biden is trying to turn the tables and make this all about Trump.
The Trumpies. These MAGA Republicans in Congress are coming for your Social Security as well.
Yesterday, the president tried to temper that message, tweeting, "I want to be clear, not every congressional Republican is a MAGA Republican." But his tone is increasingly aggressive.
They are engaged in a project right now that I think is actually the opposite of everything that Joe Biden ran on. Everything that Joe Biden ran on was coming together, bringing back normalcy to American governance, normalcy to the presidency.
Talking about the clear and present danger that Donald Trump and the people who believe in the same things as he believes in pose is the way to win the election.
We did it. We did it.
Republican Jeff Deal with a convincing win last night in Massachusetts over a more moderate Republican rival. And when he says we did it in this race for governor, he may be referring in part to the boost he got from former President Donald Trump, who backed him.
We are now in the race to win it, and with your help, I know we will. So thank you, Massachusetts, and we're on.
All right, Doug, so the countdown continues to November 8th. Now, let's talk about a comment that President Biden made when he kind of characterized right-wing extreme Republicans as MAGA Republicans. We're learning more about reaction within Congress. Could this possibly affect the midterm elections?
Well, look, this is a strategy the White House is pursuing here. You know, these midterms, are so often bruising for the party in control, for the party that controls the White House. And clearly, the Biden administration would be bucking history if they don't see some pretty big losses in these midterms. But, they're trying to mitigate those and still retain control of one or both houses of Congress. So, they're trying to kind of turn this around, and instead of making this a referendum on Biden, they want to make it a referendum on Trump. We'll see whether that's successful. Both of these two figures are pretty unpopular right now. The president's approval ratings are pretty low, although they have been showing some signs of rebounding a little bit in some recent polls. It's just tough to figure out whether this snapshot right now will resemble how the election looks once we get closer to November 8th, although that's not that far from now.
All right, Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader, thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:47 a.m. We are taking a Live Now look from London, happening in about 15 minutes or so. We do expect Britain's new Prime Minister to make her debut appearance at the PMQ, or Prime Minister Questions, today. She's facing off against the leader of the Labour Party. Again, we're streaming that off for you live at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also on the left side of your screen are previews of other upcoming live events that we plan to stream for you, raw and unfiltered, right here on Live Now. In the meantime, let's go ahead and stay on the topic of Britain's new Prime Minister. Here's what we can expect.
You and I last spoke about this when Boris Johnson resigned, and then the battle was set between Liz Truss and then Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak. So, Rishi Sunak getting the boot here, Liz Truss besting him. What do we know about Liz Truss? How will she govern?
Well, Andrew, thanks very much for having me on the show today. And certainly a big day across the Atlantic with the beginning of the Liz Truss premiership. And Liz Truss has served in several major government positions previously. She was the Foreign Secretary just before becoming Prime Minister. Before that, she was the International Trade Secretary. In fact, she's held several ministerial positions. She originally started in politics decades ago, actually, as a Liberal Democrat, so not as a Conservative, but she began a political journey over the course of many years and became a very strong Conservative. And she also became a very strong Brexiteer, actually, after originally backing the Remain cause. So Liz Truss actually today is a very, I would say, a very strong ideological Conservative. She's also somebody who has tremendous admiration for Margaret Thatcher, and she has sought to base her own leadership style upon the example of Margaret Thatcher, and she has pledged to implement Thatcherite policies in the United Kingdom, and that includes policies like cutting taxes, reining in the size of big government, reducing regulations. So she is basically a tax-cutting Conservative who also believes in the powerful projection of British leadership and strength on the world stage. She supported increasing British defence spending to about 3% of GDP. It currently stands at just over 2%. So she's somebody who believes in a robust British military presence on the world stage, while at the same time, I think she wants to grow the British economy basically by cutting taxes overall.
So you had mentioned some of her previous positions on very hot-button issues, to which she has recently changed some of them, maybe not so recently as well, having to do with her position on the monarchy. She used to be, way back when, a proponent for abolishing the monarchy, I think when she was in college. She was not so keen on leaving the European Union, although coming around to become quite a strong and forceful Brexiteer. And that's kind of what we heard today, Niall, about some of her detractors, maybe, some of her opponents, some criticism that she is a fair weather politician. She goes wherever the wind blows. What do you make of that?
Well, that's certainly a common criticism that's made of Liz Truss, and I think that Rishi Sunak, her main opponent, become the leader of the Conservative Party, made a number of jibes at her based on exactly that, actually, and it didn't really work very well, I think, for Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, who lost decisively to Liz Truss. But I think that one of the most interesting things about Liz Truss is that she has become a very, very devout Brexit supporter, actually. In fact, she's become a champion of Brexit, despite having opposed it many years ago when she served in the David Cameron government. But, let's not forget that, many political figures on both sides of the Atlantic have started off on the other side of the political aisle. Even, truly great figures like Ronald Reagan actually started off as a man more on the left of the political spectrum. He moved to the right later. So, I think that a lot of British people are willing to give Liz Truss the benefit of the doubt here, and she has had a very successful record as a Conservative cabinet minister over the course of the last few years, and I think she's been an absolutely outstanding foreign secretary. In fact, she's been one of the toughest British foreign secretaries that we've seen in many decades. She has stood up to the likes of Vladimir Putin, and the Russians absolutely hate Liz Truss, and that's a very good sign if she's hated by Putin's Kremlin elites, because she is a very tough figure. I think that she's actually likely to stand up to Joe Biden, in fact, over key areas of British national interest, including the Northern Ireland Protocol and Brexit in general. I think that would be a very good thing, actually. I don't think she's going to be deferential at all towards the US president. I think she's going to be very assertive, actually, in her dealings with Washington. I think that's a very good thing, because Joe Biden has not been a particularly strong friend of Great Britain, and we need a prime minister who's going to stand up to Joe Biden, who I think's been quite disastrous on the world stage.
Okay, speaking of the U.S. side, we also had a tweet earlier today from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, kind of extolling his partnership and relationship with Liz Truss as they were then counterparts. But we have not got, I don't believe, a White House readout of the call between President Biden and the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. The UK, though, put out a readout to which it says, in part, the Prime Minister spoke with President Biden this evening. The President congratulated the Prime Minister on her appointment. The Prime Minister looked forward to working closely with President Biden as leaders of free democracies to tackle shared challenges, particularly the extreme economic problems unleashed by Putin's war. The Prime Minister and President Biden reflected on the enduring strength of the special relationship, and they agreed that the partnership between our countries, fortified by our shared values, has been crucial for defending and advancing freedom and democracy in the world. I just wanted to read in part from that statement. So they name-checked, Niall, the quote-unquote special relationship. And you were just saying how you don't think it's been quite special over the last 2 years that President Biden has been in power here. But let's go back to the war in Ukraine. Let's go back to where the UK gets its energy from. We know Russia is really putting the boot on the neck of Europe when it comes to some of these energy prices that are going to skyrocket as the winter months come. That's one of the main issues, the first issues, really, Liz Truss will have to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. The energy crisis is big for the UK, just as it is for the rest of Europe. I would say that most of the big European powers, France, Germany, Italy, for example, are in a far worse position to that of the United Kingdom, because they're so heavily energy dependent upon Russian energy. If you look at Germany's economy, it's very, very dependent upon Russian energy imports. That's not the case for the United Kingdom. So I think the British are going to weather the storm better. But having said that, the UK faces rising energy costs. British consumers face a doubling of energy prices over the course of the next few months. So Liz Truss will have to address that. She has pledged no tax rises for the British people. She's made that promise to the British people. So she has rejected, for example, a windfall tax on energy companies, which she says would be very disruptive, actually, for investment into the UK. I think she's absolutely right. But at the same time, she's under pressure to lower those energy prices. Ultimately, the best way in the long term to do so is to increase competition, to introduce fracking, for example, alternative energy sources. But that's going to take years to put that into place. So she's got an immediate challenge on her hands. The energy crisis, without a doubt, is a top priority facing the new Prime Minister.
Okay, so Niall, do you think the fact that she was essentially chosen amongst her fellow party members in a contest in an election also lends to some of the criticism that she is getting, that this was not put to the voters there in the UK about who they want to be their next prime minister? This was an internal party debate and contest. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, and there's a lot of people in the UK who are making that point. After all, and Boris Johnson was removed internally within the Conservative Party by a party rebellion. He was ousted, and that led to a leadership contest. Ultimately, Liz Truss won that contest. And at the end of the day, about 200,000 Conservative Party members decided the winner of that. So Truss will be under pressure to hold an early general election. She doesn't have to until really the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025, according to the rules in place. But I think that Liz Truss will want to have, a year or two to really establish her record, to deliver upon policy promises, and then she'll be judged by the British people in a general election. So the pressure is on, the heat is on. And I do think that, with Liz Truss, Conservative Party members have placed their faith in her. There are very high expectations, but the challenges are absolutely immense. So it's going to be a very tough couple of years for Liz Truss, but she'll have to prove herself in a general election in just over 2 years' time. And she'll be judged upon the strength of her policies, the delivery of those policies, and the ultimate results and outcomes. So we'll have to see how she does. I'm optimistic about Liz Truss's leadership. I think she has a very strong record as a government cabinet minister. She's been a great foreign secretary. She's also a Thatcherite conservative. So I think there are a lot of positives about her, but she will have to deliver upon her campaign promises.
Now, while we have you, though, we want to get the other side of this there in the UK as well, hear from the Labour opposition leader, Keir Starmer. He issued this tweet today. Let's just listen into this.
Well, we've heard far more from the latest Prime Minister about cuts to corporation tax over the summer than we have about the cost of living crisis, the single most important thing that's bearing down on so many millions of households. And that shows not only that she's out of...
Okay, so we just heard a little bit of that there, but it was played by, that was Keir Starmer. He says, I hope Liz Truss can meet the challenges facing this country, but so far she's spent more time talking about cuts to corporation tax than the cost of living crisis. Now, your response on that end?
Yeah, so Keir Starmer is the leader of the Labour Party, which is a socialist party. They're in favour of basically tax rises, and that tends to be the Labour solution: spend huge amounts of money and raise taxes, which I have to say isn't a very popular approach, and that's why the Labour Party isn't in power. They haven't been in power for over a decade, and with good reason, because Britain's not a socialist country, but the Labour Party is a socialist party. Now, so Keir Starmer speaks there about, corporation tax. The Boris Johnson administration had planned to raise corporation tax from, I think, 19% to 26%. Liz Truss has rejected that. The reason is that she thinks this will kill investment into Brexit Britain, and you need international companies to invest in the UK to create jobs. She's a believer that if you actually cut taxes, you're going to create more jobs. If you raise taxes, you're going to kill jobs. And I think there's a great deal of truth to that. That's a philosophy that Margaret Thatcher followed, and Margaret Thatcher was extremely successful in creating jobs in the 1980s. So Liz Truss is actually pursuing exactly the same approach that Margaret Thatcher did in the 1980s. Britain should be cutting taxes, not raising them. So Keir Starmer, I think, represents an outdated socialist big government philosophy that the British public has not embraced for a very long time. Interestingly, though, what Sir Keir Starmer is saying is exactly what the Biden administration is doing in the United States. It's not working in America. It's raising inflation. It's a job killer. It's not a job creator when you raise taxes and when you raise corporation tax. It just actually forces corporations out of the United States, and they're going to create jobs in other countries, actually. So it doesn't work.
Okay, Niall, just last question for you, because you and I have talked about what is the political future going to be of outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Are we going to see a political renaissance soon? What do you think he's going to do out of power?
Well, Boris Johnson is certainly, I think, one of the great political figures of our time. He's the man who delivered Brexit. He won a stunning election victory in 2019 that delivered a huge Conservative majority. He's a larger-than-life politician. And,
in addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Prime Minister to her place? It's her first PMQ, and it's also mine. In a leaked audio tape, the Prime Minister is heard saying that British workers need to put in more graft, and that they are lacking in skill and application. She also wants to take away their basic workers' rights. In my Erdington constituency, the latest figures from the Commons Library show that children over 7,000 households are living in child poverty, and that 68% of those households have working parents. So does the Prime Minister believe that thousands of working parents on low income in my community should just put in more graft?
Well, I congratulate the Honourable Lady on her first Prime Minister's question. And what I am determined to do as Prime Minister is to make sure we have an economy with high wages and high-skilled jobs. And the way I will achieve that is through reducing taxes on people across our country and boosting economic growth. That is the way that we will make sure we get the investment and the jobs that people deserve.
I want to warmly congratulate my right honourable friend on becoming the third woman Prime Minister. And I want to ask her about pubs today. A pub restaurant in my constituency in Barnet got in touch with me to say they were struggling to find an energy supplier, and the quotes they had got hold of showed that they would be paying a 600% increase in their bill to £320,000. They can't survive that. Will she ensure her plan to tackle the energy price crisis helps businesses in the hospitality sector, which our communities value so much?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. The hospitality industry is vital, and I will make sure in our energy plan that will help support businesses and people with the immediate price crisis, as well as making sure there are long-term supplies available, will help businesses as well as helping individual households.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Prime Minister on her appointment? When she said in her leadership campaign that she was against windfall taxes, did she mean it?
In opposing Vladimir Putin's appalling war in Ukraine, and I want us to continue to stand up to that appalling Russian aggression that has led to the energy crisis we face now. I am against a windfall tax. I believe it is the wrong thing to be putting companies off investing in the United Kingdom just when we need to be growing the economy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that answer. I ask because the Treasury estimates are that the energy producers will make £170 billion in excess profits over the next 2 years. The Prime Minister knows she's no choice but to back an energy price freeze. But it won't be cheap, and the real choice, the political choice, is who is going to pay. Is she really telling us that she's going to leave these vast excess profits on the table and make working people foot the bill for decades to come?
Well, I understand that people across our country are struggling with the cost of living and they're struggling with their energy bills. And that is why I, as Prime Minister, will take immediate action to help people with the cost of their energy bills, and I will be making an announcement to this House on that tomorrow, and giving people certainty to make sure that they are able to get through this winter and be able to have the energy supplies and be able to afford it. But we can't just deal with today's problem. We can't just put a sticking plaster on it. What we need to do is increase our energy supplies long term. And that is why we will open up more supply in the North Sea, which the Honourable Gentleman has opposed. That is why we will build more nuclear power stations, which the Labour Party didn't do when they were in office. And that is why we will get on with delivering the supply as well as helping people through the winter.
Well, I look forward to tomorrow's statement, but the money's got to come from somewhere. And she knows that every single pound in excess profits she chooses not to tax is an extra pound on borrowing that working people will be forced to pay back for decades to come. More borrowing than is needed. That's the true cost of her choice to protect oil and gas profits, isn't it?
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this country will not be able to tax its way to growth. The way we will grow our economy is by attracting investment, keeping taxes low, delivering the reforms to build projects quicker. That is the way that we will create jobs and opportunities across our country.
So, Mr. Speaker, her first act as Prime Minister is to borrow more than is needed because she won't touch excess oil and gas profits. On that topic, how much would her planned corporation tax cut hand out to companies?
The Right Honourable Gentleman is looking at this in the wrong way. The last time we cut corporation tax, we attracted more revenue into the exchequer because more companies wanted to base themselves in Britain, more companies wanted to invest in our country. And if taxes are put up and raised to the same level as France, which is what the current proposal is, and which I will change as Prime Minister, that will put off investors, it will put off those companies investing in our economy, and ultimately that will mean fewer jobs, less growth and less opportunities across our country.
Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinary that not only is the Prime Minister refusing to extend the windfall tax, she's also choosing to hand the water companies polluting our beaches a tax cut. She's choosing to hand the banks a tax cut. She's choosing to hand the banks a tax cut. Add it all together, and companies that are already doing well are getting a £17 billion tax cut, while working people pay for the cost of living crisis, stroke victims wait an hour for an ambulance, and criminals walk the streets with impunity. Families and public services need every penny they can get. How on earth does she think that now is the right time to protect Shell's profits and give Amazon a tax break?
I'm on the side of people who work hard and do the right thing. That is why we will reverse the national insurance increase, and that is why we will keep corporation tax low. Because ultimately, we want investment right across our country. We want new jobs and new opportunities. And that is what I will deliver as Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims to be breaking orthodoxy, but the reality is she's reheating George Osborne's failed corporation tax plans, protecting oil and gas profits and forcing working people to pay the bill. She's the fourth Tory Prime Minister in 6 years. The face at the top may change, but the story remains the same. There is nothing new about the Tory fantasy of trickle-down economics. Nothing new about this Tory Prime Minister who nodded through every single decision that got us into this mess and now says how terrible it is. And can't she see there's nothing new about a Tory Prime Minister who, when asked who pays, says it's you, the working people of Britain?
Well, Well, there's nothing new about a Labour leader who is calling for more tax rises. Tax and spend. What I am about is about reducing taxes, getting our economy growing, getting investment, getting new jobs for people right across the country. I'm afraid to say the right honourable gentleman doesn't understand aspiration. He doesn't understand opportunity. He doesn't understand that people want to keep more of their own money. And that is what I will deliver as Prime Minister. I will take immediate action to help people with their energy bills, but also secure our long-term energy supply. I will take immediate action to make sure we have lower taxes and we grow the economy. And that way, I will ensure we have a positive future for our country and we get Britain moving.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And firstly, can I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, for a successful campaign to become our party leader and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, it is right and proper that the government focuses its attention on rising energy costs for households across the country. But as we've heard, businesses big and small are exposed to horrific energy price increases, with no restraint provided by the domestic energy price cap and no support from government so far. For the sake of businesses in West Cornwall and on Scilly, the jobs they provide and the economy as a whole, what can my friend, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, do to ease the energy costs facing our businesses?
Well, my honourable friend is right. We do need to address the issues businesses face, and the package that we will be announcing tomorrow will do just that.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the thoughts and prayers of everyone in this House will be with the families that were caught up in the terrible shooting over recess in Kyle and McCalsh, and indeed in Liverpool as well, and we trust that the families will be fully supported. Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate the Prime Minister and her family on her appointment. But I'm sorry to say that her reputation for straight talking has fallen apart at the first PMQs. After 9 questions, she's still not told us who will pay for her energy plan. Prime Minister, today the public are waiting to find out the response to the economic crisis, and they want answers. So, will the Prime Minister finally answer 2 very simple questions? Will she freeze energy prices at their current levels? And will it be paid for by a windfall tax? Yes or no?
Well, no, it won't be paid for by a windfall tax. I don't believe we can tax our way to growth. And what I want to see is us using more of our UK energy supply, including more oil and gas from the North Sea, and nuclear power in Scotland as well. And I hope I can count on the SNP's support for that.
Ian Blackford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say that on her first full day as Prime Minister, she has failed to rule out.
Shh, let's hear the next question. Ian Blackford.
The Prime Minister may have changed, Mr. Speaker, but it's the same old being shouted down by the Tories. On her first full day as Prime Minister, she's failed to rule out a trust tax on household and businesses, instead of targeting the profits of massive corporations with a windfall tax. The Prime Minister's plan appears to be a decade-long raid on the bank accounts of ordinary taxpayers. These costs must not be passed on to consumers and businesses by deferring bills. Government must announce an enhanced windfall profits tax, making sure that those oil and gas producers pay their fair share from excess profits. Does the Prime Minister understand that her first act as Prime Minister will now define her? A trust tax that households and businesses will be paying for years to come.
Well, I'm not quite sure what the Right Honourable Gentleman's position is, because on one hand, he doesn't seem to want oil and gas extraction from the North Sea, and on the other hand, he wants them to pay more taxes. Why does he make up his mind?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also warmly welcome my right honourable friend to her seat as Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Scottish Power, Bulb and E.ON, just 3 of many energy suppliers that say they provide 100% renewable electricity. Yet constituents of mine in West Dorset are baffled that the energy regulator allows those prices to rise on par with oil and gas. Would my right honourable friend confirm that she is on the side of the consumer in her energy policy that we'll hear from tomorrow?
Well, I certainly am on the side of consumer, and we need to make sure that we deal with all of the issues in the energy market and the way that energy is regulated. And I will certainly be saying more about this tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister should know by now that many people in the north of Ireland are starving and freezing in their homes. We need a tailored solution for Northern Ireland, but that's much harder to achieve because the DUP are refusing to form a government at Stormont. The new Prime Minister has a choice to make. She can either be on the side of the DUP or on the side of struggling people in Northern Ireland. So whose side is she on?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to work with all of the parties in Northern Ireland to get the Executive and the Assembly back up and running so we can collectively deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. But in order to do that, we do need to fix the issues of the Northern Ireland Protocol, which has damaged the balance between the communities in Northern Ireland. I'm determined to get on with doing that, and I'm determined to work with all parties to find that resolution.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate my right honourable friend and welcome her to her position as the 3rd female Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Can I ask my right honourable friend, why does she think it is that all 3 female Prime Ministers have been Conservative?
Thank my right honourable friend for her fantastic question. I look forward to calling on her advice from her time in office as I start my work as Prime Minister. It is quite extraordinary, isn't it, that there doesn't seem to be the ability in the Labour Party to find a female leader, or indeed a leader who doesn't come from North London. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the issue is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also congratulate the Prime Minister on her appointment? Mr. Speaker, inflation is at a 40-year high. The NHS is on its knees with 6.6 million people waiting for treatment. Thousands of victims of sexual offences and violent crime are waiting for justice. Not to mention passport delays, a summer of chaos in our airports, and our beaches covered in sewage. The Prime Minister has served in every one of the Conservative governments responsible for this mess. So why should the British public trust her to clean up the mess that she's helped create?
I'm determined that we deal with the issues facing us as a nation. We do have problems with our energy supply due to the appalling war being perpetrated by Putin in Ukraine. That is why I will take immediate action to deal with the energy crisis. My Chancellor will take immediate action to reduce taxes and make sure we are growing our economy. And our new Health Secretary, who is also the Deputy Prime Minister, will be taking immediate action to make sure people are able to get appointments with their GP and proper NHS services.
Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
All sides of the House should wish to help the Prime Minister be successful in tackling the problems facing the country. When I raised one of them with the former Prime Minister in July, he said I could talk to the Housing Minister, but the Housing Minister retired after 17 minutes of hearing that. Can I ask the Prime Minister to look to see why the Planning Inspectorate are able to overturn council's planned protections for green lungs? And will she look at what's happening to the Goring Gap, the A259 in Worthing West and in South Downs constituency? Because local councils have no role if they can't protect what matters most to them.
Well, I am a bit concerned about offering the honourable gentleman a meeting with the housing minister in case any ill should befall him. But look, my honourable friend is right. There is not enough power in local hands at the moment. It is too easy for local councils to be overruled by the Planning Inspectorate, and that is certainly an issue that I'm expecting my Secretary of State for Housing to look at.
Anna Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. According to the Prime Minister's new Deputy Prime Minister, one of the things that qualified her most for being PM and was one of her greatest achievements was the reintroduction of beavers. Now, I'm all for the beavers, but given her flip-flopping on Brexit and given her inability to understand global affairs, how can constituents like mine, like Waz Abbas, whose energy prices are going to go from £7,000 to £37,000 a year, or Broadtext in Livingston, who are going to go from £50,000 to £250,000 a month, have any faith that she can tackle the oncoming humanitarian crisis? Is she going to come out of her den in number 10 and take real action, or is she going to be as useless and corrupt as her predecessor, who's rocketed off to somewhere in the Pacific?
Well, I am determined to tackle the issues we face in energy, and I look forward to the Scottish Government playing their part by building new nuclear power stations.
Can I just say, I want a nice opponent, that was not a good example. I certainly don't want to use corrupt being used against the new Prime Minister. And I'm sure the honourable member, I'm sure the honourable member will withdraw it. Just withdraw the comment.
Sometimes the truth hurts, but I'm happy to withdraw
Pretty much sure. Right. Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I warmly congratulate my right honourable friend. May I welcome her to her place. But may I also wish her the very best in the heavy responsibilities she now bears. Around 1.5 million households across the countryside rely on heating oil in order to keep their homes warm and to cook their meals. They have faced price rises of around 130% in recent months, and they are not part of the energy price cap. As rumours abound about what tomorrow's statement may hold, will my right honourable friend confirm that those 1.5 million households, many of them in rural areas such as my own constituency, will be specifically included in any mooted ideas about an energy price freeze?
Well, my honourable friend is right, and many of my constituents too rely on heating oil for their fuel, and we need to make sure that we are looking after everybody in this very, very difficult winter that we're facing.
Martin Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members may be familiar with the work of Bowness firm Ballantyne's Castings, an iron foundry in operation since the 1820s, which in recent years has done much work around the parliamentary estate. Without the protection of an energy price cap, this specialist SME is witnessing unaffordable costs, with bills rising from £13,000 to £120,000 per month. Heavy energy users face a disproportionate burden and clearly need more support than other businesses. What will the PM do to protect our strategically important and energy-intensive industries?
Well, I very strongly agree with the honourable gentleman that there are strategic industries that we need to make sure who use a lot of energy. We need to do all we can to help them become more energy efficient, but we also need to make sure that they're able to remain competitive in the global marketplace, and that is certainly something the Energy Secretary is looking at in preparing this package.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Can I congratulate the Prime Minister on her appointment and tell her I know my constituents wanted to succeed at a difficult time. Outside of the immediate challenges of energy and inflation, levelling up remains a priority for them. One way to demonstrate her commitment to levelling up would be to choose a town like Crewe to host Great British Railways. Can she ensure that levelling up is at the heart of that decision?
Give it to Crewe.
Well, Crewe is, of course, a great railway town. My honourable friend is absolutely right. I'm not going to prejudge the decision that will be made, but what I will be doing as Prime Minister is absolutely focusing on levelling up and making sure we're attracting the investment and growth into parts of this country that have been left behind, so they have their fair share of opportunity.
Alex Davis-Jones.
Mr. Speaker, the new Prime Minister is now finally in post. But make no mistake, she does not have the support of the British public. She can't even rely on the backing of her own MPs. And people in Pontypridd will never forget that she played a key role in a government that failed millions. So will she now finally do the right and decent thing and call a general election?
Mr. Speaker, as a country, we are facing a very serious crisis in energy caused by Putin's war in Ukraine. We are facing...
Hold on. One of the members for Stoke is getting very carried away. And I know as a former teacher he wants to show better behaviour than he's showing at the moment. Come on, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are facing very serious...
A very intense back and forth debate from London, the United Kingdom. We are watching live as the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, faces some pretty tough questions. In any moment now, we do expect her to have a face-off with the leader of the Labour Party over the dispatch box. So we will, of course, stream this all for you live, raw, and unfiltered as Truss makes her debut appearance as Prime Minister. But first, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll touch base with our news partners in Tampa in 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday, September 7th. It's already September. Fall is quickly approaching. All right, let's continue with our top stories this morning because we are continuing to receive new developments when it comes to electronic cigarette company Juul. We have learned that the lab has agreed to pay nearly $440 million to settle a multi-state investigation into the company's e-cigarette marketing practices. The company allegedly targeting underage adolescents. Let's go ahead and head out now live to Tampa, Florida. We have Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan joining us. Kelly, what can you tell us about local school districts who are now joining this lawsuit?
Well, there are more than 1,300 school districts across the country, including 14 here in Florida, now about to be 15, that have joined this lawsuit against the company Juul. So similar to that lawsuit that was just settled with 34 states and territories yesterday, this would impact the specifics of their marketing strategy, specifically marketing towards young people. And that's what several studies have found, including this lawsuit that was brought against Juul that, again, was settled just yesterday, was that they were deliberately marketing their products to young people. Now, what the school districts here are saying is that if they indeed win this lawsuit, they could use the money that they win to help combat the problem of vaping in schools. That can be done through not only education campaigns, but also through devices set up in bathrooms. That's usually where a lot of the vaping is going on, that would detect when a student is in there using an e-cigarette. So they would help crack down on the problem. And it is pretty rampant in Florida schools. According to Florida Health, about 22% of high school students vape regularly. We were just listening to yesterday the superintendent of Polk County, which is in central Florida, talking about just how bad the problem is there, where they're experiencing a lot of confiscations of these devices. It's the number one thing that they're coming across when they check students' backpacks, pockets, or lockers. They're finding a lot of these devices. And the reason why is because this lawsuit alleges that Juul was so effective in their deceptive marketing strategies targeting youth, and that got a number of youth, millions in fact, addicted to e-cigarettes, especially with their fruity flavors and sweet flavors, which they have now since continued, and specifically discontinued those flavors once they started to encounter a number of lawsuits brought against them. What the FDA discovered in 2019, they chastised the company for its marketing, which included at that point a presentation to kids in which the school had company representatives, kids in school, telling them that the product was, quote, totally safe. So a number of years of deceptive marketing practices alleged in this lawsuit, and what they're saying is that in effect left schools on the end of having to front the costs of the money, time, and resources lost to dealing with this issue in their schools. So what they're trying to do is recoup some of that money and also prevent this problem from continuing to get out of control in the future. That's why they've brought this lawsuit, and that's why so many different school districts we're seeing now across the country are signing up. Now, it's pretty much no risk for these school districts. They don't have to be paid to become a part of it. If they lose, they're not paying any legal fees, but if they win, they are expected to gain a very large sum, and as we saw just yesterday, nearly $440 million awarded from that settlement.
And I can only imagine we're also going to see a lot of personal lawsuits from those teenagers who are now saying, as you mentioned, that they are addicted to that vaping pen. All right, Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan, thank you for joining us. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and head back out live to the United Kingdom. Let's continue to listen in as newly elected British Prime Minister Liz Truss is facing Parliament for the very first time as Britain's, again, new leader.
That the online safety bill will come back to this House swiftly for us to consider further and amend if necessary.
Well, I can assure my honourable friend that we will be proceeding with the online safety bill. There are some issues that we need to deal with. What I want to make sure is that we protect the under-18s from harm, but we also make sure free speech is allowed. So there may be some tweaks required, but certainly he is right that we need to protect people's safety online.
Other days.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been part of a government for the past 12 years, which has been systematically letting down the most vulnerable children in the country. The independent review of children's social care, published by the government in May, describes the system as in need of a total reset. The Prime Minister has said she wants to deliver. Will she make a cast-iron commitment to deliver for our country's most vulnerable children and publish the government's response to the independent review and an action plan for delivery before the end of the year? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my right honourable friend and her whole front bench and wish them every success in the new government. I'd particularly like to thank my right honourable friend for her steadfast commitment to support for the earliest years throughout the 12 years that she and I have worked together for 3 previous Prime Ministers. So can I ask her now to renew her commitment to rolling out the Best Start for Life to give every baby the best chance at leading a fulfilling life?
Prime Minister.
My right honourable friend has done such a fantastic job championing this issue, developing the policies, and I am committed to following through and delivering for children, because what we know is intervening early, helping children early is the best way to help those children have a successful childhood and ultimately a fulfilled life.
That ends PMQs.
You're streaming live now from Fox, and we just witnessed history. That was Britain's new leader, Liz Truss, making her debut appearance at the PMQ, also known as the Prime Minister's Questions, just moments ago. We did see her face off against Parliament as well as the leaders of the Labour Party. We've been streaming this live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, new details are being released surrounding the abduction of Eliza Fletcher. So we're going to go ahead and switch gears and bring you all the latest on that story.
All right, we are going live here. First time ever seeing the suspect right now coming. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I know you're wearing a facial mask, so speak as clearly as you can through your mask there, so I understand what you're saying. We have 2 cases on the docket today, you do, and in one case, your name is listed here on the docket as Cleopa Abston. In the second case, they have listed it as Cleopa Abston Henderson, which is correct legally. Which is correct? Abston hyphen Henderson? Sir? Henderson? Okay. And where does the Abston come in? Social Security. Then I'll address you that way. Mr. Ashton, in your first case, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping and tampering with or fabricating evidence in a criminal case. Your bond was set by the Judicial Commissioner in that case in the amount of $500,000. In your second case, you're charged with a misdemeanor offense, theft of property with a value of $1,000 or less, identity theft, and fraudulent use or possession of a credit card. Your bond was set in that case in the amount of $10,000 by the Judicial Commissioner. You're presumed to be innocent of the charges. You have the right to have a lawyer represent you on these charges, and that is why you were asked to fill out some information for me for each case in an affidavit, similar to this one you have two, one for each case. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the facts and the information that you are submitting in each of your affidavits concerning whether you can make bond and whether you can hire an attorney is true and correct information, sir? May I put your hand down? In each of your affidavits for each case, you state that at this time you are not able to make bond, have no one to help you, and you're not able to afford a lawyer. Is that correct? Your affidavits will be filed here in each of your court jackets. And based upon your affidavits, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. You'll be assigned a lawyer.
The time is now 7:40. We are taking a look back as the man charged in Fletcher's killing is now behind bars. This was his his first court appearance, but happening today at 10 a.m. We do expect to bring you all his arraignment live at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, we do want to revisit a segment that first aired with us on Tuesday. Fletcher's family is sharing their emotions and just how heartbroken they are when they released the statement after talking to Memphis police. Let's go ahead and revisit that moment.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, a heartbreaking update in the Tennessee mom abduction case. Police confirming the human remains found in Memphis Monday evening were those of Eliza Fletcher. The suspect made his first court appearance this morning and is now also facing murder charges. Joining us live from Memphis, Tennessee, outside the courthouse is Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino. Madison, what more do we know?
Yeah, so this is news that so many in the Memphis community were dreading just days after Eliza Fletcher was abducted while on her morning run. Now, 38-year-old Cleotha Abston Henderson is facing multiple murder charges, and that's on top of aggravated kidnapping and tampering with evidence. Now, Abston Henderson appeared in court today for his arraignment, but the new murder and kidnapping charges were not on the docket today. Prosecutors want Abston Henderson's $500,000 bond revoked, but the bond will stay in place until the motion is taken up tomorrow morning. Memphis police say this all comes after Fletcher's body was discovered in a vacant duplex apartment in South Memphis yesterday. That apartment was less than a mile away from where witnesses say Abston Henderson was cleaning out the floor of his GMC Terrain, the same SUV police say Fletcher was forced into while jogging after a man aggressively ran towards her. All of this caught on security footage.
To lose someone so young and so vital is a tragedy in and of itself, but to have it happen in this way with a senseless act of violence, it's unimaginable.
While the outcome of this investigation is not what we hoped for, we are nonetheless pleased to remove this dangerous predator off the streets of Memphis.
Eliza Fletcher's family released a statement today talking about how much of a joy she was in everyone's life and how devastated they are from this senseless loss. Abston Henderson will once again appear in court tomorrow morning. Back to you.
You know, Madison, walk us through, because this suspect has quite a lengthy criminal history and rap sheet. Why was he out of prison?
Yeah, you mentioned his criminal history. It's actually ironic because he was convicted back in 2000. He was convicted in another kidnapping case. He actually held a prominent Memphis attorney at gunpoint, and he served quite a bit of time for that. And, you know, today the district attorney general here in Shelby County said that because he is a repeat offense, or any repeat offenders, they really deserve just a serious punishment, and that's what his office intends to do in this case, of course, if he is convicted.
Madison, I don't know, you've been there for some days now reporting on this story. Talk us through what the sense and the feeling is like there in Memphis. She was really a well-known community leader. She came from a prominent Memphis family. What are people saying? Who was Eliza Fletcher?
So this community is actually extremely tight-knit, and especially that part of town that she was from. And, you know, yesterday we were over by the scene where this abduction happened. It's right off of the University of Memphis campus, a really typically safe and quiet part of town. And there was people coming over, placing candles and flowers, just saying that, you know, at that point, they weren't really hopeful that she was alive, but they were saying they just wanted answers. And of course, they did get that this morning, but unfortunately, not the one that they were hoping for.
All right, Fox's Madison Scarpino there live for us in Memphis with some really, really great reporting on such a horrific event. Madison, we'll talk again. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to stay on top of this story here on Live Now from Fox. We know there's a lot of interest in it. Like Madison said, that suspect is going to appear in court yet again tomorrow morning. I want to put up the statement from Eliza Fletcher's family. I'm going to read it now. It says, quote, "We are heartbroken and devastated by the senseless loss. Eliza was such a joy to so many, her family, friends, colleagues, students, parents, members of her Second Presbyterian Church congregation, and everyone who knew her. Now it's time to remember and celebrate how special she was and to support those who cared so much for her. We appreciate all the expressions of love and concern we have received. We are grateful beyond measure to local, state, and federal law enforcement for their tireless efforts to find Eliza and to bring justice to the person responsible for this horrible crime. We hope that everyone, including media representatives, understand the need for the family to grieve in privacy without outside intrusion during this painful time." Welcome back
All right,
here to
a huge
Live.
thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. Again, we will have the arraignment happening right here on Live Now from Fox at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The time is now 7:46. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Moving right along with top stories this morning, the fall campaign season is upon us, and President Biden is already in attack mode. He met with his cabinet on Tuesday, where he made critical remarks about Republican economic philosophy after spending the holiday on the campaign trail in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey reports.
I'm not a big fan of trickle-down economics. I find is the trickle stops fairly quickly coming down.
He's also not a big fan of so-called MAGA Republicans.
The extreme MAGA Republicans in Congress have chosen to go backwards, full of anger, violence, hate, and division.
He's making a point about their policies, too.
The Trumpies. These MAGA Republicans in Congress are coming for your Social Security as well.
The president is referring to a proposal by Senator Rick Scott to address wasteful government spending by voting on every spending program every 5 years.
Of course, he's going to lie about it. What I believe is we've got to do everything we can to preserve Medicare, preserve Social Security, make sure these are lasting programs.
White House officials want to make clear MAGA Republican doesn't cover all Trump voters.
He has been very clear that he's talking about office holders.
Particularly the ones that don't accept the results of the 2020 election.
Democracy cannot survive when one side believes there are only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated.
But White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has tweeted about elections she claimed were stolen by Republicans from Hillary Clinton and Stacey Abrams.
You tweeted Trump stole an election. You tweeted Brian Kemp stole an election. If denying election results is extreme now, why
So let's be really clear. That comparison that you made is just ridiculous. I have been. Well, you're asking me a question. Let me answer it.
And you said it was ridiculous.
I was talking specifically at that time of what was happening with voting rights and what was in danger of voting rights.
2 years after the Georgia gubernatorial election, she was still claiming that election was stolen. And while the press secretary did admit in 2018 and 2019 that Trump won the Electoral College, the only difference between her claims then that Trump lost and recent Republican claims that Trump won, the claims that White House officials say are threatening democracy, is party ID. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Students in Uvalde, Texas are back in the classroom for the first time since the deadly mass shooting at that elementary school. Now, while parents and kids are usually worried about things like school supplies on the first day, in Uvalde, the community is still focused on campus security. Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano reports on the school district's changes for this school year.
8-foot fencing around the schools like this one is just one change. Installing new cameras, upgrading the doors and locks, and offering virtual learning are some other changes the school district has made this school year. As for the students who attended Robb Elementary School where the shooting happened, they'll attend some other schools in the area. Empty swing sets and empty classrooms at Robb Elementary Tuesday morning. Instead, teachers at Flores Elementary welcomed 3rd and 4th graders from Robb with open arms and high fives. Julissa Garcia Talavera's son and daughter, who were in high school, met their teachers last week. She says teachers have mixed feelings about returning.
There's some that are still very hesitant, and rightfully so and understandably so. There's some that just want to get started and can, just keep going.
She's also a PE coach at the private Sacred Heart Catholic School, which started classes in mid-August. She says enrollment numbers have increased significantly. Some parents apprehensive about public school safety, others frustrated with the school district.
This year, even our older classroom population has grown, and they're new to our school. And they might be within our parish, but as they weren't there last year.
A similar scenario at her and her husband's martial arts studio, Black Belt Academy.
Nice.
They offered free classes to 2nd through 5th graders over the summer.
Once we did that, the enrollment just skyrocketed. First class, we must have had 120 students that were doing one class, something like that.
Not long before the shooting, PJ Talavera taught some of the victims, including Maite Rodriguez.
From scorching temperatures.
This heat wave is on track to be both the hottest and the longest on record for the state and many parts of the West for the month of September.
To deadly wildfires, catastrophic flooding, and more. The ongoing climate crisis is posing severe consequences, and environmentalists say communities across the country must adapt in order to survive.
We need to develop a climate action plan, and that needs to involve community members, the local government, and the private sector.
And as local and federal governments try and rein in greenhouse gas emissions to slow spiking temperatures, researchers say more everyday people are taking steps to sustainably fortify their homes and adjust to worsening weather conditions.
Like putting more insulation in their homes, planting trees to shade their homes, to avoid, the additional energy costs.
Meantime, climate change is also exposing more people to potential health problems. Besides heat-related emergencies, tick-borne diseases are also on the rise.
Changes in climate patterns, increasing population numbers and urbanisation and habitat loss and destruction, which brings people into closer contact and increases the chance of a human tick encounter.
And as we head into the fall, these warmer temperatures mean ticks will stay active for longer. Biologists say it may not be comfy in the heat, but recommend wearing long shirts and pants outside in wooded areas. And they say tucking your pants into your socks is a good way to prevent ticks from biting you. Ted Lindner, Fox News. From scorching temperatures.
This heat wave is on track to be both the hottest and the longest on record.
All right, that was the latest from
state.
our Fox News correspondent Ted Linder, bringing us an update on how scientists are helping to mitigate the effects of climate change. Moving right along, let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox Weather. They're bringing us an update when it comes to flooding in Pennsylvania.
A messy commute all day long for drivers along the I-95 corridor today. We've been monitoring rain coming down on major highways, leading to traffic, flooding, and even cars at times stranded like this one here. You can see it's gotten pretty close to the median here, deciding to get out of the vehicle before driving through flooded waters, which is what we always tell people: turn around, don't drown. The timing of the heavy rain Friday impacted the morning commute. This is flooding on I-76 near King of Prussia in Pennsylvania, causing traffic as drivers try to get through that standing water. You can see a lot of them piling into the left lane, the only one that seems passable, but it's still a risk driving through water that deep. There were flash flood warnings in effect for parts of the Philadelphia suburbs, like here in Westchester. I spoke with the public information officer for Westchester's police and fire departments. He told me they received dozens of calls for things like downed trees and stranded cars.
We need the rain here in Westchester, but we don't need it all at once. So yeah, it's dry, flowers, stuff like that need rain, but it didn't need to come at the same time. So we just got to keep an eye on that and the runoff.
In Rhode Island, the heavy rain started Monday night. Crews were trying to clean out the drains along major highways there to get traffic moving after some cars were stranded in the water or waiting for water to recede for hours. Over at Brown University in Providence, a dorm took on enough water that they had to evacuate about 35 students. Officials there tell me some of those students are staying with family or friends. Others are in temporary housing as classes for the fall semester are set to start tomorrow. In Westchester, Pennsylvania, Katie Byrne, Fox Weather.
Thanks, Katie. Switching gears and bringing you all the latest when it comes to the coronavirus, as the campaign to get flu shots is gearing up ahead of the fall. Health officials are hoping that they can convince Americans to roll up their sleeves and get another COVID booster as well. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard reports from Washington.
Coronavirus booster shots could be a yearly necessity. That's according to top Biden administration scientists.
I really believe this is why God gave us two arms, one for the flu shot and the other one for the COVID shot.
With flu season right around the corner, the White House COVID response team is hoping Americans, especially those with health risks, will get the newest booster shot. It specifically targets the latest COVID variants.
For the first time since December of 2020, these vaccines, our vaccines, have caught up with the virus.
But more shots means more money is needed. The administration will need to convince lawmakers it will cost less to act ahead than play catch-up like last winter's deadly and widespread Omicron surge.
We want to make sure that we can tell the American people we're looking around the corner to what comes next.
Democrats are considering adding $21 billion to a bill this month for COVID shots, medicine, and tests. Republicans say go ahead, but they won't allocate any new funding. Rather, it will need to come from unspent pandemic funds.
Last week, the administration sent us a request for a number of funding items they'd like us to work on, from aid to Ukraine, pandemic relief, and other items. This process, of course, needs to be bipartisan.
The bill the Democrats want to stick the COVID funding in is also to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. It will need buy-in from both parties. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Lauren Blanchard for bringing us that update. We are now taking a live now look from Austin, Texas. If you are at the Austin airport, you may be running into trouble when it comes to catching your arriving flight. The Austin Bergstrom International Airport says that they are investigating a power outage at the Barbara Jordan terminal. Now, officials say that no flights are departing as crews work to figure out the cause of this outage, and they're also working to, of course, restore power. Now, at this time, officials say that they do not have an estimated time for when power will be restored, and the Austin Police Department has blocked exits from 71 to AUS due to the power outage. This is right near Presidential Boulevard, if you are familiar with the local area. Officials are also asking that those at the airport or headed to the airport follow instructions by AUS staff. So, of course, this is a developing story. We are in touch with our news partners at Fox 7 Austin. And, of course, as soon as we receive new details, we will bring you all the latest, as many people are feeling pretty stranded right now as their flights are canceled or delayed, at least, due to this power outage that is again happening at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. The time is now 8 a.m. Let's take a quick break. We'll have more top stories when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just now joining us, we're taking this Live Now look from Austin, Texas, the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. Now, according to officials, they're investigating a power outage at the Barbara Jordan terminals. Officials say that no flights are departing right now because crews are working to find the cause and restore power. So it is recommended that you all check your flight status. You see a few passengers with their luggage there walking right in front of this airplane. Again, if you're just now joining us, Austin is experiencing a power outage at their main international airport. Again, at this time, officials say they do not have an estimated time for when power will be restored. Also pretty important, if you live around this area, Austin Police Department has blocked exits from 71 to AUS due to this power outage. And this is right near Presidential Boulevard. They're asking people to avoid the area and check their local news partners for details. We are in touch with our affiliate, Fox 7 Austin, and of course we'll bring you all the most recent updates and details as we receive them. This is a developing story, so make sure that you are checking into Live Now from Fox as we continue to update you on this story from Austin. Now, in other travel news, we do have an update to bring you all from TSA. So according to reports, there is some good news for the airline industry. Labor Day weekend topped travel in 2019 for the first time again since 2019. The TSA reporting that it screened 8.76 million travelers over the 4-day holiday weekend. Now, this is the first time it's exceeded the 8.24 million screened back in 2019. So it is a good sign for the airline industry. A lot of experts are saying that the industry is back on track from the pandemic. Although experts warn an industry slump could be approaching in the fall as businesses and travelers are still beginning to slow down when it comes to flying because of inflation. Now, also, a report by the Global Business Travel Association predicts that corporate travel won't fully return until mid-2026. Now, if you're just now joining us, let's go ahead and revisit this segment from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He's speaking with our expert Doug Burns on the latest when it comes to the FBI raid at Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. We have new details about that special master who was appointed. Let's go ahead and listen in, Raw and Unfiltered.
We're being joined by former federal prosecutor and legal expert Doug Burns. And Doug, we spoke last week, and really the judge had said that she was open to it, but she didn't rule from the bench. She was going to do so in a written order, and that came just yesterday. So walk us through how a judge might appoint this person. Where's she going to find them? Who's it going to be, do you think?
Well, the judge has given both sides, incidentally, Andrew, until Friday, the 9th, to submit a list of proposed candidates to serve as special master in this case. Generally, to answer your question, sometimes they use retired judges, people who do a lot of arbitration work, possibly attorneys from the local area, that type of thing. So, you'll see proposed candidates, probably 2 or 3 from each side, from the DOJ, from the Trump side, and then the judge will decide who to utilize, basically.
Okay, so Doug, I had a question too. So, and this was, I was reading, it was posed as well. So we know a couple of weeks ago, the DOJ did essentially what a special master would have done, and they use what's called in their lingo a filter team to go through the documents, to return any documents that might be regarded as attorney-client privilege. So if that has already been done, and then a special master now is appointed and is going to do the same thing, what if these two entities do not agree on the nature of the documents, or what needs to be returned, or what needs to be given over to the government?
Well, that was the whole point of bringing in a special master. So in other words, you're exactly right to highlight what we discussed, you and I. You have, a team, or that's standard Department of Justice procedure. You use attorneys who are not in the litigation itself. They work for DOJ, but they're not involved in that case. And you bring them in for the specific purpose, and I think filter is probably a better term than taint, to filter out what's privileged. In this case, we have attorney-client privilege on the table, and we have executive privilege, since the person who is being searched served as President of the United States. So again, the point of the matter is that the judge felt, and I couldn't agree more, and I've heard other experts, Professor Turley and others, say what the judge said. The judge basically said, I think I'm quoting actually, to the Department of Justice, what is the harm in appointing a special master? And then I gave you last week a dosage of real world sarcasm, which is I'm smiling. I could imagine every judge I've ever been in front of saying, Mr. Burns, with your professionalism and your meticulous way that you do everything, I would think that you would welcome this, somebody to simply confirm that what you did is right. So you're highlighting such an important point, which is, yes, DOJ used a taint or filter team, but the judge said, and I read the opinion, given the extraordinary nature of the case, the extraordinary circumstances involved here, what's the harm essentially in getting somebody else in to simply review the work that's already been done? But then there's also a huge practical point, which I know you've been kicking around, and that is that it kind of puts things on hiatus. I think the former Attorney General, Bill Barr, said it's like a rain delay in a ball game. I agree with him. So now this thing's going to go into a little bit of a slowed down mode.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that was my question. What if what the DOJ finds and now what this special master finds either, don't correlate, or they do correlate, and then Judge Cannon's ruling is essentially moot, that this special master maybe wasn't necessary at all, but it still had to be appointed, correct?
Yes, but what the judge needs to rule on, basically, and this is where this confirming concept comes in, which is, among other things, not in any particular order, A, what materials were seized that should be returned? That's search warrant 101, not to be sarcastic. You heard about some passports. Now we're hearing about, magazine articles and news articles. My dad worked in the federal government, as I've told you. you know, he had memorabilia, letters from senators, things like that. That's considered memorabilia. Other stuff are government documents that belong with the archives. So here, the special master is going to confirm what the DOJ did, which is, okay, this stuff is relevant to the search warrant, but these magazine articles, these newspaper articles, these shirts, I'm just making it up, with this logo, comes under memorabilia, that has to be returned. Next, more important legal X's and O's one, of course, is the special master confirming the DOJ, Your Honor, identified these 80 documents as being attorney-client privileged. In fact, I am now reporting to the court that I found 97, just a hypothetical. So again, you set it up, which is either A, they confirm it. We went through everything, Your Honor. This is the special master talking, and DOJ got everything perfectly right. I do not expect that. Or B, we went through everything and we have the following corrections, additions. There are more privileged documents over here. There are more executive privilege documents over here. They said you should return 80 memorabilia items. We found that it's 114. Again, I'm making this up, but just so the viewers can understand the process. That's what's going to go on.
Okay, so Doug, you brought up Bill Barr, the former Attorney General. He appeared on the Fox News channel today, and this is what he thought of the judge's decision. He says, the opinion, I think, was wrong, and I think the government should appeal it. He said it's deeply flawed. He predicts that the special master won't hold up, but if it does, quote, I don't see it fundamentally changing the trajectory. What do you make of those remarks? Because, and we can go into this after this, because the judge in this case, Eileen Cannon, she's a Trump appointee. Do you feel like she is getting unfairly maligned after this ruling?
I do, and while I have tremendous respect for Bill Barr, who served twice as Attorney General, I don't really agree with him on this. I'm not ascribing any motivation to him, you know, to wade into politics. But at the same time, I read the opinion. Basically, it was interesting because you remember me explaining to you and the viewers that the Trump people, you know, the government was saying, excuse me, that Trump had no standing because he doesn't own the documents. Well, the judge shot right back and said, well, wait a minute. Not only are there documents that he may not own, but there are ones that he clearly does own, just like the explanation I gave you a minute ago. You know, the news articles, the memorabilia. So the judge was very clear in saying that since he does own things, he absolutely has Fourth Amendment standing. To the Attorney General's other observation, special masters, to quote Professor Turley and myself, are appointed all the time in a lot of cases. It's not that unusual. So I'm just not drinking in or following why he's saying that the thing is deeply flawed. I don't see that. I'm sorry.
Okay, and I want to go into some of the, the criticism that Eileen Cannon is under right now. Paul Rosenzweig on NBC, he's a former Bush DHS official. He says this was, quote, a corrupt effort to help Trump by a judge he appointed. He also indicated, and many others have indicated, that Judge Eileen Cannon really waded into the merits of the FBI's raid itself on whether or not it was valid or invalid in the same ruling and filing. So I just wanted to offer some of that and get your response.
Well, it's funny that you're asking me that because before I came on, I was looking at some media articles, as I always do. And, I went through the legal X's and O's stuff, and then I said to myself, wow, let's look at the political side of this, which are these attacks on the judge. I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. In the day-to-day practice of criminal law, we don't talk about, who appointed a judge or what political party they are, because they're not politically charged cases. I find it very, very, very unfortunate that individual, I forget the name from a minute ago, who would say that this is a corrupt, judge doing Trump's bidding. I mean, that is not productive and it's not accurate, okay? So, I'll put my 37 years up against pretty much anybody. And I read an opinion that's pretty straightforward. It appoints a special master in a highly, highly charged political case with extraordinary circumstances. First time in, well over 200 years that this has ever happened. And the DOJ, to their credit, says we used a taint team and a filter team. And the judge says, that's fine. But given how unusual this case is, I'm going to simply bring somebody in as a practical matter to look over your work. But what's really going on inside baseball, though, is that the Department of Justice wants to control this as a practical matter. They want to control the documents. They want to control the determination as to what's privileged and what isn't. They want to control which ones go back or not. I'm not suggesting they're looking to do anything wrong, but again, to use that sarcasm once again, why in the world would they object if they felt that their work was credible and solid? Okay.
Yeah.
We conscientiously went through everything with a filter team. Bring in 10 experts to look over our work is the sarcastic point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so Doug, just lastly, so do you think, like Bill Barr, and you invoked what he said about likening this to a rain delay of a football game, do you think this is going to slow down now? We're not going to get a lot of bits and pieces and developments about this story in particular. We're, 62 days away from the midterms. We could be talking about it still then.
Well, that's worth me repeating this distinction between the legal analysis and the political analysis. Yeah. Okay, so legally, a special master gets appointed. Fine, it slows down the pace of drop. Politically, of course, you're making a great point. 60 days out from the election, how does that all work out? I think to answer your question, finally, you will not see any significant activity necessarily until after the midterm elections, Andrew.
All right. As always, Doug Burns, thanks so much for that great conversation about this particular update in this case.
All right. That was the latest from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, as well as Doug Burns. If you're just now joining us, Donald Trump was granted his request for a third-party arbitrator to look over the documents that were taken from his Mar-a-Lago home. Now, it's really unclear who this so-called special master will be, but by the end of the week, we should get a better read. And speaking of former President Donald Trump, he may be claiming victory this morning. The candidate that he backed in one of the year's final primary contests just won last night. So meanwhile, the November elections are about 2 months away. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader for this story.
This morning, and the Trump-backed candidate easily won last night.
We did it. We did it.
Republican Jeff Deal with a convincing win last night in Massachusetts over a more moderate Republican rival. And when he says we did it in this race for governor, he may be referring in part to the boost he got from former President Donald Trump, who backed him.
We are now in the race to win it, and with your help, I know we will. So thank you, Massachusetts, and we're on to November 8th. All right?
On to November 8th and the midterm elections that can so often be a referendum on the current occupant of the White House. But President Biden is trying to turn the tables and make this all about Trump.
The Trumpies. These MAGA Republicans in Congress are coming for your Social Security as well.
Yesterday, the president tried to temper that message, tweeting, "I want to be clear, not every congressional Republican is a MAGA Republican." But his tone is increasingly aggressive.
They are engaged in a project right now that I think is actually the opposite of everything that Joe Biden ran on. Everything that Joe Biden ran on was coming together, bringing back normalcy to American governance, normalcy to the presidency.
Talking about the clear and present danger that Donald Trump and the people who believe in the same things as he believes in pose is the way to win the election.
And we talk about how close the midterms are now. In just 2 days, voters in North Carolina can begin casting ballots. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, always a pleasure chatting with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader, who joined our show earlier this morning. The time is now 8:19. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll bring you all more updates as it relates to the midterm elections. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Abortion is becoming a major issue in the midterms following this summer's United States Supreme Court decision, which essentially struck down the Roe v. Wade precedent. Fox News congressional correspondent Aishna Hanzi shows us how the subject is affecting many contests.
Joe O'Dea opposes the law protecting abortion access in Colorado.
In Colorado, Democrats have Republican Senate candidate Joe O'Dea on the defense over abortion rights.
It paints me as a absolute pro-life, and that's not where I'm at.
The left has made the Dobbs decision, which returned the abortion issue to the states, the focal point of their campaigns across the country.
Ripping away our constitutional freedom, our reproductive freedom, has awakened millions of voters.
A New York Times analysis of voter registration in 10 states shows the SCOTUS ruling galvanized female voters. The biggest surge happened in Kansas, where more than 70% of new voters in the month after the decision were women. It's the same state where voters rejected a measure to strip abortion rights. Now, Republican Senate candidates in battleground states like O'Dea are leaning on their wives to soften their image among female voters, while others are softening their positions. In Arizona, Republican Senate candidate Blake Masters, whose campaign website once described him as 100% pro-life, now says he does not support third trimester abortions.
I trust our candidates to know their districts and know how they're going to appeal to their voters.
Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel told the AP the GOP needs to narrow its message on the issue, offering this: the past 4 Republican presidents since Roe believe in the exception, and that is where I think a lot of the American people are, she said, adding, but they also believe in limitations, and Democrats have shown no inclination to have any limitation.
And former RNC spokesman Doug High echoes that message, but he also thinks Republicans should just stick with those pocketbook issues. And that's because, according to a new Pew survey, about 77% of registered voters still believe the economy is the #1 issue this November. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Ashna, for that update on the midterm elections. Continuing on to other top stories, students in Uvalde are returning to school for the first time since the deadly shooting at Robb Elementary School. Here's more on that story.
A new school year starts in Uvalde, Texas, but some students are facing lingering fears following one of the deadliest shootings in American history. Just 3 months ago, a lone gunman broke into Robb Elementary School, killing 19 children and 2 teachers before being fatally shot by law enforcement. Now teachers and staff are welcoming the survivors back to classrooms, with neighboring schools urging students to honor Uvalde by wearing its colors, maroon and white.
We can't even begin to imagine the level of emotion, maybe the anxiety, the fear. So this is our way of just saying that we're with you.
Robb Elementary has been permanently closed. Its students are attending classes in other facilities. There was a strong security presence on day 1 and new fencing around the town's public school campuses. Officials say about 36 state troopers will remain on those campuses, but that's little comfort to some families who point out there were almost 100 troopers on scene during the attack.
It was a systematic failure from the top to the bottom. Everybody is complicit in it, and nobody wants to take accountability.
Meanwhile, President Biden still using the shooting as a call to action, saying more needs to be done to make sure dangerous weapons don't fall into the wrong hands.
When I was recently in Uvalde, you know what some of the parents had to do? Supply DNA. Supply DNA. Because the AR-15 just rips the body apart.
School officials are also offering a virtual learning option for Robb Elementary students. About 100 families have signed up so far. In New York, Steve Rappaport, Fox News. A new school year starts.
All right, let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox Business for our latest Fox Means Business report.
Looks like the boss is opening up the wallet. According to a new survey from Salary.com, nearly half of U.S. companies plan on giving higher year-over-year pay raises in 2023. And get this, a quarter of employers set to give a boost of between 5 and 7%. Meantime, drivers keep watching gas prices drive lower. The national average for regular unleaded now down for 84 straight days. A gallon costing you $3.77, nearly $1.25 lower than the all-time high set back in June. To Wall Street and a rough start to a short trading week. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all lower on Tuesday. And here's something you might be feeling after the holiday weekend. According to a new survey from employment firm iSolved, 50% of employees experienced the so-called Sunday scaries before returning to work after taking some time off. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox Business's Jerry Willis for bringing us that update. We just may have a live conversation with Fox Business in the coming hours about rising rent and how it is forcing people in major cities across the United States to relocate. In the meantime, this week is Suicide Prevention Week, Saturday being Suicide Prevention Day. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're bringing us a special report on this very important topic.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 Special Report on this Monday, Labor Day. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. Alex has the night off. We do begin tonight with the wildfire that is burning in Riverside County. Earlier, Sky Fox was up and over this heartbreaking scene, a house engulfed in flames. The evacuation order, this is near the city of Hemet. This is underway south of Thornton Avenue, north of Poly Butte Road, west of Fairview Avenue, east of State Street. That is the evacuation order lines. We do have a crew headed to the scene. One person, we can tell you, has been injured because of the fast-moving flames. You can see that person was taken by ambulance to be treated, condition unknown. We are also getting word that that evacuation order is expanding. People are loading up into their vehicles and are being told to get out. Here's more on that person who was hurt.
We do have a known civilian injury with burns. We are treating and transporting that patient right now.
A care and reception site has been established at Tackwitz High School. That's at 4425 Titan Trail in Hemet. For round-the-clock updates on the fire and where you can go to be safe, please go to our website. It's foxla.com. And stick with us right here on Fox 11. We'll update you just as soon as we get new information. I want to bring in John Bragg. He lives in the area, and he joined us on the phone live during the Fox 11 News at 6 o'clock with what he was seeing then. Let's bring him into the conversation. John, thank you so much for your time tonight. How have the conditions changed, and what?
All right, the time is now 8:30. We will get that suicide prevention segment up for you all in just a bit, courtesy of Fox 11 Los Angeles. But for now, let's talk about another significance of September. September is also Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. So it's time to raise awareness about childhood cancer, as well as support families who are facing this illness. Fox 11 Los Angeles, again, bringing us this special.
Month, a time really to raise awareness about childhood cancers and support families that are dealing with these diagnoses. One organization doing its part is the Starlight Children's Foundation. Their month-long fundraising campaign is underway right now. We're going to introduce you to some people very important to the organization. Adam Garone is the CEO of Starlight Children's Foundation. Hi, Adam. Jacqueline Sanabria is mother of 7-year-old Alfredo, who is up in the corner. Hi, Alfredo. Hi, Jacqueline.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I understand, is it okay if we start with some good news this morning? Because goodness knows we need it, don't we, Jacqueline? We have some good news about Alfredo's diagnosis.
Yes, he's been in remission since May, and he just finished treatment August 8th.
That is fantastic. So that means he got to ring the bell.
Not yet. We're scheduled for this month, so we will be doing that later on this month with his oncologist at Chalk.
Oh, Mom, that is so wonderful to hear. Alfredo, I'm so happy to hear that you have that good news, honey. I'm sending you lots of love. And Adam, that's just the kind of thing that you're hoping to get more of, right? With the work, the research, but it all starts with fundraising for Starlight.
Yeah, and September is a big fundraising month for us. It's Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and we have a campaign called Stream for Starlight, and we inspire content creators all across the country to stream their talent and raise some funds to place even more programs into hospitals. And Starlight's all about delivering happiness to seriously ill kids, changing moments in the hospital, whether it's through our hospital gown program, gaming, or virtual reality.
So Adam, what does that look like? What are you hoping creators will come up with?
Well, I mean, it's quite amazing what the content creators are streaming. It's everything from cooking to music to playing games to arts and crafts and to trivia. And it's, I guess, a new version of a telethon where they're streaming to their community and the community are making donations. And oftentimes they'll put up a reward if they raise $500. They'll do something crazy in the stream. And
that's amazing.
Yeah, all about having fun and raising some money so that, we can place more of these amazing programs into hospitals all across the country, including Chalk.
And if you need motivation on why the fundraising matters and why the programs matter, Jacqueline, your family is an exact example, living, breathing example of what a difference it can make. Talk to us, first of all, about Alfredo and the ongoing battles that he's had and what a toll it's been for your family.
He has other conditions, of course, prior to the leukemia. So we've always looked to Starlight for the gowns. And when he was diagnosed in December of last year, I had reached out to one of their representatives, and they so kindly sent him another gown larger, which was very accommodating because of the cancer treatment. He did have a little bit of swelling, which is expected. So the material itself was a lot more comfortable for him, not really tight fitting like sometimes the hospital gowns can be. So that's a comfort to me as his mom, knowing that he's comfortable as I can make him, besides the doctors. Starlight has just been amazing. They've been so friendly, so welcoming. They check up on him and see what his progress is. And they've just been a little part, if not a big part, of his cancer process.
Well, we see him in the Nintendo gowns, which we know are some of his favorites. And talk a little bit about that, because I can imagine, when there's a child diagnosed, it feels like the diagnosis hits the whole family, right? It's not just Alfredo's battle, it's the whole family's battle. Getting that emotional support, having the resources are one thing, but having that support for you is so important.
Absolutely. And Starlight has been like an extension of our support system because they've checked on us, make sure that he's doing well and he's progressing. Again, they have such a wonderful product for these kiddos to be just more comfortable, more playful in. My husband loves video games, so he was excited to have the Mario Brothers gowns.
Oh, see, he's happy about those. I love it.
So, yeah.
I think it's wonderful. So, Adam, what do you need from our viewers? Because obviously we want them to know about Starlight Children's Foundation. Awareness is part of the battle, right? But what else do you need from our viewers?
Yeah, awareness is important, but funds from the general public, donations, no matter how small or large, certainly help us place more of these amazing programs from our hospital gowns to gaming to virtual reality. So starlight.org, head there. If you can, a donation would be sincerely appreciated and helps us do more of this amazing work and impact even more kids and families.
Well, we just want to thank you all for coming, and especially you, little Alfredo. I'm so glad to see you today, and I'm really glad to be able to pass on the remission news to our viewers as well. Jacqueline, we send you big love, big hugs. Keep on smiling, Mom. We know how important that is. And Adam, keep up the great work, and we'll hope that some of our viewers are able to donate to Starlight.
Thank you so much.
And we'll put a link on our website if you're interested in finding out, especially if you're a content creator, maybe you want to get involved in the Stream for Starlight, foxla.com/links. Thank you all, and have a wonderful Labor Day. Try and stay cool as best you can.
Thank you.
All right, September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
All right, a huge thank you to our news partners in Los Angeles for bringing us this segment. Let's go ahead and revisit a story that we first broke for you all this morning here at Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look from Austin, Texas, where a power outage is causing some massive delays. Now, it seems as though the power is back on at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. But as you can see, a lot of people have been affected due to that power outage that took place just hours ago. Lines are stretching from the security to the food court, as you can possibly imagine. Now, if you're just now joining us this morning, the Austin Bergstrom International Airport suffered a power outage at the Barbara Jordan terminal. Officials say that no flights are departing as crews continue to work to find out exactly what sparked this power outage. As you can see here, power has returned, but I'm sure that delays are still happening as many people were affected by this power outage. Also, if you are in the local area, the Austin Police Department has blocked exits from 71 to AUS due to this power outage, and this is right near Presidential Boulevard. So again, we are in touch with our news partners at Fox 7 Austin. Officials are asking those at the airport or headed to the airport to make sure that you follow all instructions and make sure that you check your updated flight information before you go ahead and make that trip to the airport. Massive delays are in progress. The time is now 8:38. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 8:40 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for choosing us as your source for top stories and major news headlines taking place not just here in the United States, but across the country. We are getting this Live Now look from the House of Commons as the Deputy British Prime Minister continues to have a debate with Parliament. Earlier today, we did witness the newly elected Liz Truss make her debut appearance at the Prime Minister's questions. Let's check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He's bringing us more on this appointment.
For being with us. So, you and I last spoke about this when Boris Johnson resigned, and then the battle was set between Liz Truss and then Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak. So, Rishi Sunak getting the boot here, Liz Truss besting him. What do we know about Liz Truss? How will she govern?
Well, Andrew, thanks very much for having me on the show today. And certainly a big day across the Atlantic with the beginning of the Liz Truss premiership. And Liz Truss has served in several major government positions previously. She was the Foreign Secretary just before becoming Prime Minister. Before that, she was the International Trade Secretary. In fact, she's held several ministerial positions. She originally started in politics decades ago, actually, as a liberal Democrat, so not as a conservative, but she began a political journey over the course of many years and became a very strong conservative. And she also became a very strong Brexiteer, actually, after originally backing the Remain cause. So Liz Truss actually today is a very, I would say, a very strong ideological conservative. She's also somebody who has tremendous admiration for Margaret Thatcher, and she has sought to base her own leadership style upon the example of Margaret Thatcher, and she has pledged to implement Thatcherite policies in the United Kingdom, and that includes policies like cutting taxes, reining in the size of big government, reducing regulations. So she is basically a tax-cutting conservative who also believes in the powerful projection of British leadership and strength on the world stage. She supported increasing British defence spending to about 3% of GDP. It currently stands at just over 2%. So she's somebody who believes in a robust British military presence on the world stage, while at the same time, I think she wants to grow the British economy basically by cutting taxes overall.
So you had mentioned some of her previous positions on very hot-button issues, to which she has recently changed some of them, maybe not so recently as well, having to do with her position on the monarchy. She used to be, way back when, a proponent for abolishing the monarchy, I think when she was in college. She was not so keen on leaving the European Union, although coming around to become quite a strong and forceful Brexiteer. And that's kind of what we heard today, Niall, about some of her detractors, maybe, some of her opponents, some criticism that she is a fair weather politician. She goes wherever the wind blows. What do you make of that?
Well, that's certainly a common criticism that's made of Liz Truss, and I think that Rishi Sunak, her main opponent, become the leader of the Conservative Party, made a number of jibes at her based on exactly that, actually, and it didn't really work very well, I think, for Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, who lost decisively to Liz Truss. But I think that one of the most interesting things about Liz Truss is that she has become a very, very devout Brexit supporter, actually. In fact, she's become a champion of Brexit, despite having opposed it many years ago when she served in the David Cameron government. But, let's not forget that, many political figures on both sides of the Atlantic have started off on the other side of the political aisle. Even, truly great figures like Ronald Reagan actually started off as a man more on the left of the political spectrum. He moved to the right later. So, I think that a lot of British people are willing to give Liz Truss the benefit of the doubt here, and she has had a very successful record as a Conservative cabinet minister over the course of the last few years, and I think she's been an absolutely outstanding foreign secretary. In fact, she's been one of the toughest British foreign secretaries that we've seen in many decades. She has stood up to the likes of Vladimir Putin, and the Russians absolutely hate Liz Truss, and that's a very good sign if she's hated by Putin's Kremlin elites, because she is a very tough figure. I think that she's actually likely to stand up to Joe Biden, in fact, over key areas of British national interest, including the Northern Ireland Protocol and Brexit in general. I think that would be a very good thing, actually. I don't think she's going to be deferential at all towards the US president. I think she's going to be very assertive, actually, in her dealings with Washington. I think that's a very good thing, because Joe Biden has not been a particularly strong friend of Great Britain, and we need a prime minister who's going to stand up to Joe Biden, who I think's been, quite disastrous on the world stage.
Okay, speaking of the U.S. side, we also had a tweet earlier today from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, extolling his partnership and relationship with Liz Truss as they were then counterparts. But we have not got, I don't believe, a White House readout of the call between President Biden and the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. The UK, though, put out a readout to which it says, in part, the Prime Minister spoke with President Biden this evening. The President congratulated the Prime Minister on her appointment. The Prime Minister looked forward to working closely with President Biden as leaders of free democracies to tackle shared challenges, particularly the extreme economic problems unleashed by Putin's war. The Prime Minister and President Biden reflected on the enduring strength of the special relationship, and they agreed that the partnership between our countries, fortified by our shared values, has been crucial for defending and advancing freedom and democracy in the world. I just wanted to read in part from that statement. So they name-checked, Niall, the quote-unquote special relationship. And you were just saying how you don't think it's been quite special over the last 2 years that President Biden has been in power here. But let's go back to the war in Ukraine. Let's go back to where the UK gets its energy from. We know Russia is really putting the boot on the neck of Europe when it comes to some of these energy prices that are going to skyrocket as the winter months come. That's one of the main issues, the first issues, really, Liz Truss will have to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. The energy crisis is big for the UK, just as it is for the rest of Europe. I would say that most of the big European powers, France, Germany, Italy, for example, are in a far worse position to that of the United Kingdom because they're so heavily energy dependent upon Russian energy. If you look at, Germany's economy, it's very, very dependent upon Russian energy imports. That's not the case for the United Kingdom. So I think the British are going to weather the storm better. But having said that, the UK faces rising energy costs. British consumers face a doubling of energy prices over the course of the next few months. So Liz Truss will have to address that. She has pledged no tax rises for the British people. She's made that promise to the British people. So she has rejected, for example, a windfall tax on energy companies, which she says would be very disruptive, actually, for investment into the UK. I think she's absolutely right. But at the same time, she's under pressure to lower those energy prices. Ultimately, the best way in the long term to do so is to increase competition, to introduce fracking, for example, alternative energy sources. But that's going to take years to put that into place. So she's got an immediate challenge on her hands. The energy crisis, without a doubt, is a top priority facing the new Prime Minister.
Okay, so Niall, do you think the fact that she was essentially chosen amongst her fellow party members in a contest in an election also lends to some of the criticism that she is getting, that this was not put to the voters there in the UK about who they want to be their next prime minister? This was an internal party debate and contest. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, and there's a lot of people in the UK who are making that point. After all, and Boris Johnson was removed internally within the Conservative Party by a party rebellion. He was ousted, and that led to a leadership contest. Ultimately, Liz Truss won that contest, and at the end of the day, about 200,000 Conservative Party members decided the winner of that. So Truss will be under pressure to hold an early general election. She doesn't have to until really the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025, according to the rules in place. But I think that Liz Truss will want to have a year or two to really establish her record, to deliver upon policy promises, and then she'll be judged by the British people in a general election. So the pressure is on, the heat is on, and I do think that with Liz Truss, Conservative Party members have placed their faith in her. There are very high expectations, but the challenges are absolutely immense. So it's going to be a very tough couple of years for Liz Truss, but she'll have to prove herself in a general election in just over 2 years' time, and she'll be judged upon the strength of her policies, the delivery of those policies, and the ultimate results and outcomes. So we'll have to see how she does. I'm optimistic about Liz Truss's leadership. I think she has a very strong record as a government cabinet minister. She's been a great foreign secretary. She's also a Thatcherite conservative. So I think there are a lot of positives about her, but she will have to deliver upon her campaign promises.
Now, while we have you, though, we want to get the other side of this there in the UK as well, hear from the Labour opposition leader, Keir Starmer. He issued this tweet today. Let's just listen into this.
Well, we've heard far more from the latest Prime Minister about cuts to corporation tax over the summer than we have about the cost of living crisis, the single most important thing that's bearing down on so many millions of households. And that shows not only that she's out of...
Okay, so we just heard a little bit of that there, but it was played by, that was Keir Starmer. He says, I hope Liz Truss can meet the challenges facing this country, but so far she's spent more time talking about cuts to corporation tax than the cost of living crisis. Niall, your response on that end?
Yeah, so Keir Starmer is the leader of the Labour Party, which is a socialist party. They're in favour of basically tax rises, that tends to be the Labour solution: spend huge amounts of money and raise taxes, which I have to say isn't a very popular approach, and that's why the Labour Party isn't in power. They haven't been in power for over a decade, and with good reason, because Britain's not a socialist country, but the Labour Party is a socialist party. Now, so Keir Starmer speaks there about, corporation tax. The Boris Johnson administration had planned to raise corporation tax from, I think, 19% to 26%. Liz Truss has rejected that. The reason is that she thinks this will kill investment into Brexit Britain, and you need international companies to invest in the UK to create jobs. She's a believer that if you actually cut taxes, you're going to create more jobs. If you raise taxes, you're going to kill jobs. And I think there's a great deal of truth to that. That's a philosophy that Margaret Thatcher followed, and Margaret Thatcher was extremely successful in creating jobs in the 1980s. So Liz Truss is actually pursuing exactly the same approach that Margaret Thatcher did in the 1980s. Britain should be cutting taxes, not raising them. So Keir Starmer, I think, represents an outdated socialist big government philosophy that the British public has not embraced for a very long time. Interestingly, though, what Sir Keir Starmer is saying is exactly what the Biden administration is doing in the United States. It's not working in America. It's raising inflation. It's a job killer. It's not a job creator when you raise taxes and when you raise corporation tax. It just actually forces corporations out of the United States, and they're going to create jobs in other countries, actually. So it doesn't work.
Okay, Niall, just last question for you, because you and I have talked about what is the political future going to be of outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Are we going to see a political renaissance soon? What do you think he's going to do out of power?
Well, Boris Johnson is certainly, I think, one of the great political figures of our time. He's the man who delivered Brexit. He won a stunning election victory in 2019 that delivered a huge Conservative majority. He's a larger-than-life politician, and I've met Boris Johnson on several occasions, and I think he's an extraordinary political figure. He's not going to go into the wilderness. I think Boris will be back at some stage. He models himself on Winston Churchill, who had a number of political comebacks. That will be the plan, I think, for Boris. So who knows? We could see Boris returning to frontline politics in future years. In the meantime, I'm sure he's going to give some big speeches. Return to writing, his political column. You'll see him all over TV and so on. But Boris, I'm sure, will be back.
All right, Niall Gardner, as always, we appreciate your time and your insight into so many of these big stories, especially there in the UK. And we will talk to you again. Thanks so much.
And Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as global energy. These are the two top issues for Liz Truss, as well as her counterpart, President Joe Biden. The two of them actually promised to strengthen their relationship, especially in the face of Vladimir Putin's aggression. Fox 13 Tampa is bringing us more on this very topic.
Atomic experts gravely concerned about the safety of Europe's largest nuclear power plant, which is in Ukraine. UN inspectors just shared their preliminary findings, and our political editor Craig Patrick's here to explain what they found. This is what we've all been waiting to hear, very nervously, I might add, Craig.
Well, and it should be. We have some concerning news, but let's start with the good news. The nuclear plant has not been compromised at this point, meaning that there is no leak or no meltdown in the works and process. That's the good news. However, the UN inspectors say there is still a very serious risk of nuclear catastrophe due to the war and the firefight still playing out all around it, and something has to be done. Remember, this is the same nuclear facility damaged when Russian invaders attacked and seized it back in March. Thankfully, that damage did not rupture the pools of spent fuel or the reactor cores, but then last month, battles flared up yet again south of the plant, and Russia reportedly moved rocket launchers on the site to perhaps dissuade Ukraine from firing back. And so you see some of the damage as we speak from the satellite imagery revealing the nuclear plant did take more hits over the past couple of weeks. And though it is heavily fortified, firing rockets into a nuclear plant is definitely not the best move. And it has already damaged dry storage tanks for nuclear fuel. It has triggered fires and power losses that have significantly increased the risk of nuclear disaster with each passing day or each passing hour that it's caught in the crossfire of war. So in this preliminary report, the UN nuclear inspectors wrote, while the ongoing shelling has not yet triggered a nuclear emergency, it continues to represent a constant threat to nuclear safety and security. Plus, and key point here, constant high stress and pressure the nuclear staff is subjected to while operating the plant is not sustainable, and that can lead to increased human error as well. So keep in mind the lines connecting the power plant to Ukraine's power grid have also been disconnected after shelling recently. The bottom line, the inspectors say the shelling around this plant must stop immediately, and they're calling for a safety and security protection zone all around the plant to try to make that happen.
And that's the first thing I've heard that makes sense.
Yep.
Because shelling just makes no sense. It's got like it's like a definition of insanity.
Yes.
So what would happen if shelling, God forbid, were to hit in the wrong place?
In a worst case scenario, there are really three different risks we're talking about here. The first is that shelling or a rocket or explosion could rupture the spent fuel storage pools all around the site. If that happens, that could release a devastating and deadly leak of radiation. That's the first risk. The second risk is a disruption of power to the plant. Now, we've already had that, but a more serious or longer outage could reduce the plant's ability to cool, and that could lead to a meltdown. Unfortunately, in a very different way, release a radiological disaster that could poison much of Ukraine and spread to other countries as well. Those are the two biggest dangers, and they're sobering for sure that the nuclear inspectors are most concerned about. The third risk is that a strike could rupture or blow the top off of a core reactor. That could, of course, trigger a Chernobyl-type disaster, but remember, those reactor cores are very heavily protected and designed to withstand that kind of strike. So this one is far less likely, but it also is still not impossible. And keep in mind, the Chernobyl explosion of 1986 was caused by a combination of a design flaw and operator error. And remember, once again, today, the inspectors are warning that the stressful conditions in which the Ukrainian engineers are working under the control of armed Russian invaders while the plant is getting shelled, that all increases the risk of human error.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. Okay, so we've seen those aerials. Do we know who actually damaged the plant? And I guess this is the big one. Is there any plan on either side? Are they talking about possibly stopping the fighting and the shelling around the plant?
They're talking about it. Russia's given very mixed signals about that. They both express a willingness to move forward. Whether they do remains to be seen. That's where we stand at this point.
Okay, I wish that made us feel more hopeful, but we know you're staying on top of it.
Thank you.
Craig. Atomic experts gravely concerned about the safety of Europe's largest...
All right, that was the latest from Fox 13 Tampa, bringing us the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. Now, when we return, we will bring you all the most recent World Health Organization press conference as experts work to combat monkeypox.
I mean, we're about to go to the 2 things.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time just after the 9 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for streaming us. We're bringing you all top stories and major news headlines. Now, this press conference took place about 1 hour ago from New York City. We are continuing to witness Texas Governor Greg Abbott bus migrants from the United States and Mexico border to liberal cities that have these sanctuary policies in place, like New York City, for example, and Washington, D.C. So again, we're going to listen in here as New York City officials address the migrant buses that are continuing to arrive in New York City.
New York is a welcoming city. We're here to support those who are fleeing often really difficult circumstances, who have crossed many borders, and we're here to support. And again, our main priority right now is the well-being of these individuals and family, particularly a lot of the children that you saw leaving the buses. It's clear that they'll need a lot of support, a lot of care, a lot of comforting. And as we begin this new school year, many of these children who do remain here in New York City will be enrolled in our schools and will be supported with the care and the humanity and the dignity that they should be receiving. I'm here with the executive director of MASPIA, Alex, who will share a few words. MASPIA has been a tremendous partner in supporting our operations in the morning here at Port Authority, welcoming asylum seekers and making sure that they receive, again, very basic essentials like shoes and other items that asylum seekers unfortunately don't come with. And it is bringing back humanity to people and families who may not have received that along their journey. So I'll introduce Alex to share a few words.
Hello, good morning. My name is Alexander Rappaport, ALEXANDER-RAPAPORT. We are here at the Port Authority, kind of, if you allow me to say, a mini pop-up Ellis Island, kind of, where we want to just give people their humanity back. There's many organizations inside just giving, these are not busloads, these are human beings. And we're just trying to give them a real New York welcome, which means we are lucky to have the Statue of Liberty in our harbor, and we try to just do what that means to people. We welcome them and just give them their humanity back in a very basic way. You've seen kids walk off the bus barefoot. We try to give them shoes. Others try to give them a little bit of food. They come up thirsty and hungry with barely any clothes and shoes on their backs, on their feet. We try to do is give them their humanity back.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you. Mini pop-up Ellis Island. I love that. That should be a headline. I'll share a few words in Spanish.
Check one.
All right, and that was the latest update. We received this live press conference courtesy of our Fox 5 New York station happening this morning. Migrant buses arrived in New York City. So we're listening in as officials work to address exactly how they will accommodate these migrants. We're continuing to learn more about shelters that are continuing to fill up, and it is back to school time. So the question remains exactly how will school-aged migrants transition into the public school system in New York City? That's one of the topics that officials addressed this morning. But for now, let's go ahead and switch gears. It looks as though we are getting a few live interviews courtesy of our Fox 7 Austin affiliates. If you're just now joining us, a power outage at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport at the Barbara Terminal is causing massive delays. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and filter to get a first-hand account of exactly what is taking place at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport.
just get our refund, basically.
You decide what you're going to do yet?
I might just catch the flight tomorrow, actually.
All right. Can you tell me what your name is, please?
Alfonso Williams.
Spell it for me, please.
ALFONSO WILLIAMS.
You live here in Austin?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Where do you go to school?
I don't go to school, actually.
No problem.
All right, it looks as though we're catching the tail end of this interview, but as you can imagine, hundreds of people are impacted following that power outage at the Austin Bergstrom International Main Airport. This gentleman saying that he was originally scheduled to fly to Orlando, Florida, but the power outage is causing a major change in his schedule, as you can imagine. Now, at this time, officials say they still do not have an exact explanation as to what caused this power outage. They're still working to find out those details, and traffic now is extremely heavy surrounding the airport. We just touched base with our Fox 7 Austin news team, and they have confirmed that the following roads are still being impacted. So if you are in the area, exit 71 to ASU is still blocked due to the power outage. This is right near Presidential Boulevard, so officials are still asking people to avoid the area, or if you are headed to the airport, make sure that you continue to check to make sure that your flight is not still delayed or canceled or updated. Make sure that you check that before you head to this airport. Of course, this is a developing story. Again, we're still working to find out exactly what caused this power outage, so we will revisit this as soon as we receive more details. In the meantime, we are on standby for a live update from the World Health Organization addressing the growing monkeypox outbreak. We'll have that in just a bit, but first let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Wednesday, September 7th. Let's go ahead and listen into this live update that we are getting from CAL FIRE. We are monitoring several drought conditions and fires taking place in California, and we are getting this update on a fire that destroyed at least 7 homes and is currently 5% contained.
Two victims.
Have there been any looting arrests or trespassing arrests, that kind of thing?
The question is, have there been any looting arrests or trespassing arrests? And no, our deputies are diligently patrolling all of the streets from the evacuation orders, up and down each street all day and all night since the evacuation orders have been in place on Wednesday.
And I want to elaborate a little bit on the fire conditions out there, where a lot of people are still out there in the area. They're watching the fire. People really need to understand how critical these fires are moving nowadays. They're moving at a rate of spread where people can't get away from these fires anymore. So we ask residents, please, if you live in these areas, if you've been in an evacuated area, please leave that area, because if you think you have time to escape, you really don't. So that's going to include the press briefing for now. We will have these, our ICs and leaders for Q&A afterwards. Thank you.
All right, guys, that news conference ended abruptly, but we do have another live event to share with you all. The World Health Organization is bringing us up to speed on their response to the monkeypox outbreak.
Bienvenue à tous. Bonjour, où que vous soyez. Commençons par la pandémie de Covid-19. L'infléchissement mondial du nombre de cas et de décès se poursuit, et cela est très rassurant. Toutefois, nous n'avons aucune garantie de continuation de ces tendances. Le plus dangereux, c'est justement de nous imaginer que la situation continuera de s'améliorer. Le nombre de décès hebdomadaires a chuté à hauteur de 80% depuis février. Toutefois, la semaine dernière, une personne est décédée à cause de la Covid-19 chaque 44 secondes. La plupart de ces décès sont évitables. Vous êtes sûrement fatigué de m'entendre en parler, de m'entendre dire que la pandémie n'est pas terminée, mais je continuerai de le dire tant que nous ne sommes pas sortis d'affaire. Ce virus ne va pas disparaître tout seul. Nous voyons que de nombreux gouvernements font face à des défis multiples avec plusieurs priorités en même temps. Pour pouvoir leur venir en aide, l'OMS va publier la semaine prochaine 6 documents d'orientation politique qui contiennent des suggestions d'actions essentielles qui peuvent être prises par les gouvernements pour pouvoir sauver des vies. Ces documents couvriront plusieurs éléments tels que la gestion des cliniques, la vaccination, la prévention des infections et les risques liés à ces maladies, ainsi que des questions de gestion de l'infodémie. Nous espérons que les pays pourront utiliser ces documents pour pouvoir mieux évaluer leur situation et pouvoir mieux protéger le plus grand nombre de vies. La pandémie continue d'évoluer. Notre riposte doit elle aussi évoluer dans tous les pays. Même alors que nous nous adaptons à cette pandémie mouvante, notre travail continue d'avancer et il est important de pouvoir mettre en place des mesures qui nous permettront de nous protéger, des mesures qui nous permettront de nous protéger des épidémies à venir. En novembre, les États membres de l'OMS ont pris la décision historique de négocier un nouvel accord international sur la préparation et la riposte aux pandémies. Et alors que ces pays se sont rassemblés pour se mettre d'accord sur ces traités vis-à-vis des menaces posées par le tabac, les armes nucléaires et le changement climatique, aujourd'hui, en ce moment, les pays se rassemblent pour se mettre d'accord sur une approche commune vis-à-vis des menaces posées par les pandémies et les épidémies. Le résultat final culminera dans un instrument juridique négocié par les États souverains et à mettre en œuvre par ces mêmes États dans la droite ligne de leurs lois nationales. Mais il ne s'agit pas d'une discussion à laquelle seuls les gouvernements doivent participer. Les pandémies menacent chaque personne individuelle sur Terre. Il est donc important que chacun ait voix au chapitre afin de pouvoir s'exprimer sur cet accord international. Afin de permettre cela, l'OMS organise des audiences publiques qui donnent l'opportunité à autant de personnes que possible d'avoir les informations liées à ce processus de négociation. La première phase de ces audiences s'est tenue en avril. La deuxième se tiendra ce mois-ci. Nous invitons chacun, où qu'il se trouve, à s'exprimer en envoyant une déclaration vidéo entre le 9 et le 15 septembre. Cette vidéo répondra donc à la question suivante. D'après votre expérience de la pandémie de Covid-19, comment pensez-vous que ces menaces devraient être gérées à l'international afin de mieux se protéger des pandémies à l'avenir? Nous attendons avec impatience de recevoir autant de suggestions et d'idées possibles de plusieurs pays, du plus grand nombre de pays possible. Parlons maintenant de la variole du singe, où ici aussi une amélioration semble se détacher. Le nombre de cas déclarés aux États-Unis et dans la région des Amériques baisse. Toutefois, il est difficile de tirer des conclusions claires autour de cette épidémie dans la région. Certains pays dans les Amériques continuent de faire état d'un fléchissement des nombres de cas et malheureusement, de nombreux cas risquent de ne pas être déclarés à cause de la stigmatisation et de la discrimination ou à cause du manque d'information qui est criant. Comme je l'ai déjà dit toutefois, une tendance à la baisse pourrait être la chose la plus dangereuse, puisque cela risque de nous mener à nous reposer sur nos lauriers. L'OMS continue donc de recommander à tous les pays de continuer de mettre en œuvre plusieurs mesures de santé publique, de diagnostic, de dépistage et de vaccination ciblée lorsque les vaccins sont disponibles. La participation des communautés est centrale ici. La semaine dernière, l'OMS a tenu une consultation avec 9 dirigeants des communautés dans le monde entier afin de pouvoir écouter leurs points de vue et leurs inquiétudes et afin de pouvoir souligner l'importance de la riposte à la variole du singe. Cela inclut les dangers liés à un manque d'éducation sexuelle. Parlons maintenant du Pakistan. 1500 établissements de la santé ont été touchés par les inondations. Les stocks de matériel d'urgence ont été endommagés. L'OMS a donc livré du matériel, des kits de diagnostic, des tentes ainsi que d'autres types de matériel. Et nous travaillons en partenariat avec plusieurs organisations qui nous ont également permis de distribuer encore plus de matériel et de services. Le défi ici est de taille. Et enfin, nous demeurons préoccupés par la situation du Sahel et de la Grande Corne de l'Afrique, tout particulièrement en Somalie. Certaines régions de la Somalie risquent de tomber dans la famine dans le futur proche, faute d'une aide humanitaire très importante. Des millions de personnes dans d'autres régions du monde font face à une fin à la fin. Et il semblerait que de nombreuses personnes soient déjà...
The scale up in humanitarian assistance since early this year has saved many lives. But the resources that WHO and our partners have to respond to the crisis are outstripped by the explosion in needs. Somalia and its neighbors in the Greater Horn of Africa, as well as the countries of the Sahel region, need the world's help, and they need it now. Margaret, back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tedros. So I will now open the floor to your questions. I'll remind you again that we have a simultaneous translation in the 6 UN languages, plus Hindi and Portuguese, so please make the opportunity. You may ask your question in any of those languages. Please use the raise your hand function. And when you ask the question, please indicate to whom you think the question should be directed, but also indicate your name and your outlet, even though I do have that. Now we have the first question, we go to India for that, to Banjot Kaur. Banjot, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, can you listen to me?
I can hear you very well. Please go ahead.
So my name is Banjot and I work for the Bioscience from India. Country's drug regulator yesterday gave a go-ahead to the first intranasal vaccine against COVID-19. It was first in India's intranasal vaccine. Is WHO aware of any safety, efficacy, or immunogenicity data? And what are your, your views about importance of this vaccine, considering more than 90% of the country's population is already inoculated with first 2 doses? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Dr. Shamal will answer.
I'll start. Thank you, Margaret, and thank you for the question, and maybe Maria or another colleague want to add. Now, we are aware of this. Actually, 2 vaccines for nasal use were approved by national regulatory authorities. We have not seen the data yet. We are in touch with the regulatory authorities of the 2 countries to get more data. And this, let me say that these 2 companies, they have also not reached out to WHO yet for the emergency use listing.
If I just might add on the general question around the use of nasal vaccines and the prospects, and again, using potentially those vaccines in highly vaccinated populations. We do this for other diseases like polio, where we see the benefit of getting mucosal immunity. The advantage that nasal vaccines bring is that you're generating the immune response on the surfaces of the respiratory mucosa in the lungs. So in effect, you're generating the first line of defense at where the virus enters and causes a lot of damage. Linking both a mucosal vaccine with an injectable vaccine allows you to give full protection to the human's internal systems, but also that potentially preventing a person being infected and passing the disease on to somebody else. And I think that's the prospect that mucosal vaccines bring. Not only an opportunity to reduce the severity of infection, but an opportunity to reduce onward transmission of the virus. And that may offer us a much stronger prospect for control of COVID in the long run. But that remains to be seen, because a lot of work needs to be done. We don't have access to that data yet. But we do look forward to that, and we encourage the kind of work that develops new innovative vaccines that allows us to go to the 2nd and 3rd generation of vaccines that we may need ultimately to deal with the end of COVID and to deal with future respiratory virus threats.
If I could just add to that, because I think
Let me just add that, that we do actually have other manufacturers working on intranasal vaccines, which is extremely welcome for the reasons that Mike just reflected.
Sorry, Mary Angela, I jumped in on top of you there. I just wanted to comment on the innovation aspect of it. So this is really critical as we are in this 3rd year of this pandemic. So continuing to invest and spend on research and development for advanced vaccines, particularly on inhaled vaccines like have just been discussed, looking at not only preventing severe disease and death, but also potentially preventing infection is really critical. But we also need investment in the whole full spectrum of research related to COVID-19. There are still many unanswered questions that we have about this particular virus, how it evolves, its impact on the body, particularly looking at the long-term effects of infection and post-COVID-19 condition or long COVID, looking at innovation around personal protective equipment, making sure that we have the right types of PPE for health workers' bodies and in particular women. So there's a lot we want to see in investments as it relates to COVID-19, but across the spectrum for emerging diseases with epidemic and pandemic potential. So not only do we want to see a sustained response to deal with the outbreak itself, the pandemic itself, but also on the research side. And we thank those who are working in this area. We thank the funders who are continuing to invest in this, but this is something for the long term. So we welcome this news, we welcome this innovation. We look forward to seeing the data to see how this could be incorporated into the response for COVID-19.
Thank you very much, all of our experts, for those excellent answers. The next question comes from Helen Branswell from Stat News. Helen, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question?
Hi, thanks very much, Margaret. I'm not sure who my question would go to, perhaps Dr. Samar or perhaps Maria. Does the WHO have a position yet on whether annual COVID boosters are going to be needed? Has the SAGE opined on this issue yet? Thank you.
Hi, Helen. You picked a short straw. You got me. The SAGE will consider a lot of this in their upcoming meeting in the autumn, and will be looking at the issue of not only boosters but the issue of variant-specific vaccines and the use of monovalent, bivalent, and other potential uses of that. So I do think it's an important issue because, as you've seen, in many countries now are offering people third and fourth doses of vaccine, and we will have to come to a point where there's some kind of schedule created that's beyond the idea of a primary schedule. So it's an important consideration because obviously it's tough for countries to deal with ad hoc policy where you're adding an extra booster on for certain people after so many months, and it's very easy to become incoherent. I think governments are making the best decisions they can based on the data that they have, but ultimately we need to settle down into what we consider to be some accepted pattern of vaccination boosting. And whether you call those boosters or whether you consider that these are part of a primary course of vaccination for certain people is another consideration. But yes, the SAGE will be considering all of that, I think, in its upcoming meeting. Kate is not here today, or Joachim, they could explain more. I don't know, Maria, if you have more information on that.
I wanted to comment on the seasonality aspect of it. So I think a lot of people are expecting that SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, to fall into some kind of a seasonal pattern like we see with influenza. And that very well may be the case as this virus continues to circulate. But right now, we don't have that predictability. And the reason for that is because we are seeing this virus to continue to evolve quite rapidly. It's expected, as you've heard us say many, many times. We have BA.5 that is dominant. This is Omicron. This is part of Omicron. But even of the subvariant BA.5, there are dozens of subvariants of BA.5 that are circulating. So more than 90% of the sequences that have been shared in the last week alone are BA.5, but in some countries we have a predominance of BA.275, for example. So we don't have that level of predictability. And that will impact how we look at vaccines going forward. And there's a lot of discussion with our TAG-VE, our Technical Advisory Group for Virus Evolution, our Technical Advisory Group that decides and advises WHO on vaccine composition, SAGE, as you just heard about in terms of looking at that. But we don't yet have that predictability. So, the short answer is we don't know yet. But we do know that there will be vaccines that are needed. And just a plug here that these vaccines continue to work incredibly well against preventing severe disease and death. The vaccines that were developed on the ancestral strain, the original virus that was circulating, continue to work. So getting vaccinated, making sure you receive all of the doses that you have remains critically important. As you heard the DG say today, most of the deaths that are being reported are avoidable, and this is because we have these vaccines that exist. But if you look in country after country, the people who are dying are people who are of older age. These are people who have not received the full course of vaccine that are required or even a single dose. And so this is what remains fundamental to reducing morbidity and mortality to COVID-19. But we also have to take measures to reduce the spread because the virus is changing. So there will be a predictability coming forward. We hope, there will be a pattern that will settle into, but this virus keeps surprising us. And that's why we have to remain vigilant. We can't be complacent to keep track of this. But a lot of people around the world are working on this, and we call upon surveillance to be strengthened, sequences to continue to be conducted and shared so that the advisory groups around the world that help advise us have the data to make those proper assessments on the variants for transmission, for severity, but importantly on the impact of our interventions, and in particular, the impact on the use of diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines.
Thank you very much for those answers, Dr. Van Kerkhove and Dr. Ryan. Now, the next question comes from Denise Roland from the Wall Street Journal. And Denise, I understand you're having connection issues. I have got your question here, and I'll read it if you can't get through. But let's try you asking it first. So, Denise, no, she can't. I'll read it. Okay, sorry. Now I have to make it big. So the question is, does the fall in monkeypox cases in many places in the world give reason for optimism that countries outside of Western and Central Africa can avoid monkeypox becoming endemic? Or is this virus here to stay? I think that's a question for Dr. Lewis.
Sure, thank you very much. Well, the virus is here to stay because it is a zoonotic disease, and we've known that for many decades. So monkeypox in and of itself will not disappear completely, and we need to do many more studies on animal health, on One Health approach to learn more about where this virus actually circulates, incidental hosts, reservoir animals, and so on. Of course, we want to prevent further animal infections in other parts of the world. So regarding human-to-human transmission, in this current multi-country outbreak, we have seen good signs of early reduction in the number of cases on a weekly basis. We usually are very careful about interpreting cases over the last 2 weeks because there's always a bit of a reporting lag. We're beginning to see that in several European countries there certainly is a trend downwards that looks like it's, well, we can't predict the future, but it looks like that downward trend is being maintained at the moment. These are countries that were early in the outbreak. They are countries that had strong public health and social measures, as well as some access to vaccines and limited access to treatment. So the important thing here is really ensuring that all public health measures are applied and that there is hope, as was mentioned by our Director General last week, that the virus could be eliminated in certain countries if all public health measures are applied. So this includes information to those who need it most, in other words, those who are most at risk at the moment, include gay and bisexual men who have sex with men and others who have multiple sexual partners. And there are many ways to approach this. We've discussed this before. So reducing number of sexual partners, reducing casual sex, reducing group sex, at least for the time being aware of the venues, events, and festivities where frequent physical contact may occur, and of course, if you have monkeypox, isolating yourself to protect others in your family or in your circles and networks. So there are a number of approaches that can be used. These are all important. It's not one or the other. It's a package, and applying that package individually and at the community level and at the national level are all important interventions. With these elements, we continue to be hopeful that we will see downward trajectory of the number of cases, particularly in countries as the outbreak matures. But we remain very concerned for countries where the trajectory continues upwards, and also for countries where there remains a significant amount of stigma and discrimination, and it may be difficult to know whether cases are actually being reported. So enhancing surveillance is really critically important as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis. And I think that was a very complete answer. So no more ads. Now our next question goes to Jennifer Rigby from Reuters. Jen, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hello, thanks for taking the question. I just wanted to ask if, talking about monkeypox again with the decline in cases, I know you said in the past that this is due to a lot of things, but largely probably behaviour change and public health measures. What impact do you think vaccines have had, and can the behaviour changes be sustained?
Dr. Lewis again.
When it comes to behavior change, there are studies that are beginning to show that there has been change in activities, individual choices being made, lots of information campaigns increasingly being provided to those who need the information most. And so we are starting to see studies that are showing that people are reporting a change in behavior, a change in the activities they choose to participate in. Whether this is sustainable and whether it needs to be sustainable is a question we can't answer yet. It's of course understood that there are many different factors that contribute to infection, and being in the midst of an outbreak is of course one of them. So as the outbreak does wane, then people collectively will be at lower risk. And so public health and social measures can and should be adjusted according to the level of risk in any outbreak. With respect to the vaccine, as we have been saying from the beginning of the outbreak, there's every reason to think these vaccines may be effective to some extent in preventing monkeypox, but we still need solid data on their actual efficacy in this outbreak and with this mode of transmission. So we are looking to countries still and scientists and academics still to continue to design studies and promote participation in studies so that we can learn more about vaccine effectiveness, and then we'll be able to answer your question in the future. But right now, we don't have the information to be able to do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. And now we'll go to Mexico for a question from Manuel Lino of HAA. Manuel, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you. I was wondering, do you have any comments on the use of the Abdala COVID vaccine on children, this vaccine from Cuba? It was announced that it's going to be used in Mexico, and I wonder if it is being evaluated by who? I mean, by WHO. Thank you.
Mariangela, Dr. Shimao will answer, but otherwise you can email the question. We'll try to get you more detail.
Thank you, Manuel. And let me say that there are 2 Cuban vaccines that are being assessed by WHO for an emergency use listing, but it's still at early stages. So we have not assessed the vaccine for adults yet, but we understand that Cuba is already using it under the National Regulatory Authority for children. WHO doesn't have a position yet because the assessment has not finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shimao. We've now come to the end of our questions, but we've had questions from all around the world, so I do appreciate your questions and the content and the value of your interest. So I'll now hand over to Dr. Tedros for final remarks.
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you to the members of the press for joining us today, and see you next time.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. It is 8:45 Central Standard Time, and that is where we are taking this Live Now look from. We've been on top of this story since the news first broke this morning, and we are continuing to follow developments as we learn exactly what sparked that power outage at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. You can see people are still arriving at the airport, but again, a massive power outage is causing major delays at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. Now, we do have this update coming into our Live Now from Fox desk from airport officials, and they are reporting that TSA checkpoints, as you see here, are open. Passengers are queuing at airline ticket counters for airline assistance. Please connect directly with your airline for your flight status. So this actually caused a lot of confusion this morning, as you could imagine, being in the airport and then all of a sudden the power goes out. So we are reporting now that the Austin Energy Company has restored power to the Barbara Terminal at the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. TSA again are now screening passengers and are working with Austin police to reopen airport roadways. Again, they are reminding people to please check your flight status before heading out to the airport, as delays, as you could imagine, are still expected. So we'll keep a close eye on this as we continue to follow exactly what caused this power outage, as officials are still investigating this cause of this outage. Moving right along to other top stories and major news headlines. We just wrapped up the World Health Organization. We just showed you all the live update from the World Health Organization as the United States is expanding its vaccine distribution. But let's talk about COVID-19, because the coronavirus is still here, and experts are telling people that now is the time to get a booster shot ahead of fall. Here's the latest.
Coronavirus booster shots could be a yearly necessity. That's according to top Biden administration scientists.
I really believe this is why God gave us two arms, one for the flu shot and the other one for the COVID shot.
With flu season right around the corner, the White House COVID response team is hoping Americans, especially those with health risks, will get the newest booster shot. It specifically targets the latest COVID variants.
For the first time since December of 2020, these vaccines, our vaccines, have caught up with the virus.
But more shots means more money is needed. The administration will need to convince lawmakers it will cost less to act ahead than play catch-up like last winter's deadly and widespread Omicron surge.
We want to make sure that we can tell the American people we're looking around the corner to what comes next.
Democrats are considering adding $21 billion to a bill this month for COVID shots, medicine, and tests. Republicans say go ahead, but they won't allocate any new funding. Rather, it will need to come from unspent pandemic funds.
Last week, the administration sent us a request for a number of funding items they'd like us to work on, from aid to Ukraine, pandemic relief, and other items. This process, of course, needs to be bipartisan.
The bill the Democrats want to stick the COVID funding in is also to avoid a government shutdown at the end of the month. It will need buy-in from both parties. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that update from Washington, D.C. Now, midterm elections are inching closer. They're now just 9 short weeks away. Both parties are trying to capture the attention of millions of voters across the country, hoping that it encourages people to head to the polls. Key issues like the economy and abortion are at the center of the debate right now. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is bringing us yet again another look from Washington.
What was once looking like a blowout midterm in Republicans' favor, very much in play as Democrats have made deep cuts into GOP support.
They're seeing action out of the Democratic Party. I think they're second-guessing support for some of these extremist policies by Republicans, especially when it comes to abortion.
A Wall Street Journal poll now showing a slight edge for congressional Democratic candidates were the election held today.
I think that the Democrats are getting a little bit overconfident here based on just a few cherry-picked numbers here in the final stretch of the midterms.
The action Democrats are highlighting: gun control legislation, student loan forgiveness, and climate funding.
It's proof that democracy can deliver for the people.
President Biden meeting with his cabinet on Tuesday, but he spent the holiday weekend on the road, slamming his predecessor.
Trump and the MAGA Republicans made their choice. We can choose to build a better America, or we can continue down this sliding path of oblivion.
Republicans say yes, it is a choice, but not the one President Biden is proposing.
Joe Biden's idea of unity is you do it his way and then you don't challenge him.
Instead, they point to the economy, rising prices, and border security.
Us MAGA Republicans, we are the ones fighting for the soul of America. We are the ones having to save America from Joe Biden and the Democrats.
The Wall Street Journal poll also found independent voters have swung from overwhelmingly supporting Republicans, now preferring Democrats by 3 points. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Staying in Washington, D.C. for this next story, the House of Representatives still has yet to vote to align with the Senate on a plan that may make daylight savings time permanent. All year, Congress sets the time policy, but doesn't really control the time. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergam explains.
It is said that time is fleeting, but Congress determines just how fleeting it is. Regardless, they keep the time here at the U.S. Naval Observatory. The Constitution grants Congress the power to fix the standard of weights and measures. That's why Congress approved the first version of daylight saving time during World War I. It even lengthened daylight saving time in 2005. But no one likes toggling the clocks twice a year.
I think the majority of the American people's preference is just to stop the back and forth changing.
The Senate stunned everyone this year, unanimously approving a bill to spring forward and permanently park the country on daylight saving time.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
But the bill is stalled in the House. Or perhaps the House already passed the bill. This is why time is relative.
Of all of the things that we can observe and measure in the universe, the one that we know the least about intrinsically is time.
The U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington is where government establishes time.
So this is kind of where time happens. Sort of depends on who you talk to.
At the tone, Eastern Daylight Time, 14 hours, 30 minutes.
The master clock fields millions of calls so people can hear the time. Computers and mobile phones ping the clock to tell you the time.
U.S. Naval Observatory Master Clock.
Everything that happens is now.
But that now is already in the past, just a few seconds ago. We're recording this now so you can watch it in the future.
But that future is already
in the past.
And regardless, we are out of time. Paul, that work for you?
Good take.
Okay, good. All right, Wayne, thank you.
Your microphone.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night. Thanks, guys. But we're not really done. Time depends on where you are. That's why a telescope is essentially a time machine. We're looking back in time at things that happened.
Everything as it was. We see the moon as it was 1.5 seconds ago. We see the sun as it was 8 minutes ago. We see Pluto as it was 5 hours ago.
Location is key to understanding time.
When you look at Einstein's special theory of relativity, it's a very, very interesting subject. I mean, you know, the time that the time that a clock ticks for a person here is going to be perhaps quite different from what time it ticks at somewhere else.
Time dilates in interstellar space, slows down near black holes, yet seemingly accelerates here on Earth.
Time, of course, passes too fast when you're at the beach.
So surely there's one measure of time everyone can agree on, like what constitutes a second, which takes about 10 seconds to define.
Specifically, it's 9,192,631,770 hyperfine oscillations of the valence electron in cesium-133.
The layperson may not even know what that means, and yet we all know precisely what that means. The clock is ticking, and even Congress can't do anything about that. Everything that happens is now. but that now is already in the past, just a few seconds ago. We're recording this now so you can watch it in the future, but that future is already in the past. And regardless, we are out of time. At the U.S. Naval Observatory, Chad Pergram, Fox News. It is.
All right, a huge thank you to Chad Pergram bringing us that update on the politics of time. We are slowly approaching that 10 a.m. mark here on Live Now from Fox. But right now, let's go ahead and revisit the most recent White House press briefing. We have the Commerce Secretary here, Gina Raimondo. She joined the White House press secretary to brief the press on President Biden's agenda, specifically speaking about the guidelines to implement the funding for the semiconductor industry. Congress passed a bill providing grants to the United States computer chip industry, so in order to better compete with China. Now, President Biden signed it into law in late August. So we're going to, again, go ahead and listen into this update from the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo.
Jobs and more than 100,000 construction jobs. This effort will ensure the pipeline for these jobs expands to include people who have historically not had a chance to participate in this industry, including women, people of color, veterans, and people who live in rural areas. And that is explicitly required in statute, and we will carry out Congress's intent. To achieve these goals, Chips for America will support 3 distinct initiatives. 2 of those initiatives, which total $39 billion, will make investments in domestic chip manufacturing here in the United States. First, we will make large-scale investments in leading-edge manufacturing. Chips for America will target approximately $28 billion in manufacturing incentives to establish domestic production of leading-edge logic and memory chips that require the most sophisticated processes available today. Second, we will invest about $10 billion in new manufacturing capacity for mature or current generation semiconductors. This will help us increase domestic production across a range of chips, including the chips that are used in cars, medical devices, communication technology. And third and finally, we're going to make historic investments to strengthen America's research and innovation leadership. $11 billion, and this is not as talked about. We always focus on the incentives for the companies, but in many ways this could be the most exciting piece of what we're doing. $11 billion will go to research and development programs, including the creation of a National Semiconductor Technology Center. In terms of timeline, we expect to be in a position to receive application from companies no later than February of 2023. So we're targeting February of 2023 to put the notice of funding opportunity on the street so companies can begin to apply. Our priority is funding applications for incentive programs. It'll be put out on a rolling basis, and we will evaluate each application one at a time. Before I close, I want to take a second or minute to send a very clear message about how we plan to protect taxpayer dollars in this program. This is not a blank check for companies. This is not for them to pad their bottom line. There are clear guardrails on this money, and the Department of Commerce intends to be vigilant and aggressive in protecting taxpayers. CHIPS funds cannot be used for stock buybacks. CHIPS funds are not intended to replace private capital. That is key. We're going to look after every nickel of taxpayer money. Taxpayer funds are only used to fill gaps and secure other funding as loan guarantees, not to replace private capital. These funds are intended to help companies maximize the scale of their projects. We're going to be pushing companies to go bigger and be bolder. So if a company already has funding now for a $10 billion project, we want them to think bigger and convince us how they can go from $10 billion to $50 billion with use of the taxpayer financing. Commerce Department has the ability to claw back money, and make no mistake about it, we will use that clawback authority if, after giving the money to a company, they fail to start their project on time, fail to complete their project on time, fail to meet the commitments that they've made. We're also going to be implementing the guardrails to ensure those who receive CHIPS funds cannot compromise national security they're not allowed to use this money to invest in China. They can't develop leading-edge technologies in China. They can't send latest technology overseas. These are some of the most stringent taxpayer protections and guardrails we've ever had, and the American people are counting us to get it right, and it's a responsibility that we take very seriously. I'll just end by thanking the President and by thanking Congress for their leadership. No one has done more to revitalize American manufacturing than President Biden, and Chips for America is a key component of that work. With this, we're going to jumpstart high-tech manufacturing and drive economic growth. We're going to create the kinds of jobs that will create opportunity for Americans, high-wage jobs that we'd want our children to have. We're going to revitalize an innovation ecosystem that for decades has been withering, and we'll add rocket fuel to our global competitiveness, ensuring that America maintains its status as a leader for generations to come. First and foremost, this is about protecting our national security and providing a blueprint for long-term economic prosperity. And so we're excited. People say to me, Secretary, CHIPS passed, what do you do now? Now we get to work, and we're excited to begin that work.
We're just going to take a couple questions. We have to get out of here by a certain time today, as you all know. Go ahead, Phil.
Thanks, Karine. Thanks, Madam Secretary. On your point about taxpayer protections, there seems to be kind of a natural tension here in the sense that huge sum of money, very clear urgency on the government side, finite universe of private sector entities that could probably take advantage of this. Walk me through how this actually works in terms of ensuring that those companies don't have leverage, given how much the federal government wants to kick this into high gear.
Yeah, great question. So today, we put out our strategy document, which I'm sure you've all read every word of. So we put out the strategy document today, which sets forth our principles and criteria at a high level. And now we begin the work of putting forth, between now and February, more granular criteria and strings attached. So what we know is companies who receive CHIPS fundings can't use those funds to invest in other countries, can't use them for stock buybacks. Companies who receive CHIP funds can't build leading-edge or advanced technology facilities in China for a period of 10 years. Companies who receive the money can only expand their mature node factories in China to serve the Chinese market. So this is what we know. What I can tell you is we're also right now recruiting a team at the Commerce Department of experts. We're going to have folks who have a history of hard-nosed negotiation from the private sector, people who are semiconductor industry experts, and we're going to negotiate these deals one at a time and really putting the screws to these companies to prove to us. We're going to need proof from them to us in the form of financial disclosures, in capital investment plans. Prove to us the money is absolutely necessary to make these investments. No, they're not going to get any more than necessary to make these investments. And as I said in the beginning, this isn't money to make them more profitable or pad their bottom line. It's the money to make these investments and also invest in the community.
Thanks. On a different topic, CFIUS is reviewing the situation with TikTok. When do you expect that will resolve itself, that review? And will the administration, after that review, take any action to ban TikTok, or short of that, how would the administration expect to address security concerns presented by the app by the government of China?
Yes, so as you say, it's under review, and I have nothing more on that today.
On another thing that is a ball in the air, China tariffs. I know USTR made an announcement about that last week, but that wouldn't necessarily preclude the administration from lifting tariffs on some goods. Where does that stand right now?
Yeah. Also, I have nothing on that.
Alex? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was actually going to ask these very same questions. If you don't mind, though, on the tariff question, you know, it's been in the public domain for quite some time. Is it fair to assume that's not going to happen before the midterms?
I don't have anything else to say.
On topic? Okay, if it's on topic, go ahead.
You talk about this stringent review and information is going to be posted by February. Bottom line for us, how quickly is an American going to get hired with this money, and how quickly before somebody is buying a phone with one of these American-made chips in it?
Yeah. So, great question.
And then I have a follow-up to that.
You've already seen chip companies making big announcements. Micron is announcing a huge new facility. I was just in New Hampshire. onsemi is breaking ground on a new facility. Intel announced a new facility. These investments have been made by these companies because the CHIPS Act passed, and they have confidence now that the money will be put out the door. So I can't answer you, how quickly exactly a specific chip is going to come. But the point is, you're already seeing it. Global Wafers made an announcement, $5 billion investment in Texas. So I'd say immediately, the effects are immediately being felt. In terms of our process, February, like you said, we'll begin the process. I think you can start, I'm going to hope to start putting money out the door, next spring to specific companies. Here's the thing, there's going to be a range of projects. There'll be smaller, simpler projects, maybe for expansion of existing facilities. And then there'll be very large, complex, leading-edge projects. I think you could see in the spring of next year some of the smaller money going out the door.
And you listed a very stringent list of criteria. Can't be invested in stock buybacks. Can't be for chips that get made or sold in China unless they're for the Chinese market. A bunch of other things. Do you know that companies exist right now that are willing to meet those stringent demands? Did you check that before you published it?
Yes.
So they're ready to go
Yes.
with what's there?
Yes.
And do you at the Commerce Department then have the money necessary to hire those top-notch negotiators and specialists?
Yes.
Or do you need more from Congress? Because often what
Yes.
ends up happening, we get a big government announcement, multi-billion dollars. Here it comes from the federal government. And 3 years later, we're writing stories, telling stories about how that money was mismanaged, and the department that was overseeing it didn't have enough. You're saying you do?
Yes, I do. What we're doing right now is we're in the process of hiring about 50 people. We do have the money. They will be expert. And I have absolute confidence we will be able to do this. Also, the answer to your first question is, again, Micron wouldn't be announcing a massive expansion in Idaho if chips weren't passed. So, yes, they know the strings are attached, and yes, they will operate under those strings.
Okay, final question. Ed, it's so good to have you back, my friend.
Thank you, Secretary. Can you talk a little bit more about the protections or guardrails from doing work with China? The administration was reportedly pushing back on Intel's plans or publicly announced plans to boost silicon wafer production in China. Has that kind of plans stopped, and will that prevent companies like Intel from getting this kind of funding?
So, as I've said, if they take the money, they can't use the money to invest in China. They can't build a leading-edge fab in China for a period of 10 years. If they expand their mature node factories in China, it's only to serve the Chinese market. And by the way, if they take money and then do any of those things, we'll claw back the money.
If this was announced, as I understand it, was announced previously, is there like some type of grandfather clause? Will they be able to start this production now, or does the fact that they had already announced this allow them to continue with those plans?
We're going to take it on a case-by-case basis. Here's what I will tell you. The number one objective of implementing this is to protect America's national security. every deal we do, every criteria that we evaluate these companies against, it's going to be with a lens toward protecting national security. So we're not going to allow any deals to happen that we think undermine our national security.
All right, thank you, Secretary. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Seen a little bit?
I can't grab it. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Thank you, Secretary Raimondo. All right, I have one thing at the top, and as you all know, we probably have about 30 minutes or so for the next event that the president has, so we all have to get out of here in 30 minutes. Okay, so I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the attack in Canada over the weekend. It is senseless and devastating. I won't get ahead of the Canadian law enforcement as they continue their work. Our thoughts are with the victims of this horrific attack. We stand with Canada, our ally and neighbor, and all those affected by this tragedy, and condemn this senseless violence. With that, Song-Ming, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I saw the president's tweet congratulating Liz Truss, the new prime minister of the UK. Has he spoken with her? Does he plan to later today? What is his plan?
So he's going to speak to her later today, this afternoon. He's planning to call her to congratulate her, the new prime minister, and so that's going to happen later this afternoon.
And I have another one on the fatal shooting of journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. The Israeli military has now said there's a, quote, high probability that an Israeli soldier accidentally killed her, but they also said that no one will be held responsible. So I wanted to know the White House's reactions to the Israeli military's conclusions, and also whether it is acceptable to the president that no one will be held accountable in that death.
So I know this report came out yesterday, as it was reported by the Israeli Defense Forces, as you just said. We have extended our deepest condolences to the family of Shireen Abu Akleh, a renowned Palestinian American journalist who was killed in the West Bank. We strongly condemn this killing, as we have for the past several months. Ms. Abu Akleh was an inspiration to millions and a friend to many in the U.S. government. Her death is a great loss and a tragedy. We continue to call on all sides to maintain calm and avoid further escalation. As you just mentioned, and I just said, it was reported yesterday that it had the Israeli Defense Forces had concluded its investigation into the circumstances surrounding her death, and stated there was a high possibility that her death was accidentally hit by IDF gunfire, as you just mentioned, Sung-Ming. We welcome Israelis' review of this tragic incident, and we underscore the importance of accountability in this case, such as policies and procedures to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. Our thoughts remain with Abu Akleh's family as they grieve this tremendous loss. Not only was Shireen an American citizen, as I just mentioned, she was a fearless reporter whose journalism and pursuit of truth earned her the respect of audience around the world.
Thanks, Corinne. President Biden said last night he didn't think Russia should be designated a state sponsor of terrorism, even after President Zelensky, in an interview with ABC's David Muir, said he had asked the president about taking that step. Why does the president think that? Is this about keeping limited diplomatic channels open still?
So, as the president has said, and as we do think as well, as you know, it is not the most effective or strongest path forward, as we have said many times before, to hold Russia accountable. This designation could have unintended consequences to Ukraine and the world. For example, according to humanitarian experts and NGOs we have spoken to, it could seriously affect the ability to deliver assistance in areas of Ukraine. Another one is it could drive critical humanitarian and commercial actors away from facilitating food exports to help mitigate the global food crisis, and jeopardize the Black Sea port deal that has already led to over 1 million tons of Ukrainian food exports reaching the world, including those on the Horn of Africa, likely facing famine. It would also undercut our unprecedented multilateral condition that has been so effective to holding Putin accountable, and could also undermine our ability to support Ukraine at the negotiation table. So again, we do not think this is the most effective way to go or the strongest path forward.
There are also concerns about potentially inadvertently punishing allies who might still have trade relations with Russia.
So look, what we have done is we've already put in place severe consequences in line with those that would be imposed under such designation. Our sanctions, export controls, and efforts to further isolate Russia from the global economy are having a significant impact. So that's the way we kind of have seen with the work that we've already done under this. Russia defaulted on its foreign debt for the first time in more than a century. As we have said, we are choking off Russia's military supply chains. For example, Russia has to rely on North Korea, as you all heard, and Iran for military equipment. And just last week, the G7 committed to implement a price cap to push down the price of Putin's oil and starve him of his main source of revenue to fund this war. So again, we our course of support. We are, of course, going to support using further tools that work to promote accountability for Russia's war against Ukraine, and so that's going to be our focus as we move forward.
When the president speaks with the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, will he discuss the Northern Ireland arrangements? Is there an
Right, the time is now 10:15 a.m. here on the East Coast.
Protocol bill that she
Let's go ahead and switch gears. We do want to bring you all the latest when it comes to rising rent prices across the country. We are noticing rent increases, fewer available rents, as well as the average single-family home prices all skyrocketing. So let's go ahead and head out live to New Jersey. We have Fox Business Network's Madison Alworth joining us live. Good morning, Madison.
Good morning, Rain. Yeah, we're seeing rental rates skyrocket across the country. They're definitely being raised in metro areas. That's why we've spoken to young renters in New York City that are desperate to get out and find better solutions. One renter, Kelly, she used to live in Dallas where she paid around $2,000 in rent. Now she rents a studio apartment in New York City for $3,495. You know, she initially located to New York because of the job opportunity and life opportunities, but now she feels like it's not really worth it when she considers the price. And that's because rent is up there, but it's really up across the country. We've seen median rent now over $2,000 a month. That is the first time that we have ever hit that threshold. It's forcing people like Kelly to look elsewhere, and in some cases, if they can't find an alternative solution, face eviction. Younger Americans are really the group that are being hit very hard by this. Millennials who took out a new lease in July saw overall cost of goods and services rise 11.6% year over year. Gen Z renters seeing a personal rate of 11.3%. All of this is over the home U.S. population rate of inflation of 8.5. That's why we're seeing young adults who moved back home with their parents during the pandemic stay there. So 32% moved back in with their parents during the pandemic. Now 66 or 67% still are living at home while we're seeing these huge rent increases. I do have some good news, Rain. I'd love to throw it in when I can. You know, the rate increase with rent has slowed down. We have not been seeing as steep of a spike. However, we are still well above pre-pandemic rates, 25% above that, to be sure, which is why we're seeing people like Kelly and other renters forced to decide if they're going to stay in the city that they call home or look elsewhere where they can get a better deal.
Now, you mentioned that young Americans are being impacted the most by this, and I can imagine there are probably a few contributing factors, maybe a relatively low income, paying off student loan debt. Now, instead of moving home, where exactly are people relocating to?
So those are definitely the factors that you hit on, are seeing they're having a real impact on those younger renters. What we're seeing is a lot of, and according to Redfin, those young millennials who would have been in the New York City or in Los Angeles, they're moving to the suburbs. So because we're located in New York, that's always an easy example here. We're in Newark, New Jersey. This is somewhere that people are relocating, Jersey City. The issue, though, is once that happens enough, the rent spikes in those areas also increase. So this is actually, we chose Newark today for this report because it's one of the cities where there is that biggest separation between the average income of millennials and the starting rent. So it's already starting to trickle out. You know, remote work has been a factor that's allowed people to move to maybe more affordable places outside of a city center. But as more offices call people back to work, that also comes into question, Rain.
And you know, I'm based in Orlando, Florida, and personal testimony, whenever I renewed my lease last October, my rent increased $450, no joke. So I am definitely being impacted by rising rent increases across the country. Orlando is being impacted, as well as other major cities that you mentioned. So definitely something to keep a close eye on. Fox Business Network's Madison Alworth, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
All right, guys, the time is now 10:20. Thank you so much for streaming Live Now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more top stories on the other side.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. A live look here at the big board, up more than 100 points. And I have to say, every time we see green, of course, we're happy, especially after last week. We saw a bad week for our stocks, and here today, even starting out a bit in the red, now up in the green again, close to that 100-point mark for now, but still a lot of time left in the day for trading, and of course a lot of time left in the day for more top stories to possibly also affect our markets here today. Thank you so much to everyone who's been watching already, but my name's Christy Larson, and if you're new here to Live Now from Fox, what we do is always keep you covered whenever it comes to top stories, press conferences happening not only across the country, but also around the world as well. We've been talking about the new UK Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She's going to be facing some more questions from some of those who are putting her in place to help lead the country. She had already met with Queen Elizabeth II in her good graces to help start off a new foot when it comes to governing the people in Britain. So we'll, of course, keep track of that story across the pond. But right here at home, we do have a couple of events events that we're going to be keeping track of, including this morning we are expecting to see the Memphis murderer back in court here today. Now, we do have him in court yesterday. Now today again, of course, after they found and confirmed the body of Eliza Fletcher, of course, now he has new charges pending against him. So we will see him in court a little bit later here this morning. It was scheduled to take place at the top of the hour. Unfortunately, it looks like they're running a bit behind. That camera not even powered up inside of the courtroom yet. As soon as we do see that, of course, we'll be jumping into that no matter what we're in, because that is one of our top stories we've been following right here for you ever since she went missing on her run last Friday. Of course, then we found the body, and police just yesterday confirming it was Eliza. Her family and friends have been devastated by this news. We'll play out just some more of their comments and reaction that are coming in a little bit later here this morning. But I want to also make a note, another event that we have coming up a little bit later here today. Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, they're going to be back at the White House. So today they'll be joined with President Biden and Jill Biden as they will be unveiling the official White House portraits of the Obamas. And that's going to be happening here at about 1:30 in the afternoon Eastern Time, 10:30 for all of our viewers watching here with us on the West Coast. And now that we have had our Senate back in session, yes, their August break is done. We, of course, have opening remarks from our party leaders happening on the Senate floor. So, of course, we're going to be bringing that to you from the top, starting things off with Senator Chuck Schumer. He is the majority leader in the Senate, and his party still in control for now. We will see how things turn once those midterms come up. Of course, Live Now from Fox has been keeping track of always the latest when it comes to those fights across our states. There's been people in the House and some interesting races in the Senate and even in the government as well. So let's go ahead, bring you out to Chuck Schumer. We're bringing you his remarks right here on Live Now from Fox from the top.
Mr. President, our democracy cannot hope to hang together for very long without a trusted, balanced, and fair-minded judiciary. As we have seen in stark and frightful ways in recent months, the men and women who preside from the bench hold immense power over our nation's destiny and over our people's liberties. When it comes to nominating people to the bench, it's imperative that we get it right. So today, the Senate will continue its duty to advance President Biden's highly qualified, highly diverse, and highly accomplished judicial nominees. We will begin this afternoon by voting on the confirmation of Judge John Lee to serve as Circuit Judge for the 7th Circuit. If confirmed, Judge Lee will make history as the first Asian American ever to preside on the 7th Circuit, joining the proud company of other Biden nominees who are making our courts more reflective of our country. I expect Judge Lee to receive bipartisan support, and his record certainly merits it. He's already been confirmed by this chamber when appointed to serve as district judge roughly a decade ago. And over the course of his tenure, Judge Lee has authored over 800 opinions while being reversed only 11 times. Later today, the Senate will vote to advance the notation of another outstanding individual, Andre Mathis, to serve as Circuit Judge for the 6th Circuit. Mr. Mathis would be the first black man confirmed to the 6th Circuit in nearly a quarter of a century, and the first to hail from Tennessee. Growing up, Mr. Mathis knew what it was like to go days without food, water, or heating. And yet, despite immense adversity, he was the first in his family to attend college and graduate from law school with honors. He spent over 15 years in private practice and has an extensive pro bono record. If confirmed, I'm confident Mr. Mathis would make an excellent circuit court judge. Mr. President, confirming judges will continue to be a very top priority for the Senate in the days and weeks and months to come. Last night, I filed cloture on 2 additional circuit nominees, which members can expect to begin voting on as soon as Thursday. Now, I want to take a moment to emphasize how far Senate Democrats have come in keeping our promise to bring balance back to the federal bench, which under President Trump skewed dramatically to the hard right. To date, Senate Democrats have confirmed 76 federal judges, far more than the number confirmed at this point of President Trump's presidency. In fact, we've confirmed more judges than either President Trump or President Obama did this far into their administrations. In a dramatic break from the past, 75% of these nominees have been women, half of them women of color. That's a figure I dare say has never been seen before when it comes to judicial nominees. We're going to continue prioritizing judges moving forward. We cannot let the judiciary succumb to the hard right, because, as we have seen, the consequences are devastating to the American people. Now, on the Democratic results. The Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law less than a month ago, and already, Mr. President, the verdict is in. Our bill is already creating new investments, new jobs, new opportunities for American families, jobs here in America, not overseas. Let me repeat the good news. The Inflation Reduction Act that every Republican voted against is already delivering for our country. This morning, the New York Times reported that in wake of the Inflation Reduction Act, a whole host of companies, quote, have announced a series of big-ticket projects to produce the kind of technology the legislation aims to promote. For example, companies like Toyota have announced billions in new investments to start manufacturing batteries for electric and hybrid vehicles right here in America. Elsewhere, the company First Solar announced a $1 billion investment to build a new solar manufacturing facility in the Southeast. Their CEO was explicit that their decision hinged in large part on our legislation, saying it provided a level of clarity that made investment in the U.S. the right move. The examples go on. Honda and LG Energy also announced over $4 billion for EV battery production in the U.S. Panasonic, which supplies parts to Tesla's EV production, said they're also considering a $4 billion to build another EV battery plant. And thanks to reward domestic battery production, Samsung has decided to accelerate plans to break ground on their own EV battery plant within the next few months in the U.S. These are just a few examples of how the Inflation Reduction Act is already delivering on its promise to create countless new jobs and ignite billions in private sector investment, pave the way for America to lead the future with cheap and reliable clean energy. Had we not done this, these plants probably would have been built, most of them overseas. America, as electric vehicles become predominant throughout our country and the world, America would have lost out. We led the world in auto production in the 20th century, and because of this act and what Democrats, without a single Republican vote, have done, we're going to lead in the 21st century as well. It's exciting and gratifying to know that millions of Americans will be employed in good-paying jobs, in jobs that have a real future. All of this is the result of Democratic leadership keeping its promise to the American people. And again, I have to say, this kind of thing used to happen when Democrats and Republicans came together. It's shameful that not a single Republican voted with us to pass these investments, not one. And of course, I'd also be remiss not to highlight all the ways the CHIPS and Science Act is sparking a new waves of investment as well. Just recently, the CEO of Micron announced a $15 billion investment in manufacturing last week, saying the CHIPS and Science Act, quote, made this investment decision possible. And Micron has committed to significantly more and even larger investments to come, I'm happy to say. Mr. President, when you pass good legislation, you get good results. It's been a long time, sadly, since the American people have felt that Washington is capable of doing big things to meet big challenges. After 4 years of President Trump, who spent all his time, it seems, just being nasty and negative and calling people names, but never making promises and never getting anything concrete done, Democrats are actually delivering with real results. Senate Democrats have shown that with the right people in office, government can work to promote, not hinder, the well-being and security of the American people. It's why we took on Big Pharma and won. It's why we took on entrenched oil interests and won. It's why we took on the NRA and beat them by passing the first gun safety law in decades. And all of this, Mr. President, is the result of Democrats following through on our promise. We're going to stay there. And Democrats have given America hope in the future, that in the new industries and new ways of thinking and new sciences, we're going to lead, not follow, not lag behind, not spend time as President Trump did most of his time playing petty political games and never getting anything done. We're getting stuff done. Big stuff, important stuff, stuff that gives us a brighter future. That's why we worked so hard to pass our agenda. And already it's clear the American people are feeling the benefits. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
All right, so once again, we are back here giving you some live looks on the Senate floor. We will be on standby for Senator Mitch McConnell to make his remarks, bringing those to you also right here on Live Now from Fox. A live look here at the big board. Going to be stepping away for a brief break. When we return, though, if Senator McConnell's not out giving his remarks following that August break, we'll take you into another hearing that's happening here on Capitol Hill. Yes, that's right. Our hearings are returning as well. Senate going to be talking about student loan debt, a big one to be listening into. We'll bring it to you right here in just a few moments. Just wanted to bring you a live look here at some of those temperatures we are seeing across the country. We are still feeling the heat here on the West Coast, and hopefully there is some drying up for those who had experienced flooding on the Northeast. So you had kind of a tale of two stories here, especially when a lot of people were facing some drought conditions. Yes, they were facing some drought conditions on the Northeast, but they definitely had gotten some of that rain. Some areas, too much of a good thing. They did see some of that flooding because the ground was so dry. It was hard to soak up all the water that they had, but people still recovering from that. You can see there is just a small system with some heavy rainfall that's going to be going and making its way over the New York area here in just a bit. California on the other side of things, well, they are definitely seeing a all-time high when it comes to their power demand. They are having a historic heat wave entering now into the fourth day. Parts of California going to be approaching that 116 degrees with little relief in sight. So you can see already those temperatures starting to climb up here this morning. Los Angeles area seeing 77. Go up into the San Jose area, you're seeing temperatures right along the coastline, more at those upper 60s, mid 60s there. But again, they have been seeing some of these temperatures zooming well past 110 degrees. And of course, they're going to be seeing this happening yet again here. I did want to make a note, Sacramento shattered its hottest temperature ever recorded at 116 degrees just yesterday on Tuesday, on the heels of matching a previous record of 114 degrees on Monday. Stockton, they hit 115, matching its hottest temperature on record. And for some perspective, Phoenix here, where we're located live now, Phoenix's hottest temperature so far in 2022 has been 115 degrees. So you think about Sacramento just yesterday, they were hotter than it was in Phoenix, a place that you typically do see some of those 110, those triple digit temperatures. In the Bay Area, San Jose did hit 109 degrees yesterday. That was also breaking its all-time high record by a degree, and the demand for cooling has led to record demand for power consumption in California, which brought the state to the brink of rolling blackouts on Tuesday. Before we head into our Senate hearing, I do want to play out a special report with our Fox 11 team as they are giving us all the coverage on what they're dealing with these power grids, but also what they're dealing with when it comes to the wildfires that have also been spiking across the state. Unfortunately, now firefighters have been having to deal with trying to not only put out these wildfires, but then also trying to beat the heat while they're doing so. So let's go ahead and bring you that special report with our Fox 11 team.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 Special Report on this Monday, Labor Day. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. Alex has the night off. We do begin tonight with the wildfire that is burning in Riverside County. Earlier, Sky Fox was up and over this heartbreaking scene, a house engulfed in flames. The evacuation order, this is near the city of Hemet. This is underway south of Thornton Avenue, north of Poly Butte Road, west of Fairview Avenue, east of State Street. That is the evacuation order lines. We do have a crew headed to the scene. One person we can tell you has been injured because of the fast-moving flames. You can see that person was taken by ambulance to be treated, condition unknown. We are also getting word that that evacuation order is expanding. People are loading up into their vehicles and are being told to get out. Here's more on that person who was hurt.
We do have a known civilian injury with burns. We are treating and transporting that patient right now.
A care and reception site has been established at Tackwitz High School. That's at 4425 Titan Trail in Hemet. For round-the-clock updates on the fire and where you can go to be safe, please go to our website. It's foxla.com. And stick with us right here on Fox 11. We'll update you just as soon as we get new.
All right, guys, going to switch things up here. I know we were listening into just some of those top stories, especially as they were going to be going over the demand for power in California. But we do have our Memphis suspect in court here at this time. We are going to be listening in live, raw, and unfiltered here as he is facing more charges after police yesterday confirmed that the body they had found was that of the missing Memphis mother. Let's go ahead, listen in live here with you on Live Now from Fox.
Request, at this time I will not require due to the number of media requests. I appreciate everyone's cooperation and patience. Again, you're here only to video or to photograph the defendant. No one else. No one else in the courtroom is to be photographed or videoed. I want to make that clear, please. Where's Ms. Kay? Talking to your client. I'm going to ask that we, yesterday, the defendant, number 1 and number 2, Mr. Ashton Henderson, stated that his current legal correct true name is Henderson. So if we could change that for the record, based upon his statement, as to his current name, his true, valid name, to be court started a little bit later this morning due to a request for in-chambers discussion with the State Prosecutor's Office and appointed counsel from the Office of the Public Defender. And the appointed counsel is Jennifer Case. I'll hear from her on her motions here in just a moment concerning representation. And I'll allow Ms. Case to discuss that with Mr. Henderson right now. And I'll certainly hear from the state as well. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor, I have discussed matters with Mr. Henderson this morning, and he does confirm that he would like to be referred to Mr. Henderson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have raised an issue with court, brought it to your attention this morning, and I've explained to my client that until the issue is resolved, there can't be any hearings held in this case. And Mr. Henderson understands that.
All right. State one for good.
We understand that, too, Your Honor. We have asked, Your Honor, with this case present, and filed a written motion. Obviously, Mr. Henderson had not been charged with murder at the time of his arraignment yesterday. He now has. We have asked Your Honor to consider that change in circumstance and temporarily show no bond set on Mr. Henderson, acknowledging full well that he has the right to a hearing at a later date, and understanding Your Honor's going to resolve the other issue quickly.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
The motion previously filed by defense counsel concerning extrajudicial statements being made regarding the case will be considered. That was filed by current counsel. An issue has been raised by defense counsel concerning representation. In order for me to resolve that issue, I need certain records from various courts and from the state to hear from them if anything they want to file in response, as well as the current counsel in this case. And I think we're pretty much close to that, but there are several decisions and records that I need to make a decision. So I'm going to order at this time that Mr. Henderson, based upon the new charge, Mr. Henderson, you're now charged with first-degree murder. I did advise you yesterday concerning the other charges, especially aggravated kidnapping, tampering with or fabricating evidence in a criminal case. The bond in that case was set at $500,000. And now in this case, the state has filed, and you are charged with first-degree murder. So in light of the change of circumstance, with the additional charge in that case, first-degree murder, I'm going to order that there be no bond. The $500,000 bond will be revoked, pending a hearing for bond. And to have a proper lawyer represent you on that, in light of this case's issues that were raised, which I will not go into until I can resolve them, hopefully by tomorrow, and see about another lawyer for you if necessary. First, I have to make a ruling on the motion filed by current defense counsel. So the status of the case will be that your cases, Mr. Henderson, are set for tomorrow, which is September the 8th. On the first case, the record 220182222, on the additional charge having been filed in that case of first-degree murder, there will be no bond set, pending a hearing for a bond. A hearing on that bond. No bond. In the second case, 220182270, on the charge involving theft, identity theft, and fraudulent use of a credit card, there'll be no bond set in that case. So the defendant held without bond, pending a bond hearing with counsel. I'll try to resolve these issues as quickly as possible. I'll hold them for tomorrow. There are, as I've said, a few documents and court records that I need to review, which counsel are making every effort to get to me as quickly as possible so I can make a ruling by tomorrow to see whether there needs to be a change of counsel. So we'll hold the cases for tomorrow so I can make that review, research, and make a ruling. And we'll take it up in the morning. Tomorrow is September the 8th. And pending my decision, Mr. Henderson is to be held without bond. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Mr. Van Buren? Thank you.
Once again, we were live here in the courtroom in Memphis, Tennessee, after the judge handing out a few decisions for no bond to be set for this suspect, again, who was accused of kidnapping and killing Eliza Fletcher after that mother had went missing back on Friday after she was out for a run. Our audio a little bit hard to listen into. That was the only audio available for this. And of course, we had at least wanted to bring it to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. But again, at this time, we had just listened in as the judge had said no bond for Khalitha Abstin, who again is the person who is accused in that killing. So Memphis felon here accused of kidnapping and killing that mother. Back in court here today, as they had more charges now pending against him. With that Labor Day weekend attack. He's 38 years old. He is again accused of abducting the 34-year-old teacher Eliza Fletcher from her early morning jog that was just near the University of Memphis on Friday, September 2nd. So we are always keeping an eye out for these latest details and pieces of information happening with this case. And again, during this arraignment here today on Wednesday on those murder-related charges, a judge had ordered him to be held without bond related to the alleged abduction and death of the Memphis teacher, Eliza Fletcher. Live now from Fox. We'll step away for a brief 2-minute break. We'll be bringing you more of these top stories coming to you from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We were just live inside of the courtroom as we have again been keeping our viewers updated on the very latest when it comes to the kidnapping and killing of Eliza Fletcher. Now, just happening here on Wednesday's arraignment on murder-related charges, a judge ordered Khalifa Abstin to be held without bond related to the alleged abduction and death of the Memphis teacher Eliza Fletcher. Now, Abstin is 38 years old. He appeared here in the Tennessee court for this morning's arraignment on charges of first-degree murder, premeditated murder, and murder in perpetration of kidnapping. He did wear a dark-colored jail-issued jumpsuit with a white T-shirt underneath. He did have a face mask on. His hands were cuffed behind his backs. And of course, we were there live in person, but our crews also have been catching up with just some of those who are speaking outside of the courtroom moments after the judge had ordered, again, a no bond set for that murder suspect. We are recording on it, going to bring it to you from the top, starting off with the DA who's speaking about this case here for you on Live Now from Fox.
He expects to be able to rule on it tomorrow, so the arraignment will be continued until tomorrow on the murder charges after that issue is resolved.
Can you give us some clarity on this suspect's prior record? You alluded to yesterday repeat offenders being treated as such when considering how to pursue charges. What can you tell us about his past? We know about a previous kidnapping case, but now I'm seeing reports about an extensive criminal past during his childhood, 16 different detainments from age 11, including a conviction for rape. Is that all true?
So I'm not going to go into the juvenile court record for obvious reasons. We can go into the adult court record, and we already know that the record shows a conviction for kidnapping, where he was assigned a 24-year sentence and served 20 years of that. I'm not going to go into anything beyond that.
Can you confirm, though, that he does have a juvenile record beyond that?
I think we will hear more about his record or something at the appropriate time, if it's some sort of bond hearing or some sort of other type of hearing in the court. But beyond that, we really can't talk about his criminal history.
Can you tell us regarding this, does this public defender have a conflict? Is she now want to represent her?
So the motion's under seal. There are limits as to what we can discuss publicly, so I can't really go into any more detail other than what the judge already said on the record, which is defense filed a motion, the motion concerns representation, and the judge expects to be able to rule on that tomorrow.
What would you say to people who are following this story and saying, based on what we do know about this suspect's prior record, what do you say to people who think he shouldn't have been on the street at all?
Well, I mean, it's easy to talk about things in 20/20 hindsight. In this particular case, clearly he should not have been on the street. Our office actually opposed parole at the time. We now know in hindsight, perhaps the parole decision was a tragic one. We will only be able to speculate as to what other thing he might have done had he served his full term. But clearly it's tragic.
What would be the timing for the grand jury, if this were to go in front of a grand jury? What would be the timing
Paul?
there?
As y'all know, 201 can be slow sometimes. We're in a courtroom that works fast. Tomorrow, I think we'll start sort of in earnest now that we have this one-day delay. I think we'll probably start. The attorney will become familiar with the case, the defense attorney. The case may or may not be set for preliminary hearing within the next month, 2 months, something like that. And it would be after that it would proceed to our criminal court. I know we got people from all over here, different states, that works differently. But we'll have court hearings and procedures down here for about 2 or 3 months. Then the matter would go to the action of the grand jury.
With this being an ongoing investigation, is it possible we'll see more charges come tomorrow or next week or so?
We can't comment on future charges. I think the general probably does like to answer your question about the family.
Sure, you've had a chance to talk to the family. I mean, how are they responding to the last couple of days? What are they going through right now?
Well, obviously they're in agony. They were in agony for the first couple of days when they didn't know the fate of Eliza, and then different type of agony once her fate was confirmed. They are have been cooperating fully with us and with law enforcement throughout the entire process. They're supporting each other. They really appreciate the outpouring of concern from the entire community. I think just in general, they're preferring to keep to themselves, have their privacy respected, and go through their own grieving process.
And you've met with them in the courtroom today, correct?
Yeah.
I know you said that this is an isolated event. Has anything changed at all about that?
Nothing's changed. Nothing changed since I said yesterday.
What kind of punishment are you going to pursue here? What do you want the judge to sentence this person to if he's found guilty?
It is premature for us to discuss right now what kind of punishment we're going to seek. There's a whole process that will have to be undergone before we make those kinds of decisions.
Is the plan, though, to make sure he's never out of prison again?
You know, first-degree murder, under the law, has 3 different penalties. Life imprisonment without parole, and the death penalty. We have charged first-degree murder.
Has there been any sort of a gag order on this?
A gag order? I mean, the judge, placed restrictions on what media can do in the courtroom, and the pending motion that I just referred to a moment ago is under seal. There's a pending motion from the defense about limiting extrajudicial statements. It hasn't been ruled on, but other than that, there's no gag order.
From parole to now, did this suspect slip up at all? Was there any run-ins with the law between those 2 times?
Well,
Go ahead to stay tuned.
Yeah, well, can't really comment on that right now.
So the proper nomenclature for what happened today, though, the arraignment has been delayed.
Yes, yes.
Is it possible this case could be moved out of Shelby County when it goes to criminal court?
Look, anything's possible. We don't know anything about issues regarding venue, but the defense is free to file any motion they want to file.
Do you have anything on cause of death that you could say at this point?
No, we do not.
Or whether he had past interaction with her?
Well, so again, no change from what I said yesterday. We have no information to suggest anything other than this was a stranger interaction, and we can't.
Interaction?
As far as we know, and we can't comment any further about cause of death, time of death, anything along those lines.
One of the things that I think has stuck out as we've learned more about this case is the pair of sandals that was found at the crime scene. Can you speak to, on 2 fronts here, one, how crucial were those shoes in finding the suspect, and how crucial do you think those shoes are going to be as evidence in the case?
So once again, because there's a pending case, there are rules about what prosecutors can and cannot say, and commenting on the evidence is one of those things that we can't do. So I can't directly answer that question. I think you all know, as a general matter, that DNA evidence can be very important in cases. But with respect to the specific evidence in this case, I can't really go into any further. If I could.
Yesterday you said you got a key look on the real-time crime center, going back and getting a key look on that car, seeing it, what areas it was in. Is it possible you saw that car, or investigators saw that car in other areas prior to Friday, maybe in that exact same area?
Another type of thing that I really can't comment on. What I was referring to generally was that I got to see the real-time crime center and see, just how robust the technology is, and I also got to go to the command center and see how seamlessly the different agency of law enforcement were cooperating, and I wanted to commend them on that. Obviously, it worked because, we got a suspect fairly quickly. But as to individual items of evidence and when we got it and when we don't, again, there really are limits as to what I can say. I'm gonna end right now. Thank you very much.
Well, connected to the cross-country team getting harassed by another SUV 2 weeks ago?
No reason to think that there's anything other than what I've already said. Thank you very much. Take care.
In the context of being arrested.
All right, so our DA here giving us some comments following that appearance in court. This again is a picture of our suspect. This was just moments earlier here when the judge again had that previous bond of $510,000 revoked. Wednesday's arraignment here today was on murder-related charges. The judge had ordered him to be held without bond related to those alleged abduction and death of the Memphis teacher Eliza Fletcher. He is due back in court on Thursday at 9 a.m. local time, 10 a.m. Eastern. Live now from Fox, of course, will be on top of that case. We did also hear his public defender is identified as Jennifer Case. So once again, he is due back in court tomorrow, Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern time. You can count on Live Now to be bringing it to you as soon as we do have those cameras inside of the courtroom once again. We'll step away for a brief 2-minute break. More to come on more top stories just like this right here all across the country for you when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to show at least a look here at the Dow, especially as we are seeing us in the green. So beautiful to see after we've had some rough weeks lately when it comes to inflation. We are going to be also talking about the way Apple may be handling inflation with the rollout of some new products. But I do want to continue things along. We're going to take you back out to the Senate floors. We did have Senator Mitch McConnell speaking just a few moments ago.
Washington Democrats have spent nearly 2 years, borrowing, printing, and spending our economy into turmoil. Families and businesses across middle America are paying the price. I met with many of them in my home state of Kentucky over the past few weeks. Since President Biden took office, prices in the Commonwealth have spiked by 13%. At the same time, we still have 19,000 fewer workers than before the pandemic. During a meeting with the Kentucky Association of Manufacturers in Louisville, I heard directly from employers who would, under different circumstances, be powering our recovery. Instead, many are struggling to find enough workers to meet consumer demand. In Hopkinsville, I spoke to farmers who've watched the price of energy skyrocket, raising the cost of everything from fuel to fertilizer. As a result, all Americans are paying higher prices at the grocery store. And while eastern Kentucky struggles to recover from devastating floods, supply chain issues and the increased cost of building materials are hamstringing the repair process and making it even harder to rebuild. I'm sure my Democratic colleagues heard similar stories during their own August travel. Kentuckians aren't the only Americans feeling pinched. The official inflation numbers confirmed that yet again just after the Senate adjourned last month. A fifth straight month of inflation above 8%. Inflated gas prices, inflated utility bills, the worst explosion in grocery costs since 1979. These are the painful effects of Democrats' reckless spending. Americans keep communicating over and over and over that runaway costs are their top concern. And they didn't like what President Biden and his party are doing about it. But amazingly, just a few days before the latest inflation report, Democrats had just pushed through hundreds of billions of dollars more in liberal ways on a party line basis. Democrats packed their bill with an environmentalist wish list that won't even affect the climate. They sold it, listen to this, as an Inflation Reduction Act, even though experts found it would do absolutely nothing meaningful to reduce inflation. They did find room for massive job-killing tax hikes that will hit manufacturing especially hard and kill jobs on the brink of a possible recession. It's not getting any easier to put food on the table, pay rent, or even keep the lights on. But here we are again, starting another Senate work period with not one word from the Democratic leader about plans to bring bills to the floor to cut inflation, fight the crime wave, or secure the border. The American people have communicated loud and clear what their priorities are. And Democrats keep communicating loud and clear they simply do not care. Now, on another matter, inflation is not the only way the last 2 years have shown that bad policies and bad ideas have real consequences. One especially damaging myth is the liberal notion that making our country kinder means having weaker public safety, weaker justice for criminals, and weaker borders. This misunderstanding dominates today's Democratic Party. Across our country, Democrats have spent years trying to defund law enforcement. Studies have proven that anti-police hostility changes how officers do their jobs, leading directly to more crime, including more murders. So liberals' nationwide anti-police PR campaign has literally cost people their lives. When liberals do let police arrest criminals, a growing cadre of far-left prosecutors awfully simply decline to charge them. One liberal billionaire has donated more than $1 million each to the campaigns of soft-on-crime district attorneys in New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and Chicago. The Los Angeles DA has presided over a 69% increase in shootings and a 40% spike in car thefts. Chicago's liberal DA, quote, appeared to be simply dropping nearly 30% of all felony cases, including, listen to this, alleged murders. Philadelphia's liberal DA has presided over an 85% spike in shootings and a huge increase in murders since he took over. In the name of equity or compassion, these people are announcing they will not prosecute eligible entire categories of crimes. No wonder American cities are becoming more dangerous by the day. A couple of years back, a former DA from outside Boston published a list of crimes she would not prosecute: shoplifting, breaking and entering, resisting arrest, and even in the middle of the opioid crisis, possession with intent to distribute. As a reward, Washington Democrats made Rachel Rollins the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts. She got a promotion. Just last month, Senator Rubio put forward an amendment to increase funding for cops and keeping violent criminals behind bars. Democrats blocked it. Every Senate Democrat has also voted multiple times to strip Customs and Border Protection of the only remaining emergency authorities to contend with the historic surge in illegal immigration unfolding on their watch. Of course, the open door policies our colleagues support in office are rooted in open border rhetoric that they've embraced literally for years. On the campaign trail, then candidate Biden himself said, "You want to flee? You should come." So, on President Biden's watch, illegal immigrants flocked, literally flocked to the border, some carrying his campaign's flags and T-shirts. There's an outright security crisis at our southern border. We're in the middle of the most illegal immigration arrests in more than 2 decades. This year, just from January to August, Border Patrol says they have already run into nearly double the number of known criminals this fiscal year as they saw in the entire year before President Biden took office. And huge upticks of deadly drugs like fentanyl. But Democrats aren't just ignoring a security crisis, it's a humanitarian crisis as well. Waves of unaccompanied children have stretched Border Patrol's facilities to the limit. And under incompetent leadership, the Department of Health and Human Services has had to scramble to help ensure the safety of children in its custody. There's nothing compassionate about tolerating or even encouraging anarchy down at the border, violence in our streets, and a steady erosion of public safety. It is neither fair nor is it compassionate, not to any Americans, least of all to the vulnerable people Democrats say they're helping.
Those were the latest remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell. Live now from Fox, going to continue to keep an eye out for more of our senators as they are all returning here after that August break. A live look here outside of the White House, where later today former President Barack Obama, as well as former First Lady Michelle Obama. They're going to be back at the White House here today as they have an official unveiling of their portraits. So we will be bringing you out to that event. It is set to take place a little bit later here this afternoon, happening around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, we'll be bringing you into the White House as soon as we do get those shots later here today. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, more with top stories happening all across the country here when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I do want to continue on with more top stories happening across the country. Going to take you out to our Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth team as they're giving us a look at just some of the top stories, including after students yesterday in Uvalde were returning back to school. Now many people looking into whether there may be a need to make more of a change for some of those officers who had responded to that incident just 3 months ago. Let's go ahead and bring you the top of their newscast here for you on Live Now from Fox.
All right. Well, first responders from as far away as Massachusetts are taking part in what's being called the Texas Brotherhood Ride through North Texas.
Yeah, police, firefighters, and paramedics riding bikes from Texarkana to Houston to honor 32 Texas first responders who lost their lives in 2021. The riders stopped at the Dallas Fire Rescue Training Facility for an emotional ceremony with family members and co-workers of North Texas first responders who died last year.
It just really means a lot to be able to represent for you all, as much as it means to me to be a team member here. Because in 2016, they saved my life. These guys did. Because I was in a bad place. And they all stepped up and found me.
Dallas police officer Scott Ash has been part of the Brotherhood Ride since 4 Dallas officers and a DART officer were ambushed in downtown Dallas July of 2016. Families of the fallen were presented with plaques and paintings. The riders will arrive in Houston Friday, finishing their 500-mile ride to remember. Well, several DPS officers may be held accountable for their response to the Uvalde mass shooting, and their leader may finally be ready to accept some responsibility.
There will be more police near one Dallas ISD school after a student claimed to be the victim of a sexual assault.
A Tennessee family is devastated after learning a body found Monday belongs to a missing jogger. Police still...
All right, thanks so much to our Fox 4 team for, of course, keeping us up to date with some top stories happening across the country. When it comes to the Eliza Fletcher story, we were inside of that courtroom in Memphis, Tennessee here today. We will be replaying those moments in the courtroom plus outside of the courtroom after the DA spoke. So that will be a story we'll be following here throughout the rest of the day. But I do want to turn our attention to a live look here at the big board. Stocks finally in the green here. We're up more than 270 points. This just coming ahead of Apple unveiling a new iPhone. I know I'm one of those people who I have a cracked screen. I've been meaning to get a new one. So maybe this will be it. Maybe the new one that rolls out. But iPhone sales definitely in question here, especially as we've all been dealing with inflation. We do have Fox's Susan Lee joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I know a lot of people concerned what's going to be happening as some smartphone sales have been on the decline lately. Susan?
Yeah, that's right. So, but actually Apple has outperformed the rest. In fact, if you look at the latest numbers, more people use iPhones and the iOS than every other phone combined here in the US. So Apple has a lot hinging on this new iPhone 14 release. You're going to get 4 new models here, and that includes a larger screen regular iPhone, not a Pro Max, and that will retail for about $100 more from last year's price, according to a lot of the analysts on Wall Street. And yes, I've spoken to Apple CEO Tim Cook, who says everybody's dealing with inflation, and that includes Apple. They have to pay more for their parts as well. The supply chain crisis, we know, is easing up, so that means you're going to get more Macs available in the stores. And later on today, not only will you get those 4 new iPhones, but you're going to get a new Apple Watch Series 8, possibly a new HomePod Mini, and also maybe an announcement that they're going to win those NFL streaming rights for Sunday Ticket. So there's a lot to watch out for, and it really tells us how the consumer is behaving, if they're still willing to pony up those expensive figures for those iPhones. Also how the supply chain is performing with those ship dates that are pretty close. So if Apple can ship all those new products in just about a week or a month, that tells you that there's easing up that's taking place in the shipping routes and the supply chain. And also how much? I think that's the question right now. Is it $100 more? Will that represent maybe a 10 to 12% increase from last year in pricing? That'll also be an inflation indicator. So there's a lot you can take away, not just the devices, but if your phone is cracked, you really should get a new one.
I know. I've been meaning to and just been putting it off. Let me ask, though, have you had any insight? You are paying sometimes top dollar for these newest models. Any new features when it comes to these rollout of these new 4 phones?
Yeah. So a lot of people are talking about the new A16 Bionic. So as a tech geek, I love these new fast chips because it makes the phone run a lot faster. So you're gonna get a next gen chip involved, an upgraded camera system, and also a redesign on the front part of the screen, which I think will be interesting. You'll have privacy settings to see when your microphone is on and your camera. So yeah, there's a lot to be, I think, very excited about, especially with the new rollout of the iOS, the new software update as well, where you'll finally get to edit your iMessage, something that a lot of users have been asking for a long time, including myself.
I could have used that this morning, typed the wrong word, then you have to send another text with the correction.
I hear you.
Definitely some good features to look forward to, and we'll just have to kind of see what the consumers do after this rollout. Fox's Susan Lee, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, giving us a breakdown of what to expect. All right, let's go ahead and continue things along here as we want to continue giving you more of these top stories we were talking about when it comes to news across the pond. We have now a new UK Prime Minister, Liz Truss. We did an interview just yesterday with Live Now from Fox, just talking about what to expect as she steps into this role. What are her party leaders also going to be expecting from the new Prime Minister? Let's go ahead and bring you that interview right here on Live Now from Fox.
To discuss all of this major political news. And Niall, thanks so much for being with us. So you and I last spoke about this when Boris Johnson resigned, and then the battle was set between Liz Truss and then Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak. So Rishi Sunak getting the boot here, Liz Truss besting him. What do we know about Liz Truss? How will she govern?
Well, Andrew, thanks very much for having me on the show today. And certainly a big day across the Atlantic with the beginning of the Liz Truss premiership. And Liz Truss has served in several major government positions previously. She was the Foreign Secretary just before becoming Prime Minister. Before that, she was the International Trade Secretary In fact, she's held several ministerial positions. She originally started in politics decades ago, actually, as a liberal Democrat, so not as a conservative, but she began a political journey over the course of many years and became a very strong conservative. And she also became a very strong Brexiteer, actually, after originally backing the Remain cause. So Liz Truss actually today is a very, I would say, a very strong ideological conservative. She's also somebody who has tremendous admiration for Margaret Thatcher, and she has sought to base her own leadership style upon the example of Margaret Thatcher, and she has pledged to implement Thatcherite policies in the United Kingdom, and that includes policies like cutting taxes, reining in the size of big government, reducing regulations. So she is basically a tax-cutting conservative who also believes in the powerful projection of British leadership and strength on the world stage. She supported increasing British defence spending to about 3% of GDP. It currently stands at just over 2%. So she's somebody who believes in a robust British military presence on the world stage, while at the same time, I think she wants to grow the British economy basically by cutting taxes overall.
So you had mentioned some of her previous positions on very hot-button issues to which she has recently changed some of them, maybe not so recently as well, having to do with her position on the monarchy. She used to be, way back when, a proponent for abolishing the monarchy, I think when she was in college. She was not so keen on leaving the European Union, although coming around to become quite a strong and forceful Brexiteer. And that's kind of what we heard today, Niall, about some of her detractors, maybe, some of her opponents, some criticism that she is a fair weather politician. She goes wherever the wind blows. What do you make of that?
Well, that's certainly a common criticism that's made of Liz Truss, and I think that Rishi Sunak, her main opponent, become the leader of the Conservative Party, made a number of jibes at her based on exactly that, actually, and it didn't really work very well, I think, for Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, who lost decisively to Liz Truss. But I think that one of the most interesting things about Liz Truss is that she has become a very, very devout Brexit supporter, actually. In fact, she's become a champion of Brexit, despite having opposed it many years ago when she served in the David Cameron government. But, let's not forget that, many political figures on both sides of the Atlantic have started off on the other side of the political aisle. Even, truly great figures like Ronald Reagan actually started off as a man more on the left of the political spectrum. He moved to the right later. So, I think that a lot of British people are willing to give Liz Truss the benefit of the doubt here, and she has had a very successful record as a Conservative cabinet minister over the course of the last few years, and I think she's been an absolutely outstanding foreign secretary. In fact, she's been one of the toughest British foreign secretaries that we've seen in many decades. She has stood up to the likes of Vladimir Putin, and the Russians absolutely hate Liz Truss, and that's a very good sign if she's hated by Putin's Kremlin elites, because she is a very tough figure. I think that she's actually likely to stand up to Joe Biden, in fact, over key areas of British national interest, including the Northern Ireland Protocol and Brexit in general. I think that would be a very good thing, actually. I don't think she's going to be deferential at all towards the US president. I think she's going to be very assertive, actually, in her dealings with Washington. I think that's a very good thing, because Joe Biden has not been a particularly strong friend of Great Britain, and we need a prime minister who's going to stand up to Joe Biden, who I think's been quite disastrous on the world stage.
Okay, speaking of the U.S. side, we also had a tweet earlier today from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, kind of extolling his partnership and relationship with Liz Truss as they were then counterparts. But we have not got, I don't believe, a White House readout of the call between President Biden and the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. The UK, though, put out a readout to which it says, in part, the Prime Minister spoke with President Biden this evening, The president congratulated the prime minister on her appointment. The prime minister looked forward to working closely with President Biden as leaders of free democracies to tackle shared challenges, particularly the extreme economic problems unleashed by Putin's war. The prime minister and President Biden reflected on the enduring strength of the special relationship, and they agreed that the partnership between our countries, fortified by our shared values, has been crucial for defending and advancing freedom and democracy in the world. I just wanted to read in part from that statement. So they name-checked, Niall, the quote-unquote special relationship. And you were just saying how you don't think it's been quite special over the last 2 years that President Biden has been in power here. But let's go back to the war in Ukraine. Let's go back to where the UK gets its energy from. We know Russia is really putting the boot on the neck of Europe when it comes to some of these energy prices that are going to skyrocket as the winter months come. That's one of the main issues, the first issues, really, Liz Truss will have to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the energy crisis is big for the UK, just as it is for the rest of Europe. I would say that most of the big European powers, you know, France, Germany, Italy, for example, are in a far worse position to that of the United Kingdom because they're so heavily energy dependent upon Russian energy. If you look at, you know, Germany's economy, it's very, very dependent upon Russian energy imports. That's not the case for the United Kingdom. So I think the British are going to weather the storm better. But having said that, you know, the UK faces rising energy costs. British consumers face a doubling of energy prices over the course of the next few months. So Liz Truss will have to address that. She has pledged no tax rises for the British people. She's made that promise to the British people. So she has rejected, for example, a windfall tax on energy companies, which she says would be very disruptive, actually, for investment into the UK. I think she's absolutely right. But at the same time, she's under pressure to lower those energy prices. Ultimately, the best way in the long term to do so is to increase competition, to introduce fracking, for example, alternative energy sources. But that's going to take years to put that into place. So she's got an immediate challenge on her hands. The energy crisis, without a doubt, is a top priority facing the new prime minister.
Okay, so Niall, do you think the fact that she was essentially chosen amongst her fellow party members in a contest in an election also lends to some of the criticism that she is getting, that this was not put to the voters there in the UK about who they want to be their next prime minister? This was an internal party debate and contest. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, and there's a lot of people in the UK who are making that point. After all, and Boris Johnson was removed internally within the Conservative Party by a party rebellion. He was ousted, and that led to a leadership contest. Ultimately, Liz Truss won that contest, and at the end of the day, about 200,000 Conservative Party members decided the winner of that. So Truss will be under pressure to hold an early general election. She doesn't have to until really the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025, according to the rules in place. But I think that Liz Truss will want to have, you know, a year or two to really establish her record, to deliver upon policy promises, and then she'll be judged by the British people in a general election. So the pressure is on, the heat is on, and I do think that, you know, with Liz Truss, Conservative Party members have placed their faith in her. There are very high expectations, but the challenges are absolutely immense. So it's going to be a very tough couple of years for Liz Truss, but she'll have to prove herself in a general election in just over 2 years' time, and she'll be judged upon the strength of her policies, the delivery of those policies, and the ultimate results and outcomes. So we'll have to see how she does. I'm optimistic about Liz Truss's leadership. I think she has a very strong record as a government cabinet minister. She's been a great foreign secretary. She's also a Thatcherite conservative. So I think there are a lot of positives about her, but you know, she will have to deliver upon her campaign promises.
Now, while we have you, though, we want to get the other side of this there in the UK as well, hear from the Labour opposition leader, Keir Starmer. He issued this tweet today. Let's just listen into this.
Well, we've heard far more from the latest Prime Minister about cuts to corporation tax over the summer than we have about the cost of living crisis, the single most important thing that's bearing down on so many millions of households. And that shows not only that she's out of...
Okay, so we just heard a little bit of that there, but it was played by, that was Keir Starmer. He says, I hope Liz Truss can meet the challenges facing this country, but so far she's spent more time talking about cuts to corporation tax than the cost of living crisis. Niall, your response on that end?
Yeah, so Keir Starmer is the leader of the Labour Party, which is a socialist party. They're in favour of basically tax rises, you know, that tends to be the Labour solution: spend huge amounts of money and raise taxes, which I have to say isn't a very popular approach, and that's why the Labour Party isn't in power. They haven't been in power for over a decade, and with good reason, because Britain's not a socialist country, but the Labour Party is a socialist party. Now, you know, so Keir Starmer speaks there about, you know, corporation tax. The Boris Johnson administration had planned to raise corporation tax from, I think, 19% to 26%. Liz Truss has rejected that. The reason is that she thinks this will kill investment into Brexit Britain, and you need international companies to invest in the UK to create jobs. She's a believer that if you actually cut taxes, you're going to create more jobs. If you raise taxes, you're going to kill jobs. And I think there's a great deal of truth to that. That's a philosophy that Margaret Thatcher followed, and Margaret Thatcher was extremely successful in creating jobs in the 1980s. So Liz Truss is actually pursuing exactly the same approach that Margaret Thatcher did in the 1980s. Britain should be cutting taxes, not raising them. So Keir Starmer, I think, represents an outdated socialist big government philosophy that the British public has not embraced for a very long time. Interestingly, though, what Sir Keir Starmer is saying is exactly what the Biden administration is doing in the United States. It's not working in America. It's raising inflation. It's a job killer. It's not a job creator when you raise taxes and when you raise corporation tax. It just actually forces corporations out of the United States, and they're going to create jobs in other countries, actually. So it doesn't work.
Okay, Niall, just last question for you, because you and I have talked about what is the political future going to be of outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Are we going to see a political renaissance soon? What do you think he's going to do out of power?
Well, Boris Johnson is certainly, I think, one of the great political figures of our time. He's the man who delivered Brexit. He won a stunning election victory in 2019 that delivered a huge Conservative majority. He's a larger-than-life politician, and you know, I've met Boris Johnson on several occasions, and I think he's an extraordinary political figure. He's not going to go into the wilderness. I think Boris will be back at some stage. You know, he models himself on Winston Churchill, who had a number of political comebacks. That will be the plan, I think, for Boris. So who knows? We could see Boris returning to frontline politics in future years. In the meantime, I'm sure he's going to give some big speeches. Return to writing, his political column. You'll see him all over TV and so on. But Boris, I'm sure, will be back.
All right, Niall Gardner, as always, we appreciate your time and your insight into so many of these big stories, especially there in the UK. And we will talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Many thanks. I look forward to it.
Right now.
And thank you so much to Andrew Kraft, one of our Live Now from Fox hosts, for that interview. A live look here at now a rainy Washington, D.C. area. Live Now going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, continuing to give you more news across the country, including our Senate back in session after their August break. Plus, we'll take you down to Memphis, Tennessee, where we had a murder suspect back in court after that mother's kidnapping while she was out on a jog. More to come here in just a few moments. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look at the White House later today. We will be inside the White House, and President Biden, along with the First Lady Jill Biden, going to be welcoming back the Obamas. They are going to be having their official White House portraits unveiled today. We will be on top of that event. Also expecting a White House press conference to be happening here in about a half hour if they're running on time. So we'll be inside the White House a few times throughout the rest of the day. But we were also down in Tennessee inside of a courtroom where we had yet another arraignment for our suspect who is involved with the kidnapping and killing of Eliza Fletcher. We did see that suspect come into the courtroom. They did then decide, the judge decided to not set a bond for that murder suspect as he's facing now more charges. He is going to be back in court again tomorrow at 9 a.m. local time. So that's 10 a.m. for everyone on the East Coast. So we'll continue to do our job here from Live Now from Fox by staying on top of this story. Yesterday, we had called and contacted the Memphis Police Department. They had let us know about that press conference where they did say that they had confirmed the body of Eliza Fletcher. Her family releasing that statement shortly after, just saying how devastated they are. They did also thank people for reaching out with their condolences. And if we do get any more from the family, they've, of course, asked for privacy. So we're going to respect that, not reach out to the family. But if they do make any more statements and release those, of course, we'll be bringing them to our viewers who are watching here with us at home. But let's go back into that courtroom. The audio a little bit hard to hear at times. That's not on our end, but we at least want to bring you into the courtroom to listen in as the judge had made those decisions earlier here today.
The court started a little bit later this morning due to a request for in-chambers discussion with the state prosecutor's office and appointed counsel from the Office of the Public Defender. And the appointed counsel is Jennifer Case. I'll hear from her on her motions in just a moment concerning representation, and allowing this case to discuss that with Mr. Henderson right now. And I'll certainly hear from the state as well. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor, I have discussed matters with Mr. Henderson this morning, and he does confirm that he would like to be referred to as Henderson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have raised an issue with the court. Brought it to your attention this morning, and I've explained to my client that I third issue with regard to camping and hearings held in this case. And Mr. Henderson
All right. State one for good.
We understand that, too, Your Honor. We did ask, Your Honor, with this case present, filed a written motion. Obviously, Mr. Henderson had not been charged with murder at the time of his arraignment yesterday. He now has. We have asked Your Honor to consider that change in circumstance and temporarily show no bond set on Mr. Henderson, acknowledging full well that he has the right to a hearing at a later date, and understanding Your Honor can resolve the other issue quickly.
Thank you. Anything clear? Anything else?
No.
The motion previously filed by defense counsel concerning extrajudicial statements being made regarding the case will be considered. That was filed by current counsel. An issue has been raised by defense counsel concerning representation. In order for me to resolve that issue, I need certain records from various courts and from the state to hear from them with anything they want to file in response, as well as the current counsel in this case. And I think we're pretty much close to that, but there are several decisions and records that I need to make a decision. So I'm going to order at this time that Mr. Henderson, based upon the new charge, Mr. Henderson, you're now charged with first-degree murder. I did advise you yesterday concerning the other charges, especially aggravated kidnapping, tampering with or fabricating evidence in a criminal case. The The bond in that case was set at $500,000. And now in this case, the state has filed and you are charged with first-degree murder. So in light of the change of circumstance, with the additional charge in that case, first-degree murder, I'm going to order that there be no bond. The $500,000 bond will be revoked, pending a hearing for bond. And to have a proper lawyer represent you on that, in light of this case's issues that were raised, which I'll not go into until I can resolve them, hopefully by tomorrow, and see about another lawyer for you if necessary. First, I have to make a ruling on the motion filed by current defense counsel. So the status of the case will be that your cases, Mr. Henderson, are set for tomorrow, which is September the 8th. On the first case, record 2201822, on the additional charge having been filed in that case, first-degree murder, there will be no bond set, pending a hearing for a bond. A hearing on that bond. No bond. In the second case, 220182270, on the charge involving theft, identity theft, and fraudulent use of a credit card, there'll be no bond set in that case. So the defendant held without bond pending a bond hearing with counsel. I'll try to resolve these issues as quickly as possible. I'll hold them for tomorrow. There are, as I said, a few documents and court records that I need to review, which counsel are making every effort to get to me as quickly as possible so I can make a ruling by tomorrow to see whether there needs to be a change of counsel. So we'll hold the cases for tomorrow so I can make that review, research, and make a ruling. And we'll take it up in the morning. Tomorrow is September the 8th. And pending my decision, Mr. Henderson is to be held without bond. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Mr. Van Buren. Thank you.
All right, so once again, the man accused of kidnapping and killing that young Memphis teacher, Eliza Fletcher, back in court. He was ordered to be held without bond related to the most serious charge. He is a 38-year-old Tennessee man who does have a violent past as well, had just been released after serving 20 years. Just 4 years ago, he had been released from prison, so now back out committing more crimes. We did catch up with our DA as well as some of our other officials outside of that courtroom. Want to bring you some of their remarks as they're giving us a little more insight into this case.
Tomorrow, so the arraignment will be continued until tomorrow on the murder charges after that issue is resolved.
Can you give us some clarity on this suspect's prior record? You alluded to yesterday repeat offenders being treated as such when considering how to pursue charges. What can you tell us about his past? We know about a previous kidnapping case, but now I'm seeing reports about an extensive criminal past during his childhood, 16 different detainments from age 11, including a conviction for rape. Is that all true?
So I'm not going to go into the juvenile court record for obvious reasons. We can go into the adult court record, and we already know that the record shows a conviction for kidnapping, where he was assigned a 24-year sentence and served 20 years of that. I'm not going to go into anything beyond that.
Can you confirm, though, that he does have a juvenile record beyond that?
I think we will hear more about his record or something at the appropriate time, if it's some sort of bond hearing or some sort of other type of hearing in the court. But beyond that, we really can't talk about his criminal history.
Can you tell us regarding this, does this public defender have a conflict? Does she now want to represent us?
So the motion is under seal. There are limits as to what we can discuss publicly, so I can't really go into any more detail other than what the judge has already said on the record, which is defense filed a motion, the motion concerns representation, and the judge expects to be able to rule on that tomorrow.
What would you say to people who are following this story and saying, based on what we do know about this suspect's prior record, what do you say to people who think he shouldn't have been on the street at all?
Well, I mean, it's easy to talk about things in 20/20 hindsight. In this particular case, clearly he should not have been on the street. Our office actually opposed parole at the time. We now know in hindsight, perhaps the parole decision was a tragic one. We will only be able to speculate as to what other thing he might have done had he served his full term. But clearly it's tragic.
What would be the timing for the grand jury if this were to go in front of a grand jury? What would be the timing there?
As y'all know, 201 can be slow sometimes. We're in a courtroom that works fast. Tomorrow, I think we'll start sort of in earnest now that we have this one-day delay. I think we'll probably start. The attorney will become familiar with the case, the defense attorney. The case may or may not be set for preliminary hearing within the next month, 2 months, something like that. And it would be after that it would proceed to our criminal court. I know we got people from all over here, different states, that works differently. But we'll have court hearings and procedures down here for about 2 or 3 months. Then the matter would go to the action of the grand jury.
With this being an ongoing investigation, is it possible we'll see more charges come tomorrow or next week or so?
We can't comment on future charges. I think the general probably does like to answer your question about the family.
Sure, you've had a chance to talk to the family. I mean, how are they responding to the last couple of days? What are they going through right now?
Well, obviously they're in agony. They were in agony for the first couple of days when they didn't know the fate of Eliza, and then different type of agony once her fate was confirmed. They are, have been cooperating fully with us and with law enforcement throughout the entire process. They're supporting each other. They really appreciate the outpouring of concern from the entire community. I think just in general, they're preferring to keep to themselves, have their privacy respected, and go through their own grieving process.
And you've met with them in the courtroom today, correct?
Yeah.
I know you said that this is an isolated event. Has anything changed at all about that?
Nothing's changed. Nothing changed as I said yesterday.
What kind of punishment are you going to pursue here? What do you want the judge to sentence this person to if he's found guilty?
It is premature for us to discuss right now what kind of punishment we're going to seek. There's a whole process that will have to be undergone before we make those kinds of decisions.
Is the plan, though, to make sure he's never out of prison again?
First-degree murder, under the law, has 3 different penalties. Life imprisonment without parole, and the death penalty. We have charged first-degree murder.
Has there been any talk of a gag order on this?
A gag order? I mean, the judge, placed restrictions on what media can do in the courtroom, and the pending motion that I just referred to a moment ago is under seal. There's a pending motion from the defense about limiting extrajudicial statements that hasn't been ruled on, but other than that, there's no gag order.
From parole to now, did this suspect slip up at all? Was there any run-ins with the law between those 2 times?
Well,
go ahead to stay tuned.
Yeah, well, can't really comment on that right now.
So the proper nomenclature for what happened today, though, the arraignment has been today.
Yes.
Is it possible this case could be moved out of Shelby County when it goes to criminal court?
Well, look, anything's possible. We don't know anything about issues regarding venue, but the defense is free to file any motion they want to file.
Do you have anything on cause of death that you could say at this point?
No, we do not.
Or whether he had past interaction with her?
Well, so again, no change from what I said yesterday. We have no information to suggest anything other than this was a stranger interaction, and we can't.
Interaction?
As far as we know, and we can't comment any further about cause of death, time of death, anything along those lines.
One of the things that I think has stuck out as we've learned more about this case is the pair of sandals that was found at the crime scene. Can you speak to, on 2 fronts here, one, how crucial were those shoes in finding the suspect, and how crucial do you think those shoes are going to be as evidence in the case?
So once again, because there's a pending case, there are rules about what prosecutors can and cannot say, and commenting on the evidence is one of those things that we can't do. So I can't directly answer that question. I think you all know, as a general matter, that DNA evidence can be very important in cases. But with respect to the specific evidence in this case, I can't really go into any further detail. If I could.
Yesterday you said you got a key look on the real-time crime center, going back and getting a key look on that car, seeing it, what areas it was in. Is it possible you saw that car, or investigators saw that car in other areas prior to Friday, maybe in that exact same area?
Another type of thing that I really can't comment on. What I was referring to generally was that I got to see the real-time crime center and see, just how robust the technology is, and I also got to go to the command center and see how seamlessly the different agency of law enforcement were cooperating, and I wanted to commend them on that. Obviously, it worked because, we got a suspect fairly quickly. But as to individual items of evidence and when we got it and when we don't, again, there really are limits as to what I can say. I'm gonna end right now. Thank you very much.
Connected to the cross-country team getting harassed by another SUV 2 weeks ago?
No reason to think that there's anything other than what I've already said. Thank you very much. Take care.
In the context of him being arrested? Thank you.
All right, so once again, our suspect due back in court yet again tomorrow. It will be happening at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Live Now from Fox will be inside of that courtroom as soon as we have those shots, just as we have done with it here today. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, bring you more top stories and events happening across the country, including Faith and Blue event down in Atlanta. We'll give you more on that here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are always on top of the stories, events happening all across the country. A live look right now at some good news for our markets, up more than 200 points in the green here today. Following last week, we saw so much red on the big board, so it's nice to see us trending up a bit here for this early morning, early afternoon for many of our folks watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to continue bringing you into more events that have been taking place here across the country. You're going to go out to Atlanta, where we do have a Faith and Blue event happening with just some of our leaders in the community. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Across all 50 states. The idea is to get everybody on the same page, that this is not just about fighting with one another. It's figuring out how we can come together, and that's what this weekend is all about. Focusing on our commonalities in an era where we've been so divided by our differences. What was your second question?
Second question, David, when we get to this. Talk to a lot of law enforcement on a daily basis, and
I'll ask Sheriff Maddox and Chief Roberts to address your question.
Thank you again, Sheriff Maddox here. And to answer your question, it becomes a relationship also with your district attorney, your solicitor generals, your judges. All of those are the ones that make the decision for the day-to-day actions of those individuals that commit crimes. Those are the ones that actually set the guidelines for how much time you will serve, if you're going to be on probation. Well, if that opportunity comes where we get together and sit down, we're able to see, we're talking about alternative sentencing. Let me be clear, and I'm very big on that. What is it that we can do to help combat some of the what we call it, the reoccurring, for those individuals to reoccur. Recidivism, that's what I'm trying to get thank you, that's why I have my other sheriffs right here. The recidivism rate, as we see the numbers are going up, we're still in a pandemic, but kind of sort of, as they say, coming out of it. But you got to realize there's a lot of mental illness that's going on out there too. What are we doing? What can we do as a community? So yes, we are doing our job, but we also need the support. That's why the community comes in hand as far as the resources that are necessary in order for us to help do what we need to do, but not just do it, but to do it better and to be able to pass that information on to them. So that's about building a relationship with those individuals in the judicial system to assist with what you're speaking of, and I've already done that as well.
You feel like you're getting support?
I am getting support. I'm getting support from my area in DeKalb County, so yes, I am. But it's not it's not a one-day thing. It doesn't just happen on one day. It's it's over time, and so we have to see what works and what does not work. We have to go back and filter through it and see what can we do again to make it better for the next go around. So again, it's all going back into a collaborative effort and having those relationships and being able to pick up the phone and call those individuals that are standing here to see what else we can do, whether it be in Cobb County, Gwinnett, Fulton, State Patrol, wherever. Those relationships do help.
Were you going to answer that? I'm sorry.
Yes, I was. Once again, Kevin Roberts.
Sure that when you ask the question, we're also live streaming. That's the only reason. If you could use the mic, that it picks it up just for everybody that's watching it. That's watching it. Here you go.
Once again, Kevin Roberts, Clayton County Police Chief. Great question, Michael. And yes, in Clayton County, we're getting all the support we can handle from our Solicitor General's office and our DA's office. But what's great, Sheriff Maddox just gave the example of what's going on in the judicial system, but we also get great support in the community from our leaders from the DA's office and the SG's office. They are with us shoulder to shoulder when we do gun safety events in the community. They're with us shoulder to shoulder when we're doing food giveaways and things of that nature. So in Clayton County, yes, we recognize that we're stronger together than apart, and they're a part of that solution. So I'm pleased to report that. Thank you for letting me get that question.
Let me, Michael, I want to address this because I think the response that you heard from law enforcement is an accurate response, but it's not enough. It's not enough for the solicitors, the sheriff, the chiefs, etc., to have the relationships and the partnerships. They need the community to not just be available to support, but to be actively engaged. We cannot arrest our way. We cannot prosecute our way. We have to find different solutions. And that's what these community-based organizations, most especially our faith-based organizations, should be doing at this moment. So it's not enough. I so appreciate, we have a wonderful district attorney and solicitor, sheriff, and police chief in DeKalb County. They're all wonderful women. But the reality is we need some other kinds of resources outside of the criminal justice system, so that when Sheriff Maddox has a need, like the young man that she encountered at Piccadilly, she doesn't have to call somebody in the criminal justice system. She can call one of the hundreds of faith-based organizations, all of which have dozens and some of them thousands of men and women that can mentor that young person. That's what this effort is all about. It's not just about a law enforcement response. It's about how the community, most especially our faith-based organizations, can get in the game in a serious, long-term way. Yes, sir.
Zach Summers with CS 46. This is for anybody who would like to answer. This is now your third year doing this initiative. Can any of you speak to past years when you've held an event and talk about any tangible solutions that came out of those events that maybe have changed the way you police, the way you do anything?
Sheriff Ramos? I'm sorry, Sheriff. Chief Ramos, you want to take that? Sheriff Owens as well.
So one of the benefits for us is, one, that we've developed this relationship throughout the years, meaning, so we had our events last year and the year before that, but we've continued the partnership day to day, month to month. And how that helps us is when we do need help with maybe finding some place for someone who needs some food or some resources, we can sometimes call our faith-based organizations because we have that comfort, we have that contact. So now, rather than saying we don't have any resources, not only do we have our county resources, but now we do count on our faith-based organizations to help us with food, housing allowances, counseling, all the things that maybe we didn't feel comfortable before doing that. And it's not about we, I mean the officers, boots on the ground. They're the ones who have to establish these relationships with the faith-based organizations so that they feel comfortable when they encounter these solutions that are not lawful, that are not illegal. What can we do? They now have people they can turn to. Thank you.
That's Craig Owens, Sheriff of Cobb County. Excellent question. We took it a little bit further from Cobb perspective. Honestly, I know how important the church and faith is in building a community. However, I want to look outside of that. So I started building relationships with our community leaders, not only leaders, but our organizations. We built a relationship with Cobb Chamber of Commerce, our workforce, Atlanta Trades and Building Commission. Why do we want to build relations with those individuals? One, we can help find these young men and women jobs so they can find some fruitful things to do in life versus turning to crime. So we look at on the financial way, how can we get our business community to help out as well as our faith-based, because everything should not be on our faith-based community back to solve. We are one community. That means everybody should be helping, not just one entity. So we spread it out to everyone in our community in Cobb County, from our faith-based to our business leaders, our local trade commission as well, to help us provide other financial resources to help them as well. So this program for us is working very well by using those to help us as well.
Just one other question. We heard blood drives, food banks. Can you kind of speak to the other events, if you will, or initiatives that will happen for this week and what they look like, and where can people find them?
So that's an excellent question. Anyone in this community or across the country can go to faithandblue.org, faithandblue.org. There's a planning toolkit that has 100 different types of activities that will happen across the country. Everything from a crucial conversation where there's dialogue about some of the critical issues, the officer-involved tragedies, active shooter trainings, book discussions, peace, justice, and unity walks, athletic events, barbecues, picnics, car shows. All of these activities are designed to do two things: to decrease the mutual bias and increase the respect while engaging the community with law enforcement. So any faith-based or community organization, any business can go to faithandblue.org. Every tool and resource imaginable has been created to make this easy and convenient for every community in this state to take advantage of. And clearly, with the presence of all the law enforcement agencies here and the hundreds of police departments and sheriff's offices across the state of Georgia, as well as the federal entities participating, there is a willingness in law enforcement to figure out some solutions together. But it's up to the community to figure out what those solutions need to be. It's not a one-size-fits-all. What is needed in Dunwoody may be very different than what is needed here in Chamblin. It may be different than what's needed in Rayburn County or Savannah or any other place across the state. Any other questions? Thank you so much, and thank you to all of our law enforcement partners for joining us today. I'd like to ask all of the uniformed and non-uniformed law enforcement professionals to join us up here, and let's take a picture together. I want to just ask if we can just hold where we are. I don't take this for granted or lightly. I want to just offer, if it's okay, I'd like to offer a word of prayer over every law enforcement professional in this state today. Let's pray. Who we are, you made us. What we have, you gave us. What we know, you taught us. Where we are, you brought us. God, hear our prayer, hear our plea. We need you. Our communities need you. Our law enforcement professionals need you. The challenges that face our communities when it comes to crime and violence are significant. We cannot do it by ourselves. We need your help. We need your hand. God, I pray that you would protect every young person, that you would protect every officer, every deputy, every agent this day. The crime and upheaval, the violence that we're seeing in our streets is not of you, and it's not who we are. Give us the courage, give us the capacity to turn not on each other, but to turn to each other, recognizing that through your help, all things are possible. We're here announcing this weekend because we have faith in you and we have faith in one another. That faith that is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. If the naked eye were to look at the crime and the violence, the attacks on our officers, the officer suicides, the attrition rates, we would be weary. We would be weary. But you said to us that we are not to be weary in well-doing, but in due season we'll reap. God, we're planting seeds. Through Faith in Blue Weekend, through our ongoing engagement, we're planting seeds in every city, in every county in this state, that we believe and we're trusting you, you will allow to grow into partnerships that spell progress, that translate into peace. Protect every law enforcement professional that polices the streets of our state today, that no matter the danger, no matter the turmoil, no matter the weapon that forms against them, I pray that no weapon that forms against our law enforcement professionals will prosper. I pray that there will be an end to the tensions, to the law enforcement involved tragedies. We know if we have the faith, you have the power to see us through. Put your loving, protecting, blessing hands all over us. If you do this, we'll continue to give you praise. We know you from many walks of life. We know you by many names. But we know that there's a power that is greater than ourselves that is working in this world. And we give you thanks. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. Can we get a picture? So we'll have to...
All right, so leaders all across the state of Georgia are going to be joining in together to try to bridge communities, making it more inclusive. This all coming at a time when we have seen some cities calling to defund police. That's exactly what's going to be talked about when it comes to the very next event we're going to be bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'll take you out to Harris County, where we do have some officials, constables. They're all speaking about trying to create a safer Harris County, Texas, especially when it comes to making some plans and implementing them throughout their city. Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back with that here after this break.
policies put in by the current administration. We must have change. They've got to change their priorities. Alexandra Mueller is the only choice for county judge. She is the one that's going to turn this county around. And if we don't, and this isn't Democrat or Republican, this is public safety. You got to pick the best candidate. We've got to turn Harris County around, or we will lose Harris County forever. Thank you.
My name is Phil Sandlin. I'm the constable for Precinct 8, and I can tell you my constituents in Precinct 8 are approaching me daily talking about the crime, the revolving door that is happening down at the jail, these defendants that are arrested that are continuing to be let out on the streets on multi-bonds, low bonds, PR bonds, when they're dangerous to our society. They're victimizing our citizens. And what I want to see is some change at our Commissioner's Court, along with getting in a new county judge, new commissioner, that, as Constable Herman said, will change some of these policies and make our streets safer. And that's what we're all about. We serve everybody. No matter if you're Republican or Democrat, we serve everybody, and we want everybody to be safe. Thank you very much. Commissioner Cagle.
I'm Jack Cagle, and it is a privilege and an honor to stand with this august body of law enforcement. What is law enforcement? Law. It's certainly not lawlessness, which is what we are facing too much of on our streets these days, with more than 182 dead people because of the failed process of letting people out on bonds, with the problem of folks afraid to go to restaurants wearing their jewelry because it's not safe to be able to shop or to eat or to enjoy your streets. Lawlessness is prevailing, and the answer is that we need to support the law enforcement officers that are out there. And that's where, if I come to the A of law, you'll note all law enforcement is unified in saying what we are doing is not working. You have HPOU, you have the Sheriff's Union, you have our firefighters, you have constables and sheriffs locking arms, all saying enough is enough. And it's time for us to adopt policies that will address the lawlessness that's on our streets. And the third W of law is, what is law enforcement? Well, I'll tell you what it's not. A parks program for planting trees is a beautiful parks program, but it does not belong in the category of law enforcement when some folks brag about how they are helping in the law enforcement category. Programs for free daycare may be good programs to be debated in another zone, but it is not law enforcement. Law enforcement are boots on the ground. It is these people that we need to be able to unleash to make our streets safe. And no matter how you categorize it, at the end of the day, you have to ask two questions. Why is it that the law enforcement are all unified behind a change? And the second question is, ask yourselves, how many more officers do we actually have on the streets, boots on the ground, in our growing, expanding population in this county? And you'll note they have not kept up with the growth of the county, and you will note that they have not kept up, especially in these times of where we've had this crime pandemic. And I'll now turn it over to Jack Mormon.
Well, thank you to my former colleague, Commissioner Cagle. Thank you to all our law enforcement representatives for being here today. Thank you all for showing up. I'll be brief. Defunding and underfunding law enforcement has become a fact of life in Harris County. Unfortunately, so has lying about it. Look, it's abundantly clear who the men and women in blue support, and it's because we support them. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Alex Mueller now.
Thank you. Good morning. Can't express how proud I am to stand with these great leaders. And as it was referenced earlier, it's not just these individuals that are up here. They represent not only hundreds of years of experience, but thousands of deputies that don't get that opportunity to voice what they need. And we've come together, standing here today, not to just say crime is bad, but to say we have a plan to fix it. These men and women that wear the badge have not been properly resourced to do their job, and today we stand unified. We have the votes we get in office to fund 1,000 additional law enforcement positions. That is a serious commitment to safety. That is what an immediate solution looks like to an immediate problem. That is the difference here. The current leadership had 3.5 years to mobilize the weight and power of Harris County, and they sat on their hands. That's why I'm raising my hand, an opportunity to ask you all, let me lead this great county. I don't have to have phone calls with Commissioner Cagle, hopefully soon to be Commissioner Jack Mormon, to know what we need to do. The answer is always the same. There's so much divisiveness at the national level, but at the county, we all understand what we need to do. The solutions are clear, and all these individuals, we don't have to agree on every issue, but we agree on the most important. And the most important is our county's responsibility, our obligation to protect the most vulnerable, and that's what's not happened. So there's been a lot of discussion and details about whether we've defunded or a meager increase. The point is, they haven't done their job. We have not prioritized public safety, and you can't look at the last few years of investment and say the most important thing, more boots on the ground. Where has it been? Just recently, we're adding some more detention officers and a little bit of overtime. We can't keep expecting more from a fewer base. Every month, we lose more law enforcement, whether it's Houston Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, or our constables that are choosing any career but this. And it's not the weight of a badge, it's the weight of a Harris County badge that's become too much for them. So that's what we've laid out. Within 60 days, you have the votes right here to make it happen. We have the funding. We will fund 1,000 additional law enforcement. That's how you make our community safe, and that's what our commitment to doing. And to Lena Hidalgo, I'm standing right here. You said you ran on transparency, but you refuse to debate. How can voters make an informed decision if you don't have the decency to stand behind your ideas and let's have a meeting of the minds and debate these policies? Instead, you've chosen time and time again to not only slander and insult your own party, whether it's Senator Whitmire or District Attorney Kim Ogg or even members of the media, for them asking the simple questions of what have you done to tackle crime? So I've raised my hand, I'm sitting here, and I understand you might be scared. If I had your record, I'd be scared too. But it doesn't nullify your obligation and your duty to look to the voters. You know, part of why I'm running is the idea of what should the Harris County judge be. I've watched for 3.5 years if we had someone in a leadership position that prioritizes what their national donors want to hear instead of focusing on solving the kitchen table issues here in Harris County. So what I'm offering is a stark contrast. Someone that is going to be an advocate for Harris County first, for all of Harris County, focused on those kitchen table issues, safety being number one of them. And instead of attacking people, I want to work across the aisle. How do we get more resources? Because we know, we heard even Sheriff Gonzalez say, if I have more resources, I can do a better job. More resources mean quicker response times, faster investigations, dangerous criminals off the streets. So I want to work hand in hand with everyone until we make sure that everyone has that opportunity for safety. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jose Lopez. I'm the Vice President of the Harris County Deputies Organization, and I'll be doing my part in Spanish. So, mi nombre es José López. Yo soy el vicepresidente del sindicato del departamento de Harris, que representa más de 3,200 oficiales en este condado. ¿Y cuál es la razón por la cual estamos aquí hoy? La razón que estamos aquí hoy es que queremos que el público y la gente que vive en el condado de Harris sepa lo que está pasando en nuestro condado, y el crimen en nuestro condado está fuera de control.
All right, so right now we are giving you this press conference coming to us out of Harris County, where we do have our Harris County judge candidate, Alexandra Del Moral. She is definitely been speaking out against the current Harris County judge, Lena Hidalgo. So right now she is having the support of many constables and law enforcement agents here, talking about creating a new plan when it comes to public safety and protecting neighborhoods in the state of Texas. Live now from Fox, we'll step away for a 2-minute break, continuing on with this, plus other press conferences across the country, right here when we return.
Diciendo al pueblo que nos ayuden a hacer cambios en este noviembre, que es cuando vamos a tener las elecciones. Necesitamos Sandra Miller y Jack Mormon. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Marty, made news today with your endorsement. Can you talk about that a little bit more? Are you representing yourself or your union?
Well, you know, probably a little bit of both, but I will tell you this, I think the Houston firefighters have been quite clear leading up into this campaign. I think what is missing in Harris County, what has been, and I would argue from where I stand in the city of Houston, is showing the public the hope that public safety stands in solidarity. And I can tell you that the president of the Harris County Sheriff's Organization, David Cuevas, is not only a good friend, but an honest and a good officer and a great president. And the commitment that we made to them is that we will stand with Harris County Deputies Officers Organization, and that firefighters support law enforcement always. We're on the front lines together. We'll continue to be. And whatever we have to do to ensure that public safety, and that's not just law enforcement, that's fire, EMS, and rescue, is the top priority. That is what we will do.
Alexandria, you mentioned releasing a comprehensive plan to tackle public safety. You mentioned 1,000 police officers, but what else? What's part of this comprehensive plan to address public safety here in Harris County?
So we know there's backlogs, the 130,000 case, 60,000 pre-Harvey. They've at best now stabilized. We're not moving it down. We know it's over 8-month delays with forensics. And essentially our district attorney, they've not been able to keep up adequate number of felony prosecutors, 800 average caseload. So what I would say is the full shift here is that those one-time COVID dollars, ARPA, under 15% has been used for anything that would even roughly be considered justice and safety. It's an immediate shift. Every department that is involved in the criminal justice system needs a shot in the arm. If you talk to them, they have people that they're willing to hire that will come back. And so focus is 1,000 law enforcement, but we know when we get into office that all of these resources, the backlogs and delays are at multiple stages. And part of why we say 1,000 law enforcement, it also comes down to our jails. 50 million to transfer people. We're at max capacity. It's not safe for our guards, and it's not safe for the inmates. And we just haven't seen that progress. Sheriff Deputies Union filed a lawsuit back in September, and since then the problems in the jail have continued to plague. And so where they're talking about a handful of increases and $1 million or $2 million of overtime, we're saying no, we were given these ARPA dollars not to expand the scope of government, but to do what we are first and the only best suited entity to solve, and that's our criminal justice system.
And all those 1,000 offices of ARPA dollars, they're not permanent, they run out. So how are you going to maintain 1,000?
So our general operating budget, sorry.
How are you going to maintain an additional 1,000 officers and all that comes with it, health, etc.?
Absolutely. So roughly it's $100K per deputy. So inflation, we'll probably see that go up a little bit, but we're talking about a $2 billion operating budget. So that's 5%. During the 2008 recession, in 2 years, our county had to cut 15%. This county government continues to have record spending every year, but the one thing they won't spend on is more boots on the ground. So we will not be able to hire 1,000 day one. That's why there is a plan. We will work, and we have a critical challenge: recruiting, retention, and then respect. Respect is that criminal justice piece. But when you're talking about 5% in a budget, yes, we can find that. You cannot tell me this isn't efficiently operated. And what's interesting, if you look at the head count, county administration has grown, but those that are classified as justice and administration, that's actually smaller. So we've seen this government prioritize the growth of the bureaucratic state over the residents of Harris County, because if you ask any residents, do I want another bureaucrat or do I want another law enforcement officer patrolling or working in our jails, it's a pretty clear choice, and that's what we're making this election about.
And when Commissioner Cagle proposed a similar plan, I guess this was about a year ago.
500 deputies is what the Republican commissioners and Commissioner Cagle.
Well, so I was going to ask, at that point, Judge Hidalgo and some of the Democrats on the Commissioner's Court said basically putting that in place would require cuts to stuff like the health department and other kind of core services or vital stuff in their mind. Can you put this in place without cuts to services like that?
So it's going to have to be cuts. Like I said, we're talking about 5% of the budget across departments, and we're offering a clear framework. The more you impact public safety, that's the funding priority. Now, I think it's interesting, Judge Hidalgo just had an interview with ABC, and what she talked about was expanding the right of early education to every child in Harris County. So early education, if you take census numbers, 300,000, 0 to 5. Now, we just spent $50 million on preschool for 16 and then for 1,000 kids, which is 16K a kid. So Judge Hidalgo is talking about a funding commitment of almost over $5 billion, $1 billion down at the least, and I'm talking about, can we find $100 million, 5% of our operating budget, to protect the health and safety of every resident in Harris County.
Alex, this question is for both you and Commissioner Cagle. This Democratic majority has created multiple new layers, multiple new departments. Which, if any, would you like to see go away? Yeah. And is that enough to fund this
Step
surge
aside
in
and
law
let
enforcement?
Cagle.
7 months ago, when we had budget hearings, many of you may be curious, where were the budget hearings for this cycle? We didn't have budget hearings in this new transparent administration. But 7 months ago, when we had budget hearings, I proposed a budget that, like many of us who have had to contract in our home budgets because of Harvey, because of COVID, because of the struggles that we've had, I propose that we in the government side, because we are using taxpayer funds, do the same thing, and that we go back to the 2019 budget. It's kind of hard to know where some of the money is being spent these days. So if we went back to the 2019 budget to contract our belts a little bit as a group, we would have enough to fully fund all the requests that law enforcement in Harris County requested. We would have enough to pay the additional $20 million that had been promised to try to get some pay equalization back 3.5–4 years ago. And we would have enough to put $42 million back into the PIC fund. Now, what that would require is for us to go back and eliminate all of the new bureaucracy that had been hired, and not all those positions have been fulfilled, but that have been retained and hired in the last 3 years. And that's where I would start with our cut is, what have we added in the last 3.5 years? Let's go back to 2019. Just like many of us had to go back in our own personal budgets a couple of years to be able to survive the pandemic and to survive Harvey, let's do the same thing on the government level. And if we go back to our 2019 budget, then we have enough funds to do this plan without having to raise the taxes on the public. And we have enough funds to actually end up with money going back into our depleted PIC fund, our public contingency fund, in case we had another Harvey that came up our pipe.
Commissioner Cagle, you're also in the process of adopting the new budget the county is, and I'm just wondering, are you planning to introduce your own alternate proposal in some form this budget cycle, and do you plan to, I know in the past you skipped the meetings to, block passage of budgets you don't agree with. Is that on the table this time?
Well, I've attended every meeting but one 3 years ago when the proposal was to increase the taxes 8% in that 1 year. There were some who said that that would be an effective 12% on most homeowners. And one other time, some 8–9 years ago, when I wasn't able to attend due to an illness. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do in this next meeting. There's an old law that says that from about the same time period that says that you need a quorum, a super quorum before, in order to raise the taxes on the public without their consent. And that's an important phrase. We could have put the raising of the taxes of the public on a vote and let the public decide whether they wanted to have their taxes raised or not. This is talking about raising taxes without the public's consent. And so to answer your question, that old law that said that you need a quorum of 4 if you're going to raise the taxes without the public's consent, there's some old adages there that also talk about the judge is able to ask any sheriff to come and enforce the quorum.
All right, so we do have some of our Harris County leaders as well as some of those candidates who are trying to be elected to help serve the people here, speaking about changes that they want to see when it comes to their law enforcement, especially trying to protect neighborhoods and the public. I do want to turn our attention to a news conference that is now coming out of Canada, where we do have families of those victims. Remember, there were 10 who were killed due to stabbings, a lot more injured as well. These families speaking out. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here live here on Live Now from Fox.
Aunts, uncles of Bonnie from the Muskogee Cree Nation. We are close to the James Smith Cree Nation people through sports, through activities, through ceremony, through everything that we've done. in our lives. And right now, it's a difficult time for our families. The second piece that we're going to talk about is, I know a lot of people are out there wondering what happened. Well, honestly, we don't know. I'm going to try to piece together what I know, because I was at the scene on Sunday with Brian. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, and some of it will be a little bit harsh to hear, but we're going to speak the truth. The third thing is the impact of what's happening to the other 3 children that are here with us today, and Brian and his family, and the support that we need for a GoFundMe page to help with some long-term trauma here. So that's kind of the 3-step process. I've got my communications person here, Sean. I'm not sure if there wants to be a scrum after, but I'm asking the media to be respectful of who I am. It's not about me. Please don't use my title. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a title. This is about our family. This is about the horrible, senseless act that took one of our family members away, 2 of our family members away. What I want to talk about is Bonnie Lee Goodvoice. She's a member of the Wahpeton Dakota First Nation. She was a Dakota woman, and she still is a Dakota woman. In 1990, it's a long time ago, she met one of my crazy buddies here, Brian, and I don't know, but I was talking to my uncle the other day, and I said, yeah, I was talking to Brian, and he's like, who the heck's Brian? It's like, we all know him as Buggy, right? Because that sense of laughter that you're hearing right now is what Bonnie and Brian did all the time, was laugh and joke, and those are the things that we need to remember. They've been married for 15 years. She moved to the community at James Smith Cree Nation. They've got a home. They've started raising their family, which is Brian's late son here, Gregory, who is 28 years old. We've got Dason, who's 13 years old, and Mason, I think, is 11, and I was going to call him by his nickname, Pablo. Pablo, yeah. Grayson. So I don't know how he got that name, but we know him as Pablo, right? So this is how it is in our country where we grow up. It's all about relationships. It's all about family. It's all about nicknames. It's all about laughter. It's all about joy. It's all about humbleness. One of the things that I can say about my sister and Chuck's daughter and our niece and our relative, family came first, her family. We always talk about in First Nations culture the matriarchal society. She lived that. She was always at home with her children while Brian was out there working, playing sports. She was always with her family. She was the caretaker of her home. They had a beautiful home. And that's what we want people to remember her as. She's not a victim. She's a hero. And what you'll hear, secondly, is why she's a hero. And when we talk about Brian and Bonnie, it goes unnoticed for all the work that they did in their community of James Smith Cree Nation. Bonnie was working at the school for the last few years, providing for her family. She was also a foster parent. She was also a foster parent of 2 kids in her care at the time of this terrible incident. So raising about 6 kids and all the numerous kids that she helped before. She always put other people before her. That's what we want people to remember. We want people to remember how she made you laugh, how she told stories at Christmas functions, at kids' birthdays, at weddings, at celebrations. That's the reality. And when we talk about what Bronnie brought to her community, the things that I noticed the day that I was at the scene was everybody came up and talked about what she did for the James Smith community. She was married into that community. She would help volunteer at cooking, at doing whatever she had to do, and she'd make Brian come along all the time, right? Because they did things together. And when we see this and we listen, we have to remember those things, because the situation that occurred shouldn't happen to anyone. No one whatsoever. You know, I sit back and I watch and I listen and I watch these things on TV, and I'm like, man, oh man, how did this happen to our family? Why did it happen? We have no answers. But what we can talk about is what family means to all of us, and what Bonnie, and I don't even know why I keep calling Gregory, because his name's Jonesy. That's how we knew him, as Jonesy. That was his nickname. And when we think about myself as her brother, I was hardly in my sister's life. She had her family, I had my family, but every time our side of the family got together, she was always there at Christmas and that kind of stuff, bringing the boys, and I'd always argue with Pablo about who's the boss is, and today he told me he's the boss, and still hasn't given me a reason why, but I understand, and I take that direction, because the most important thing to my sister and to our niece and to Brian's wife was the kids. She made every effort to provide for her family. She was sober for 15 years of her life. And those are the things we want to remember. We want to remember how she made an impact in your lives as individuals, how she made an impact in your family. And today when we sit up here, I could be replaced by any one of my family, and they know that, but I have to take on the torch of the responsibility of our family. And it's not about leadership, because when I look in this room, it doesn't matter if you have a title or not, you're all leaders of your families, of people. And we've got to remember that. We're all human. And I keep thinking about this all the time. I'm just a kid from the res. And why did this happen to our family? Why did this happen to all families? And I want to make it very clear that we're not talking about any other families here, because that's not our place, that's not our right. We're talking about our family, and I think the public needs to know who Bonnie Lee Good Voice Burns was. She was a member that made a difference in people's lives. She was a sober person. You go into her home, it was a beautiful home. It was filled with love and care. And the children always came first. And when we talk about that, we talk about our nephew or the son, the grandson, 28-year-old boy his life taken away from us. This young man had opportunities to work. He was fully employable. He had lots of tickets and opportunities. He was a great kid. He worked in the community. He built houses. He did whatever he could for his family and trying to help his mom and his dad and take care of his 3 brothers. And those are the things we want people to recognize and remember. During this difficult time, we're just climbing a mountain now as a family, both of our communities. And that mountain is the devastation of what happened to our family member. And what it's going to take to heal from senseless acts as this that happened to our community, our family, our province, and our country. Let's not focus on what the reasons are. Let's focus on people that were taken away from each and every one of these families. Our family, because that's our focus. We've got to focus on what we can do to help other people, and we've done it. This has affected our treaty territory and other treaties, Treaty 6 territory, the lands of which you all gather on today. And when I think about what the future looks like, my sister, our family members, they'd want us to move on. They'd want us to heal, but to never forget. And to carry love in your hearts, to carry compassion, to be united, to think of other people. We've shed a lot of tears in the last couple of days. But at the end of the day, we loved our sister, Brian's wife, Chuck's daughter, our niece, our nephew, our grandson, because they loved us too. And that's what we want people to remember. As difficult as it is to not show emotion, we're hurting. We're broken, but we're not defeated. This process of a family is something that is rich in all of our First Nations people. When we look at our community as Musket Lake Cree Nation, James Smith Cree Nation, and all of our friends that support us from all the other First Nations in the city of Saskatoon and all the small towns, we say thank you for that. We thank you for your generosity, for your kind words, for your support, for your guidance, because this is a difficult time for our people. It's a difficult time for our family. I'm going to kind of get a little bit off track here and talk about the day. The day is Sunday. The day that I was at home with my family sleeping, and these alerts kept waking me up. And I looked at my phone and I had messages from my family. And a long-serving family member of ours has always taken the reins to be the leader of our family, but told me to call him through a text, so I did. And he told me what happened to my sister and to my nephew. That morning I couldn't think straight, and I was worried about the rest of my family, what was going on. So I told my wife, I gotta go. And I went alone to the crime scene. There I was phoning my niece O'Brien and asking him where he was. He was doing something that him and his family loved, which was horse racing out in another First Nations community that weekend, providing for his family. Driving to the community that day was the longest 2 hours of my life, not knowing what to expect. In the back of my mind, I thought about my family. What are they thinking? Hope they're holding each other, hugging each other, telling each other they love them. Those are my thoughts. When I got to the community, I went to the community health center and I asked where, what, who, and one of the community members said, we're going over to see your sister. Brian had phoned me and said, this is where he is. And for the people to know and understand this, it's probably a natural feeling for all of us to feel anger. That was my first initial thought. And it's okay to feel those feelings, but those feelings aren't going to solve anything. I've gotten a lot of advice over elders the last couple of days to grieve properly. And the support that I have for my family and all the people inside and outside of this room that have contacted us and sent their well wishes and they're thinking of us. And I basically told everybody, we've got to think of these 3 little boys that are here with us today, and Brian and Chuck, because they need our support. As much as it's hard for us to grieve, for a lot of people sitting in this room, you didn't know my sister. You didn't know my nephew. You don't know my family, and that's okay. And the reason it's okay is because it's a community coming together. The old saying goes, it takes a community to raise a child. And whether we're First Nations or non-First Nations people, we all got to come together to raise children, to make sure they all have a quality of life. And that's what my sister stood up for. That's what my nephew stood up for. One of the most things that has traumatized me through this whole process was the visual scene that I seen that day. When we got there, it must have been about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This incident happened probably anywhere from 6 to 7 in the morning. My first reaction when I got there was to go see my sister and my nephew. And touch her and hold her. Couldn't do that. None of our family could do that. Right outside of her home. she was killed by senseless acts.
Senseless acts indeed. Family members of those victims speaking out here in Saskatoon, Canada. Live now from Fox, bringing this update here to you. Do want to say thanks so much to all of our viewers who have been watching here with us as we've been keeping you on top of all the latest stories coming to us from across the country, around the world. We're going to step away for a brief break, of course, bringing you more top stories and press conferences that have happened here today when we return here in 2 minutes. Good morning, and thank you to everyone who is watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. I wanted to start things off in a new hour, giving everyone a live look at the stock markets, especially as we continue to see more green all across the big board. Definitely always great to see, especially as we continue to deal with inflation still affecting millions of Americans. And I know that it's also been a concern when it comes to products rolling out here. We'll be continuing to cover that as iPhone's going to be rolling out the iPhone 14 here soon. We'll cover that here for you in just a bit. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the temperatures coming to us here on the West Coast, especially as we continue to see that heat wave that is happening. We know that there is record-breaking heat that's been baking the West Coast here for days. It's been fueling some destructive wildfires and threatening rolling power shutoffs in California. It can last even longer, according to all of our weather experts, and it may be also affecting a hurricane forming along Mexico's Pacific coast. Sacramento just hit 116 degrees on Tuesday, the hottest day on record for the state capital. And according to the National Weather Service, they are saying more records broken all over the Bay Area. There are some cities that are just shattering previous daily records by more than 10 degrees. California residents, obviously, they've been dealing with this now for days. They've been asked and encouraged to set their thermostats to 78 degrees or higher despite these high temperatures, as well as avoid using some of those major appliances. They're asking them to turn off unnecessary lights between the hours of 4 and 9 p.m. They're also asking people with electric cars not to have them plugged in as well. Pacific Gas and Electric, the nation's largest utility, has notified about 525,000 customers to prepare them for the potential of these rotating outages. So the heat is only going to continue on for those folks. And of course, Live Now from Fox is going to keep a close eye on things, but this brutal western heat, not the only thing that California is trying to deal with. They're also dealing with an uptick also when it comes to Wildfires and those firefighting efforts definitely difficult in those conditions. We do go out to our Fox News chief correspondent, Jonathan Hunt, who's giving us more from the Los Angeles area. And we'll be bringing you Jonathan's story here in a bit, especially as he's going to be keeping us covered on all of these temperatures. Do want to let all of our viewers know there's about 50 million people under these heat alerts. We're going to be going into our Fox weather coverage as they're speaking about this here. Let's go ahead and jump into that live. We always like to tune into them, especially when they're giving us just some of these really great warnings ahead of more hot weather on the way. No end in sight. Let's go ahead, listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
94, we get a little closer to it by the weekend. Big time heat, though, it is persisting, and there's a lot of concern for the risk of heat-related illnesses, understandably so, for the more than 50 million people under those heat advisories and heat alerts across the West. Colorado, for example, seeing those temperatures as high as 15 degrees above normal. All of these warnings and advisories. Overheat, yeah, we've got those schools that have actually changed their schedules as a result. Let's bring in our very own Fox Weather's Will Nunley. The latest on some of those conditions as Colorado, Denver, baking today. Will.
Absolutely, Stephen. Here at the Denver Zoo, we're trying to keep the people and the animals a little cool, and this is a big departure from normal. Whenever I talk to neighbors here, that's the overwhelming sense that I get as they say this is just not normal. This is way too hot for this time of year, especially here in the Mile High City. Let me show you some of the elevation and how this plays into all of this. Breckenridge faring pretty well, but look at Denver. Look at that big change in temperatures, and it's just not the norm that we see here this time of year. Look at the 3-day spread. And you can see we are breaking records each and every day. Broke a record yesterday. The same is on tap for today and tomorrow. And this is leading to some real-world consequences here for day-to-day life in Denver. As you mentioned, they are having to change the protocol with some of the schools. Denver Public Schools telling us that at least 20 schools will be dismissing early simply because they were not built with air conditioning. And so bringing students in to these buildings with temperatures of highs of 95, 98 degrees, it's not a pleasant environment. So they will be dismissing early. Some schools closing completely because of this. Now, here in the Denver Zoo, they are, putting in several different protocols as well, spraying down the animals, basically keeping what would be a summer protocol in place with ice baths and lots of misting systems. I spoke with Jake earlier at the Denver Zoo, and here's how he explains what's going on right now.
On days like this where it's going to be really hot, we have a lot of species that need a little extra attention, a little extra care. So that includes everything from, making sure they have the shade they need, of course water, but also, some special things. So we have misters built into some of their habitats. The keepers will give them ice baths or ice treats or create mud wallows.
And one of those misters on display behind me, a big important feature for the kids as they try to stay cool here today. But yeah, the same goes for a lot of the animal pens here. As a matter of fact, what you hear behind me is the Asian elephant demonstration as they're having to keep them cool. Well, if it's going in for a bath this time of day, Stephen, and it's not going to be just the elephant seeking shade and refuge today in the cool weather, because this is just yet another day where they would have to have these protocols in place typically in the start of August, mid-August. But to be keeping this going right now in the second week of September is just nearly unheard of. So.
All right, thanks, Will Nunley, again, for giving us that update with our Fox weather team. Of course, we are all feeling heat here on the West Coast. I know here in Arizona, in the Phoenix area, also going to continue to see some of those temperatures reach that upper 100 degrees. Thinking about 108 is what we're going to be seeing today. And as we mentioned, we do have more that we want to bring to you with these stories, going out to Jonathan Hunt as he's talking about all that California is facing here at this time.
People across the West are still baking under a brutal heat wave that's brought triple-digit temperatures for the past 3 days. Here in California, we're seeing a number of all-time highs, including in the capital, Sacramento, where temperatures hit 116 degrees on Tuesday, breaking a 97-year-old record. Now the focus is turning to the state's electrical grid, which is on the verge of being overloaded as demand outstrips supply. A Stage 3 power alert is now in effect. That's one step below ordering rolling blackouts for the state's 39 million residents. More than 35,000 customers have already lost power, and there's no word on when service will be restored. Residents are now being asked to conserve electricity, but that's a tall order as people fight the heat any way they can.
All right, a little bit of trouble there with the audio. Of course, we'll continue to keep a look here at those weather temperatures and also keep an eye on some of the wildfire developments as well. So live now from Fox, want to continue things along here, giving you more top stories when it comes to the battle with the Donald Trump raid with the FBI. There's, of course, more developments, and we're always bringing you the very latest. Let's go ahead and get more with our Fox News reporters.
In a new report, the Washington Post, citing unnamed sources, says FBI agents found a document containing information about a foreign country's nuclear capabilities during that Mar-a-Lago search. The file is reportedly among the more than 100 classified records taken from the property last month.
We don't know whether it was a friend or a foe, and the issue is not just about the content of the report, but what it may reveal about our sources and methods and capabilities to find out and learn about another country's military capabilities.
The Post sources did not identify which foreign government was involved or where the document was found in Mar-a-Lago. Critics are slamming yet another leak.
And the only reason to leak to the media is to influence the narrative, which tells you this is being politicized, which is doing damage to the FBI, the Justice Department, to important institutions to our country.
An attorney for former President Trump says the government must exercise leadership and control, adding that the court has provided a sensible path forward, which does not include the selective leak of unverifiable and misleading information. On Monday, a federal judge granted former President Trump's request for an independent party to review the records, a move that former Attorney General Bill Barr is criticizing.
The opinion, I think, was wrong, and I think the government should appeal it.
The Justice Department and former President Trump's teams have until Friday to come up with suitable candidates to sift through the thousands of documents that were found in Mar-a-Lago. In Washington, Malva Rivera, Fox News.
Well, today we also, out of Memphis, Tennessee, saw our suspect back in court, and we now know that as he was facing more charges, a judge has ordered he be held without bond related to the most serious charge. We do want to, of course, bring you the very latest update with our Fox News correspondent, Jonathan Siri, as he does bring us more.
The man accused of killing Eliza Fletcher making a second appearance in a Memphis courtroom on Wednesday. Cleotha Abston was arraigned on charges including first-degree murder. The new charges come one day after police confirmed that the body they found on Monday belongs to the Memphis mother and kindergarten teacher.
And as we know that the suspect in court, he'll be back in court again tomorrow. So let's go ahead and bring you the latest outside of the courtroom where we do have our DA. He was speaking out on this case.
That issue is resolved.
Can you give us some clarity on this suspect's prior record? You alluded to yesterday repeat offenders being treated as such when considering how to pursue charges. What can you tell us about his past? We know about a previous kidnapping case, but now I'm seeing reports about an extensive criminal past during his childhood, 16 different detainments from age 11, including a conviction for rape. Is that all true?
So I'm not going to go into the juvenile court record for obvious reasons. We can go into the adult court record, and we already know that the record shows a conviction for kidnapping, where he was assigned a 24-year sentence. He served 20 years of that. I'm not going to go into anything beyond that.
Can you confirm, though, that he does have a juvenile record beyond that?
I think we will hear more about his record or something at the appropriate time, if it's some sort of bond hearing or some sort of other type of hearing in the court. But beyond that, we really can't talk about his criminal history.
Can you tell us regarding this, does this public defender have a conflict? Is she not wanted to represent her?
So the motion's under seal. there are limits as to what we can discuss publicly, so I can't really go into any more detail other than what the judge already said on the record, which is defense filed a motion. The motion concerns representation, and the judge expects to be able to rule on that tomorrow.
What would you say to people who are following this story and saying, based on what we do know about this suspect's prior record, what do you say to people who think he shouldn't have been on the street at all?
Well, I mean, it's easy to talk about things in 20/20 hindsight. In this particular case, clearly we should not have been on the street. Our office actually opposed parole at the time. We now know in hindsight, perhaps the parole decision was a tragic one. We will only be able to speculate as to what other thing he might have done had he served his full term. But clearly it's tragic.
What would be the timing for the grand jury if this were to go in front of a grand jury? What would be the timing there?
As y'all know, 201 can be slow sometimes. We're in a courtroom that works fast. Tomorrow, I think we'll start sort of in earnest now that we have this one-day delay. I think we'll probably start. The attorney will become familiar with the case, the defense attorney. The case may or may not be set for preliminary hearing within the next month, 2 months, something like that. And it would be after that it would proceed to our criminal court. I know we got people from all over here, different states. It works differently, but we'll have court hearings and procedures down here for about 2 or 3 months. Then the matter would go to the action of the grand jury.
With this being an ongoing investigation, is it possible we'll see more charges come tomorrow or next week or so?
We can't comment on future charges. I think the general probably does like to answer your question about the family.
Sure, you've had a chance to talk to the family. I mean, how are they responding to the last couple of days? What are they going through right now?
Well, obviously they're in agony. They were in agony for the first couple of days when they didn't know the fate of Eliza, and then different type of agony once her fate was confirmed. They have been cooperating fully with us and with law enforcement throughout the entire process. They're supporting each other. They really appreciate the outpouring of concern from the entire community. I think just in general, they're preferring to keep to themselves, have their privacy respected, and go through their own grieving process.
And you've met with them in the courtroom today, right?
Yeah.
I know you said that this is an isolated event. Has anything changed at all about that?
Nothing's changed. Nothing changed since I said yesterday.
What kind of punishment are you going to pursue here? What do you want the judge to sentence this person to if he's found guilty?
It is premature for us to discuss right now what kind of punishment we're going to seek. There's a whole process that will have to be undergone before we make those kinds of decisions.
Is the plan, though, to make sure he's never out of prison again?
First-degree murder, under the law, has 3 different penalties. Life imprisonment without parole, and the death penalty. We have charged first-degree murder.
Has there been any talk of a gag order on this?
A gag order? I mean, the judge, placed restrictions on what media can do in the courtroom, and the pending motion that I just referred to a moment ago is under seal. There's a pending motion from the defense about limiting extrajudicial statements. It hasn't been ruled on, but other than that, there's no gag order.
From parole to now, did this suspect slip up at all? Was there any run-ins with the law between those 2 times?
Well,
we'll have to stay tuned.
Yeah, well, can't really comment on that right now.
So the proper nomenclature for what happened today, though, the arraignment has been told.
Yes.
Is it possible this case could be moved out of Shelby County when it goes to criminal court?
Look, anything's possible. We don't know anything about issues regarding venue, but the defense is free to file any motion they want to file.
Do you have anything on cause of death that you could say at this point?
No, we do not.
Or whether he had past interaction with her?
Well, so again, no change from what I said yesterday. We have no information to suggest anything other than this was a stranger interaction.
First
and we can't,
interaction?
as far as we know, and we can't comment any further about cause of death, time of death, anything along those lines.
One of the things that I think has stuck out as we've learned more about this case is the pair of sandals that was found at the crime scene. Can you speak to, on 2 fronts here, one, how crucial were those shoes in finding the suspect, and how crucial do you think those shoes are going to be as evidence in the case?
So once again, because there's a pending case, there are rules about what prosecutors can and cannot say, and commenting on the evidence is one of those things that we can't do. So I can't directly answer that question. I think you all know, as a general matter, that DNA evidence can be very important in cases, but with respect to the specific evidence in this case, I can't really go into any further detail. If I could.
Yesterday you said you got a key look on the real-time crime center, going back and getting a key look on that car, seeing it what areas it was in. Is it possible you saw that car, or investigators saw that car in other areas prior to Friday, maybe in that exact same area?
Another type of thing that I really can't comment on. What I was referring to generally was that I got to see the real-time crime center and see, just how robust the technology is, and I also got to go to the command center and see how seamlessly the different agency of law enforcement were cooperating, and I wanted to commend them on that. Obviously, it worked because, we got a suspect fairly quickly. But as to individual items of evidence and when we got it and when we don't, again, there really are limits as to what I can say. I'm gonna end right now. Thank you very much.
Connected to the.
All right, our DA here wrapping things up after answering multiple media questions. Again, our suspect is due back in the courtroom again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Live Now from Fox will definitely be on top of that as soon as we get those shots inside of the courtroom. We'll be right there giving you the very latest, especially after today. We saw the 38-year-old suspect inside of the courtroom to hear his arraignment on these charges of first-degree murder, premeditated murder, and murder in preparation of kidnapping. And he was in the jumpsuit that you're seeing here with just a white T-shirt underneath. He was wearing a mask and just looked straight ahead during this entire arraignment. And again, the judge now ordering him to be held without bond related to the most serious charge. We'll step away for a brief break, continuing to bring you more top stories and events across the country when we return right back here on Live Now from Fox in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Maryland, where we're going to be listening in. Officials here speaking about a 51-year-old cold case that now has a suspect arrested. Let's go ahead and listen in right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Captain Hall, as well as John McCarthy. And we also have representatives from our Major Crimes Division here, Lieutenant Sanger and retired Captain Ruben Rosario. First off, we'll start with Chief Jones, but I also want to let the media know that the news release will be sent out through our media distribution list, and it will also be posted on our website. And I do have photos as well to distribute to anyone who wants it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us today. First, I want to say that I am very proud of the hard working and dedicated men and women within our department. And I'm especially proud today of the detectives in our Major Crimes Division. Last October, detectives from the Cold Case Unit made the decision to take a look at the 1971 homicide of Montgomery County Special Deputy Sheriff Captain James Tappan Hall with a fresh set of eyes. On Saturday, October 23rd, 1971, Montgomery County Special Deputy Sheriff Captain James Tappan Hall was shot at the Manor Country Club on Carrollton Road in Rockville. He succumbed to his injuries on October 26th, 3 days later. Investigators believe that Captain Hall interrupted a residential burglary in progress, and for 51 years, his murder had gone unsolved. For almost a year, Detective Katie Leggett and Corporal Lisa Killen combed through case files, recordings, and interviewed witnesses. Through the course of their investigation, Leggett and Killen narrowed in on one person, Larry David Becker. Becker had been interviewed by investigators in 1973, but had not been labeled a suspect. Leggett and Killen determined that around 1975, Becker began using the last name Smith and had been living in Little Falls, New York for over 45 years. Leggett and Killen traveled to New York, and on September 1st of this year, they interviewed Smith. During that interview, Smith admitted to shooting Captain Hall. Larry David Smith was arrested and has been charged with murder. He has waived his extradition and is expected to be back in Maryland later this week to face charges. I want to talk about the fabulous work of Detective Leggett, Corporal Killen, and cold case detectives, Detective Sarah White and Dana Bungie. These ladies have put forth a tremendous amount of effort. They have been dedicated and committed to finding justice, as we have never shown that we've given up on finding justice for this case. They have persevered in a manner that demonstrates the high quality of Montgomery County Police law enforcement. And I'm so very proud of the efforts. We are all proud of the efforts that they have put forth. And to obtain a confession for someone who committed a crime 51 years ago is a tremendous, tremendous accomplishment. At the time of his death, Captain Hall was married to his wife, Anna, of 33 years. To come full circle, to really bring this kind of home for me, is personal. It's personal in a different kind of a way. Captain Hall's nephew, Frank Hall, Corporal Frank Hall, retired from Montgomery County Police, was my training corporal when I first started here 36 years ago. In closing, I want to say to the Hall family that we are pleased to bring justice to your grandfather, your father, and uncle. And I want to thank partner agencies that help us bring this case to a close. The Layton City Police Department in Layton, Utah, the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit, ATF Baltimore, ATF Albany, and the New York State Police Troop D Herkimer. Okay? At this time, I want to bring forth the Sheriff Popkin to have to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Darren Popkin. I am the Sheriff of Montgomery County. On behalf of the entire Sheriff's Office, certainly the Hall family, and all of Montgomery County's law enforcement, I want to express my incredible gratitude to Chief Jones and the cold case unit for solving this 51-year-old murder case. As the murder of Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Captain James Hall was the only and oldest unsolved homicide of a law enforcement officer in Montgomery County, this brings a tremendous sense of relief. On October 23rd, 1971, Jim Hall, or JT as he was known, was working security-related part-time work at Manor Country Club as an off-duty deputy sheriff to supplement his income for his family, like many officers do now and did back then as well. But sadly, that night at age 53, Jim was ambushed, rushed to the hospital, but passed away a few days later at Montgomery General Hospital. Having grown up in Aspen Hill, very close to where this homicide occurred, I remember the shock and sadness in the community when Jim was taken from us. Every year since I've been on, close to 40 years, during Police Memorial Week, the Hall family, Carolyn, Carrie, Bob, Frank, and others travel from across the country and locally to meet with Chief Jones and I to honor and recognize and remember Jim's ultimate sacrifice at the Montgomery County Public Safety Memorial. Next year, in 2023, in May of 2023, when we gather again for Police Memorial Week at the Montgomery County Public Safety Memorial, perhaps Jim will be resting a little bit more peacefully. Thank you.
My family, please come up. They have been so strong with me and my brother. We're so happy. I just want to thank the cold case unit. My heart goes out to them. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department. We love you. We will never forget you. I just knew somebody was out there. And I don't want anybody to forget if you are missing a loved one, if somebody has been hurt. Please don't give up. Please keep after the Police Department, the Sheriff's Department. They're here to help you. They really do. We found that out.
I never thought this case would be solved. It has been. And anybody out there that wants to be bad, just remember that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Thank you.
My name's John McCarthy. I'm the state's attorney for Montgomery County. I'm honored to be here with the Hall family today. And I like your words. If you're going to do something bad, watch out. We're going to get you ultimately. We're going to get you ultimately. This is a great day for the Hall family. To have this man arrested and charged with this. You suffered a long time without your dad, your brother, and uncle, cousins. So thank you again. It's a great honor to be here with you. I'm really not surprised to be here, though. I've been doing this a while myself. I actually lived on Carrollton Road for 30 years. This was the street I lived on. I came there after this happened. But I know the men and women of this police department for a long time. And the fact that you have people like Katie Leggett, Lisa Killen, Sarah White, that do this kind of work all the time, it does not surprise me. We are blessed here in Montgomery County with a magnificent police department. It was not lost on me that they opened this investigation, I guess, in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the death. And this department's now celebrating their 100th anniversary. So we have two things to celebrate. 100 years of magnificent work by the men and women in this department, and the fact that these wonderful, wonderful, tremendous detectives, Katie Leggett was also involved in the Lyon sister case, which everybody in this room knows about the Lyon sisters. Great work. Lisa Killen, I'm looking at her mom and dad. I've been friends with them before you were here. I was friends with your mom and dad. Lisa, and then Sarah, thank you for the work you've done here. Mr. Smith, also known as Larry Becker, he grew up pretty close by. He lived on Faraday with his adoptive parents, not too far away from where this murder actually took place. Wasn't living there when this happened, but he lived nearby. I know all the streets. I know the names. I know this place well. He will be extradited from, as the chief said, he's going to be back. He's going to be back soon, probably by the end of the week. I would anticipate that you will have a bond review in the district court for this man who's coming back. He faces first-degree murder. It's a life sentence that he faces. Obviously, he is not a young man at this point in time with the passage of time. But he'll be back at a bond review probably on Monday in the afternoon in the district court. We would anticipate that this matter would be forwarded to the grand jury for their consideration. They would return an indictment, and sometime in the upcoming months, 4 to 6 months from now, we'll begin the process of trying to hold him accountable for this horrific act. So, Chief, you have a lot to be proud of, and I think the people live in this community have a lot to be proud of. And again, thank you to the Hall family. I knew you as members of the police department, and I'm sure this was a huge loss, not just for your family, but for the community when you lost your loved one. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. And a special thank you to Mr. McCarthy, as well as to Sheriff Popkin, and to all of our good friends with the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department. Again, this is about a law enforcement brother that's been lost. This shows you the impact that we never forget.
All right, so once again, as they said, one of their own finally having that murder case being solved in Montgomery County, Maryland. I'm sure a lot of appreciation, as we just heard, is being given to all of those who were involved in solving this case. Live now from Fox, we'll step away for a brief break. When we come back, though, here's a live look inside of the White House. We're expecting the Obamas to be back here in the White House as they have their official portraits being unveiled. We'll bring this to you as soon as the event starts, right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll also be back here after this 2-minute break. We are out here live in the White House where President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, they're going to be welcoming back both Barack and Michelle Obama as they have their official portraits being unveiled here today. They do have a full crowd in attendance to today's event. And of course, this will be something we'll be jumping out to as soon as it does get started. It was supposed to be underway here about 10 minutes ago, looking like it's running just a little bit behind. Also expected from the White House today is the White House press briefing with our press secretary. So that will be something we'll be headed into. That will be in the briefing room, though, of course, a little bit later here this afternoon. But right now, this ceremony going to be taking place as soon as we do see the president coming in with the former president as well. Both of those first ladies also going to be in attendance here. Do want to also give a live look to all of our viewers at yet another press conference we'll be waiting on here after an August break. Senate back here, and we've been listening in as some of our leaders are back out on the floor giving their remarks. Here you can see we are going to have some of those senators making some remarks here on Capitol Hill. So they'll be holding those press conferences just like they had before. You know, each party likes to come out in front of the microphone, have a few of their senators to speak on some of the top issues we're facing, some of the top issues that they're going to be focused on moving forward here as they are back in session. So they have convened and they'll be back getting things done and doing some work here, hopefully for all of us, especially since we have still seen inflation being an issue. We still see a backlog when it comes to some of those shipping items. Hopefully some of that is getting itself worked out on, but of course we'll be keeping a close eye on this podium, looking for those party leaders to be stepping up here. And if we're in the middle of something else, you know what we do here. We always roll on it and then bring it to you from the top so you don't miss any of those remarks. And finally, another live look that I want to bring you out to is in New York. We do have New York Police Department. They're going to also be holding a press briefing here very shortly as well. So this is going to be with our police commissioner, other of our New York Police Department executives. They're going to be holding a summer crime briefing. Now, we know that New York has definitely seen their fair share of crime here, not only when it comes to some of the crimes on the streets, but also underneath the streets in the subways as well. So we'll be hearing more on what they're doing to try to combat some of that crime, as well as hear about some of the top issues they saw happening over these summer months. A lot of people now headed back into the school year. I do want to bring us a story with our Fox 6 team talking about where we are when it comes to our nation's report card. Let's go ahead and listen into that story right here on Live Now from Fox.
As a new school year begins, so does the work here at Mathnasium in Whitefish Bay. Janie Bittner has been getting a little help here for more than a year.
I was really struggling with math and I didn't get a lot that they were teaching me last year.
She's not alone. The National Assessment of Education Progress, often called the nation's report card, found math and reading scores plummeted in 9-year-olds over the last 2 years.
The summer was the busiest that we've ever been.
Rahita Shaw has seen the impact firsthand. She owns the Math Tutoring Center.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the kids didn't get what they needed these last couple years.
The study shows math scores dipped for the first time ever. Reading scores are at their lowest level since 1990.
We are seeing some definite challenges due to the pandemic, and I think they're going to be lingering.
Itzel Galindo is the executive director of Wisconsin's Reading Corps. Tutors are working with students in 149 schools across the state.
Our kiddos are capable of being successful readers and proficient readers if we work together.
Places like this are giving kids the right tools, adding to future success.
All right, thanks so much to our Fox 6 team for, of course, keeping us up to date. I know a lot of parents had a lot to deal with over the last few school years. Hopefully we can see kids staying inside of those classrooms, especially as we are going to see another wave of COVID. We've been hearing that from a lot of our White House COVID team officials, as well as other health professionals, that we could see an increase of those COVID cases this fall. We also know flu season comes every single fall and winter as well. So a lot to continue to deal with for those parents. Live Now from Fox, going to continue to keep an eye out for the president and first lady, as well as the Obamas, as they return here to the White House to have their official portraits unveiled. We're going to use this opportunity to step away for another brief break. We'll bring you more coming up here in just a moment. We are back out live here at the White House. We're having more special guests being ushered in here as we are getting ready for a ceremony and unveiling of portraits for former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama. Let's go ahead, listen in live, raw and unfiltered right here as the Vice President just made her way into this room. And as we wait for the president and the guests of honor to be introduced here, this is going to be the first joint return since they left office in 2017. Also a return of Washington tradition last celebrated 10 years ago. The pieces will hang inside of the White House for decades to come. It is the first official portraits added to the White House collection since then. President Obama had held a emotional bipartisan unveiling ceremony for George W. Bush and Laura Bush in 2012. You can see the doors are open. Everyone's standing at attention here. Guests also waiting eagerly as the president's being introduced.
Barack Obama and Mrs. Michelle Obama. Mr. President, Dr. Biden, President Obama, Mrs. Obama, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this ceremony. I'm John Rogers, the chairman of the White House Historical Association, and on behalf of the women and men of the association, I'm thrilled to celebrate with all of you the presentation of two magnificent American portraits today to honor and commemorate the indelible legacy of our 44th President and First Lady. Mrs. Obama, President Obama, it is a privilege to be able to carry forward this time-honored tradition of unveiling the official portraits and welcome them to the White House to be forever accessible and viewed by the public on these historic walls. Since its founding in 1961 by First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy, the White House Historical Association has been of service and our privilege to be able to acquire official portraits of those who previously were missing from the White House collection and to commission all of the portraits on record of each President and First Lady since our founding. Surviving the modern era of photography and film and technology, few mediums can transport us with such immediacy and intimacy than the American portrait, capturing at once the power, the restraint, the courage, and the beauty of the human spirit. The portraits of our first family stand apart, each a painstaking exploration of a singular person, a human life conveyed in still, otherwise ever in motion and fulfilling the obligations to their oath. More than just the unveiling of our assemblage today, it's integral to the broader set of symbols and rituals and emblematic gestures distinctly American that sustain the spirit and the standing of our republic, bridging one presidency to the next the way we do one generation to the next, honoring the past as much as we look to the future. As we become more culturally and demographically diverse with ideas that are both molten and disparate pertaining to the future of our nation, our work to ensure the promise of what President Obama once called the unlikely story that is America has never been more intertwined with preserving what has been symbolically and foundationally at the heart of our storied resilience as a nation. And in this way, today is a reminder that America is governed not by a disconnected series of presidents, but rather by the enduring presidency. And within the greater story that's told by the 43 other portraits, we boldly celebrate their contrast and their confluence, certainly artistically, but also as distinguished chapters in the American narrative. And notably today, as the first Black American first family at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and with whom we shared the joy of watching your wonderful daughters grow up here and come of age. Mrs. Obama, we thank you for your advocacy on behalf of this House and for making it possible for visitors to take pictures of these magnificent portraits among the other historic artifacts throughout the White House. I had the personal privilege of being with you and your mom when we inducted your inaugural gown into the Smithsonian collection. And may I say that the beauty of that white chiffon gown is only exceeded by the woman who wore it. And whose spirit is captured in this portrait. The tradition of service continues with Dr. Biden. She's our steward. We are honored that you were with us when we celebrated our 60th anniversary, and we look forward to our continued work with you on the educational mission of our association. And we are ever thankful to you and you, Mr. President, for hosting this wonderful ceremony today. And to our artists, Robert McCurdy and Sharon Sprung, we are grateful for your artisanship and dedication to your own craft. Together, these portraits fulfill a beautiful collaboration and are a testament to what's possible when we serve one another in an effort to give voice to one another. And I suspect that beginning tomorrow, these two portraits will be the most photographed by visitors from across the United States and the world. And it's now my pleasure to introduce an admirer of great institutions and national treasures, the President of the United States of America.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. That was great. Thank you all very much. Please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you, John Rogers and the White House Historical Society. Barack and Michelle, welcome home. Welcome home. Jill and I and Kamala and Doug are honored to host you and so many friends who have been part of this incredible journey. It includes members of your cabinet and staff, some of whom were foolish enough to come work with me. And there's someone else that I'd like to acknowledge tonight, Mrs. Robinson. This is your house as well. It's good to see you again, Mom. It really is. It's also good to see Miss Wilson, who known affectionately as Mama Kay. One of your best friends and Malia and Sasha's godmother. And as they say in Southern Delaware, you've done good, kid. And President Kennedy once observed that every president must endure the gap between what he would like and what is possible. He was right. The history books are full of stories about presidents trying to bridge that gap. Stories that include the burdens of the office, the difficult decisions, how the work is always serious and often solemn. And all of that's true. But so is this. With Barack as our president, we got up every day and went to work full of hope, for real, full of purpose, and excited about the possibility before us. There are few people I've ever known with more integrity, decency, and moral courage than Barack Obama. Mr. President, nothing could have prepared me better or more to become President of the United States than be at your side for 8 years. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You know, no matter what the issue was, no matter how difficult, no matter what it was about, doing it, you never did it with just the easy way, what the easy way out was. It was never about doing it that way. It was always about doing what was right, literally. You know, just go down the list of historic presidencies. He never gave up on the simple truth that health care was a right for all Americans. When so many were telling him, including me at one point, take the compromise, take a compromise. We weren't sure we could get anything done on ACA. Think about the compromise. You refused. You went big. And now the Affordable Care Act is there permanently, and it's even being improved on. I remember what you told me. So how can I look those people in the eye and leave anybody behind? You weren't about to do that. You know, his Recovery Act brought America back from a great recession. The auto rescue protected an iconic industry that represents the nation's heart and soul. And there were a whole lot of people Some maybe even in this room that were telling you we should let the industry go bankrupt. We should let it go. But you wouldn't. You persisted. You insisted. And I remember our conversations. And I'm proud. I'm proud we stood together and wouldn't let that happen. You bet on the American worker. You believed in the American worker. Even though we knew it would be controversial, you stood up for hundreds of thousands of dreamers who only know America as their home. It always boggles my mind that others can't understand that a 3-year-old kid's going to say, no, Mom, leave me on this side of the Rio Grande. You go ahead and go. I'm serious. So they could stay and contribute, and they've contributed incredibly. Their talents, and it's a great generation they represent. I can go on and defend what all that you've done, expanding civil rights, issue the clarion call on the climate crisis, helped us find that amazing grace, even in darkness. In countless hours, over countless meetings, under intense pressure, we always knew Barack Obama. We always knew what you'd do, what you thought was right, even if it was going to cost you politically. You know, we trusted him, all of you in this room. We believed in him, and we counted on him. And I still do. And I still do. Folks, President, that's why the country elected you twice. That's why you'll be considered one of the most consequential presidents in our history, along with one of the most consequential first ladies. You know, Michelle, he knows, we all know, he couldn't have done it without you. I know I couldn't. In fact, during our week, we had lunch once a week, every week, come hell or high water. And everybody wondered all the important things we talked about. Probably 40% of the time we talked about family. We most talked about our girls and my grandchildren and my children. You embodied dignity beyond measure, Michelle. And together, you and Barack made history. You both generated hope for millions of people who were left behind for so long. And it matters. You both did it with such grace and such class. You know, you dreamed big and secured lasting wins for the American people, helping lift their burden with the blessing of hope. It was so underestimated, the notion of just having hope. This is a gift of the Obama presidency to the country and to history. It's a gift I felt personally. And as we used to say in the Senate, Mr. President, excuse the point of personal privilege, you were always there. I remember how you were with me when our son was passing. And I remember the eulogy you gave in his behalf. You'll never fully understand just how much it meant to Jill and me and the entire family. I always remember that night we accepted the nomination in Denver. My granddaughter Finnegan, who's a great friend of your daughter's, came up to our room, and said, "Pop, can we move the beds out of my room?" And I said, "Why do you want to move the beds out of your room?" He said, "Well, so her two sisters and Malia and Sasha, we could all get sleeping bags and lie on the floor and sleep together and watch the convention on the floor." That image of them all together will stay with me forever. And I think it melded our families in ways that it's hard for other people to understand. For 8 years, we grew to be a family for each other and through our highs and our lows. Family from different backgrounds, brought together by a shared value set. And all the things that the families have done together. I imagine there may have been other relationships like this, the president and vice president, but I can't think, none comes to mind. Jill and I have been waiting to host events at the White House for a long time, coming out of the pandemic. And it's fitting that we can do that now by unveiling the portraits of two dear friends and two great Americans who are still held very tightly in the hearts of the American people. Portraits that are going to hang on the walls of this sacred place, the People's House, forever. And a reminder of all here and now for those to come to power that hope and change matters. Barack and Michelle, it's my honor to invite you both to the stage for the unveiling of your official portraits. Come on up.
Yes? Okay. There we go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, everybody have a seat. Have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sit down, everybody. Thank you very much. It is great to be back. President and Dr. Biden, Vice President Harris, and Second Gentleman Emhoff, thank you so much for your hospitality. Thanks for letting us invite a few friends to the White House. We will try not to tear up the place. Someone once said that if you're looking for a friend in Washington, get a dog. Our family was lucky enough to have 2 wonderful dogs. But I was even luckier to have a chance to spend 8 years working day and night with a man who became a true partner and a true friend. Joe, it is now America's good fortune to have you as president. You guided us. You have guided us through some perilous times. You've built on and gone beyond the work we all did together to expand health care, to fight climate change, to advance social justice, and to promote economic fairness. Thanks to your decency and thanks to your strength, maybe most of all thanks to your faith in our democracy and the American people. The country's better off than when you took office, and we should all be deeply grateful for that. So thank you so much. To all the former Obama-Biden staffers who are here in person, some of you are watching at home, thank you for being a part of this. When people ask me what I miss most about the White House years, it is not Air Force One that I talk about, although I miss Air Force One. It's the chance that I had to stand shoulder to shoulder with all of you. To have a chance to witness so many talented, selfless, idealistic, good people working tirelessly every day to make the world better. And for 8 years, and even longer for some of you, I drew on your energy and your dedication and your goodness. You inspired me. and I never wanted to disappoint you. And I tried to reflect the same heart and character that you displayed every day. Even during the toughest times, it was all of you that kept me going. So it's good to be back, to have a chance to see all of you, and to once again say thank you. Now, as much as I miss our work together, what's been a special joy is to see what's happened since. Because so many of you are doing amazing things, whether it's in government, in the private sector, in academia, or nonprofits. And I'm especially glad to see so many of you serving President Biden, as well as you served me. Although now some of you who, let's face it, you were kids back then, are now in charge and running the show, which is a little shocking. And may also explain some of the gray hairs I'm seeing on some of you. But it validates what I had always hoped, which was that our time together would only be the beginning of incredibly impactful careers. And some of you who I've had a chance to stay in touch with, I'm thrilled to see that you've started families of your own. I am a little disappointed that I haven't heard of anyone naming a kid Barack yet. Or Michelle. But there is still time. Finally, I want to say a special thanks to the White House staff. We had a chance to see them all beforehand. You took incredible care of our family for 8 years, and along the way you became a part of it. And we have not ever forgotten the kindness that you showed us. Now, when Michelle and I had our portraits unveiled at the National Portrait Gallery a few years back, I said that as far as I could tell, no one in my family tree had ever sat for a portrait before. I certainly had not. And now all of a sudden we've done it twice. But these portraits have a special significance because, as Joe mentioned, they will hang in the White House alongside portraits of other presidents and first ladies dating back to George and Martha. So it was important to find the right people to paint them. I want to thank Sharon Sprung for capturing everything I love about Michelle. Her grace, her intelligence, and the fact that she's fine. She is. Her portrait is stunning. And I want to thank Robert McCurdy for taking on a much more difficult subject and doing a fantastic job with mine. Robert is known for his paintings of public figures: Toni Morrison, the Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Muhammad Ali. But what I love about Robert's work is that he paints people exactly the way they are, for better or worse. He captures every wrinkle on your face, every crease in your shirt. You'll note that he refused to hide any of my gray hairs, refused my request to make my ears smaller. He also talked me out of wearing a tan suit, by the way. His work is so precise that at first glance it looks like a photograph. And Robert also paints his subjects looking straight ahead. So it feels like you're face to face, forming a connection. And that appealed to me, in part because presidents so often get airbrushed, even take on a mythical status, especially after you've gone, and people forget all the stuff they didn't like about you. But what you realize when you're sitting behind that desk, and what I want people to remember about Michelle and me, is that presidents and first ladies are human beings like everyone else. We have our gifts, we have our flaws. You've all experienced mine. We have good days and bad days. We feel the same joy and sadness, frustration and hope. And while it takes a certain amount of self-confidence to be president, there are nights where we lie awake wondering if this or that decision was the right one. I've always described the presidency as a relay race. You take the baton from someone, you run your leg as hard and as well as you can, and then you hand it off to someone else, knowing that your work will be incomplete. The portraits hanging in the White House chronicle the runners in that race. Each of us tasked with trying to bring the country we love closer to its highest aspirations. And when future generations walk these halls and look up at these portraits, I hope they get a better, honest sense of who Michelle and I were. And I hope they leave with a deeper understanding that if we could make it here, maybe they can too. They can do remarkable things too. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce someone who needs no introduction. Michelle was the best thing about living in the White House, and let me tell you, the pastry chefs here deliver delicious pies on request, so that is saying something. I could not ask for a better life partner, and in my humble opinion, America could not have asked for a better First Lady. Please give it up for Michelle Obama.
Oh, well, let me thank my husband, first of all, for such spicy remarks. And of course, thank you to Joe and Jill, President Biden, and First Lady Jill Biden. Thank you for inviting us back. This means so much to us. We were saying at lunch that the girls have lived in this house longer than they've lived anywhere. And so this, as odd of a home as this can be, as wonderful as it can be, it is a special place because we raised our girls here. And it means so much to come back to friends and to be able to spend time talking about our girls. And so I am grateful to both of you for the work that you're doing, the love that you're showing us, our staff, and the work that you're doing for this country. Thank you so much. And of course to Vice President Harris, and I love to say this, second gentleman, Imhoff. Let's say it again, second gentleman. You're doing a great job. Thank you for joining us today. And I can't go any further without Of course, acknowledging all of the amazing staff, friends. You're more than staff, you're friends, you're family to us, particularly the people who've been part of my team over the years. I don't have time to name everyone, thank goodness. But you all know who you are, from the campaign to the White House to today. I would not be who I am without your passion and your faith. And all the love that you poured into everything that we accomplished together. And it was amazing, historic. What did Sam Cass used to say? Unprecedented. You all mean the world to me. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So thank you. Proud of you, proud of the work that you've done, proud of what you're doing. I also want to take the time to recognize the resident staff. As Barack said, you guys made this a home. We snatched up a few of you all and took you with us. But for those of you who we couldn't bring, we miss you so much. We miss you so much. The best part about this house was you all. So it's so good to see you, and you all look good, so good. I'd also like to recognize Stuart McLaurin, of course, John Rogers. It's been amazing working with you all over the years. I have to recognize Bill Allman, who has been fabulous to work with over the years. And of course, Thelma Golden and my dear friend Michael Smith for their we are where we are because of their comprehensive and rigorous work to identify these incredible artists. And that brings me to our artist, of course, Robert McCurdy, who, you did a good job. Did a good job. But I got to spend a lot of time with Sharon Sprung. And Sharon now joins a small but mighty group of women who've painted an official portrait here at the White House. And I'm thrilled that this extraordinary work is going to be enshrined forever as part of our nation's history. But Sharon, it was wonderful to work with you. You are a true spirit. That's one of the reasons why we connected. Your work is phenomenal, but it was your essence, your soul, the way you saw me, the way we interacted, and it shows in this beautiful work. So thank you for your brilliance, your artistry, and your patience in this process. I remember I went to see the work in Brooklyn, and poor Sharon, because no one is supposed to know who the artists are, so her studio is her home. And so she had this piece in her home. You couldn't have guests over. You were frightened that it would get out. You just wanted it out of your space. And every year I thought about, she must be going crazy. So thank you so much. Let's give them both a round of applause.
The Obamas here also sharing their appreciation as their portraits were unveiled here during this ceremony. Some viewers with us going to be going to a 2-minute break.
Believe it or not, it is still a bit odd for me to stand in this historic space, see this big, beautiful painting staring back at me. Growing up on Euclid Avenue, Mommy, I never could have imagined that any of this would be part of my story. But even if it's all still a bit awkward for me, I do recognize why moments like these are important, why all of this is absolutely necessary. Traditions like this matter, not just for those of us who hold these positions, but for everyone participating in and watching our democracy. You see, the people, they make their voices heard with their vote. We hold an inauguration to ensure a peaceful transition of power. Those of us lucky enough to serve, work, as Barack said, as hard as we can for as long as we can, as long as the people choose to keep us here. And once our time is up, we move on. And all that remains in this hallowed place are our good efforts and these portraits. Portraits that connect our history to the present day. Portraits that hang here as history continues to be made. So for me, this day is not just about what has happened, it's also about what could happen. Because a girl like me, she was never supposed to be up there next to Jacqueline Kennedy and Dolly Madison. She was never supposed to live in this house, and she definitely wasn't supposed to serve as First Lady.
Love you, Michelle.
Love you back. But I've always wondered, where does that supposed to come from? Who determines it? And too often in this country, people feel like they have to look a certain way or act a certain way to fit in, that they have to make a lot of money or come from a certain group or class or faith in order to matter. But what we're looking at today, a portrait of a biracial kid with an unusual name and the daughter of a water pump operator and a stay-at-home mom. What we are seeing is a reminder that there's a place for everyone in this country. Because as Barack said, the two of us can end up on the walls of the most famous address in the world. Then again, it is so important for every young kid who is doubting themselves to believe that they can too. That is what this country is about. It's not about blood or pedigree or wealth. It's a place where everyone should have a fair shot. Whether you're a kid taking 2 buses and a train just to get to school, or a single mother who's working 2 jobs to put some food on the table, or an immigrant just arriving, getting your first apartment, forging a future for yourself in a place you dreamed of. That's why for me, this day isn't about me or Barack. It's not even about these beautiful paintings. It's about telling that fuller story, a story that includes every single American in every single corner of the country, so that our kids and grandkids can see something more for themselves. And as much as some folks might want us to believe that that story has lost some of its shine, that division and discrimination and everything else might have dimmed its light, I still know, deep in my heart, that what we share, as my husband continues to say, is so much bigger than what we don't. Our democracy is so much stronger than our differences. And this little girl from the South Side is blessed beyond measure to have felt the truth of that fuller story throughout her entire life, never more so than today. So thank you to President Biden, to Sharon, and to all of you today for playing a part in this day and all the days that led to it. And now it is my privilege to introduce someone who is stepping in shoes and doing it well, someone who has devoted so much of her life to education, working to broaden the idea of whose story matters. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend, First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Joe, honestly, everybody stood but Joe. Thank you, Michelle, for a friendship I treasure. 14 years ago, Michelle, on a cool night in November, a sea of people gathered in Grant Park to be a part of history. There was laughter and music and dancing. There were tears as friends and strangers alike held each other, overwhelmed with the joy that hope and change had been realized. The crowd roared, radiating the sense that anything we could dream was within our reach. But at the heart of that enormous moment was a family. 2 little girls who would grow up exploring the secret halls and hideaways of the White House. A mom who would bring her whole heart to serving the American people as First Lady, while still guiding and protecting her family with a ferocious devotion. A grandmother who would do absolutely anything for the family she loves, and even move to Washington, D.C. And a father who showed the world the meaning of yes, we can. For Joe and me and our entire family, standing on that stage next to you was like waking up in a new world, a place where, with hard work, anything was possible. And it wasn't just the Bidens. So many of you were also there. You remember how it felt. It was magic, wasn't it? That night, your family connected us all. And our family, the Obama-Biden team, every one of you who were fired up and ready to go, together, we changed the course of this country forever. And when I look at these portraits, I see family. Your family, the family we all built, and the families across America that we served together. I see love, joy, and fellowship, and we are honored to hang them today and share them with the world. So thank you for being with us. And now please join us in the State Dining Room for a reception. Thank you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain.
2 beautiful portraits unveiled here today, both of the Obamas speaking as well, just sharing their appreciation for all that they had time with, both when they were in office and now even also out of the office as well. You can see President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, their former President Barack Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama exiting the room. Live Now from Fox brought you that entire event, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's exactly what we do here each and every single time we have these different events happening all across the country. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll keep things on Capitol Hill. Going to switch sides, though, of course. So we know that Barack Obama, President Biden also, they're on the Democratic side. We'll take you over to the Republican side. Right now, we have our Senate leaders from the Republican side speaking here on Capitol Hill as we are still facing a number of issues. And now that August break done, Senate convening here again today. We'll be bringing you these remarks from the top when we return here in just 2 minutes.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Here we are again. Over the month of August, I expect my experience was not unlike many others. Everybody at home is worried about inflation, crime, open borders. And in Kentucky in particular, we have a different level of concern with regard to the horrendous flooding that occurred in a southeastern Appalachian part of my state, where I spent a good deal of time over the last month. As we look ahead, obviously the one thing we need to do is to pass a continuing resolution to take us to some date that will be, I guess, determined by the majority past the election. I think the key to getting the CR done with the least amount of controversy is for it to be as clean as possible.
Well, it was just days, and 8 days to be exact, after the Democrats had touted the deficit reduction in their reckless tax and spending spree, that they did away with all the deficit reduction. The president, with a stroke of the pen, with his student loan forgiveness program, literally added, according to the Penn Wharton budget model, $600 billion to $1 trillion to the debt. So much for deficit reduction. And the idea that this is actually canceled or forgiven is a misnomer. This is simply debt that is being transferred from the 13% of the people in this country who have student loans to the 87% of people in this country who don't have student loans. It's a slap in the face to people who have worked hard to pay their loans off, people who didn't have the opportunity to go to college in the first place, parents who scrimped and saved to get their kids' education paid for, or our vets who can use the GI program to go to school. But the fact of the matter is, what they did is going to be inflationary on so many levels. First and foremost, of course, is college tuition. There isn't anything about this that isn't going to make college tuition go up. What college is going to look at this and say, well, we can just raise tuition because they're just going to wipe out the debt. We'll just raise it by whatever that amount is. And on a more general level, it's going to fuel the inflationary fire that has consumed so many families and households across this country who are paying more literally for everything, from gasoline to utilities to food. Everything in their lives has gone up as a result of inflation. And the Democrats doubled down. They just flat out doubled down on all the spending that they've done, in this case without any vote occurring in the United States Congress, up to $1 trillion in new debt that is going to be put on the backs of the 87% of the people in this country who don't have student loans and don't have student debt. It is fundamentally unfair to tens of millions of Americans in this country. And the Democrats demonstrated once again they don't care about fiscal responsibility. They don't care about debt or deficit reduction. Right now, they care about one thing, and that is buying votes going into a November election.
Last week, President Biden gave a political speech flanked by Marines. And then he lied to the American people and said it was a policy speech. If it had been a policy speech, he might have talked about some of the things that are keeping Americans awake at night as they worry about their future and the future for their families. Never once did he say anything about prices, inflation, gas, the border, crime, the cartels, fentanyl, or our debt. Not a single word. No, the president shut his eyes to the pain that he has caused the American people, and then he looks down his nose at tens of millions of Americans who go to work and pay their taxes and who are being hurt by an economy that the president himself has undermined. I had a chance to visit the Wyoming Food Bank this last couple of weeks. Food banks across the country are really getting hurt by increasing demand. The demands are so high because people are falling further and further behind. People are struggling to pay their bills, to keep up, to make ends meet. People have had to cut back on lots of things in their lives. They've had to cut back on school supplies. They've had to cut back on back-to-school clothing for their kids. They feel pain every time they go to the gas station or the grocery store. The kitchen table is not full of food. It's full of a stack of bills and an empty paycheck and an empty checkbook. Food prices in the last year are up 13% across the United States. That's the fastest increase in food prices since 1979. And we're talking about food that people need every day. We're talking about milk and eggs and meat and fruit and vegetables. But for 16 months in a row now, prices have gone up faster than pay. And that's why people are falling further behind and they feel stuck and squeezed and stressed. Republicans want to get down the prices, want to stop this inflation. The way to do it is unleashing American energy, cutting Washington red tape, and stopping this reckless Washington spending. That's the way we get our country back on the right track.
Well, our friends on the other side, in the bill that they passed right before we left, the reconciliation bill, decided that the government could do a better job managing the health care and pharmaceutical system than people could in a competitive marketplace. Just a few years ago, they decided they could do a better job with the health care system with the so-called Affordable Care Act, which turned out not to be very affordable at all. One of the ways it was going to be affordable was taking the student loans out of the private sector with a government guarantee, and the government would collect the student loans, and the interest from the student loans would fund Obamacare. Well, I said at the time, and others did too, this is the beginning of the end of an effective student loan program. Once you put the government in charge of collecting loans, loans will not be collected in the way they have been before. And so they proved that. They also proved, by the way, in the reconciliation bill that Obamacare is not working in other ways, because one of the big hundreds of billions of dollars of spending in that bill was to subsidize people who make up to $400,000 who couldn't buy insurance under the current Affordable Care Act system. As it turned out, the Affordable Care Act wasn't very affordable at all, and it's not affordable when the government comes in and eliminates the competitive marketplace, or decides that the competitive marketplace is working so well that we could run this just as well as the competitive marketplace was, only to find out that a decade later we decide we're just going to forgive all the loans, because forgiving the loans is easier than collecting the loans. And as Senator Thune said, for people who didn't go to college because they couldn't afford it, or people who got a certificate that was helpful to them to get a job but no grants or loans were available for those kinds of programs, or people who went right to work, or people who paid their loans off, those are the people who are now responsible for the somewhere between $600 billion and $1 trillion that's just been transferred from the income side of the government balance sheet to the debt side of the government balance sheet. Unbelievably unfair, unbelievably short-sighted. If you look at what's just happened and think people are going to be rushing to pay their student loans off in the future, you're just not thinking about how people react to this kind of government irresponsibility.
Welcome back to D.C. I hope everybody was able to get out of this bubble. I had the great pleasure of going home to Iowa and being out on the 99-county tour. Senator Chuck Grassley has completed his 99-county tour. I have a few more yet to go. I am very close. But while I was out and about across Iowa, I did a number of public town halls and hearing from Iowans. And number one, and you barely hear about it here, inflation. right? I know we had this bill called the Inflation Reduction Act, but it's not reducing inflation.
Senate Republicans here speaking on Capitol Hill, talking about a number of issues they're still trying to fight. We're going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in to their remarks here again on Capitol Hill.
For their kids, whatever it is, they're working second jobs. We have this student loan transference. It's not debt forgiveness, it's transferring student loan debt to hardworking Iowans and Americans. Folks like my brother, who is a union laborer. He did not go to college, he went straight into the workforce. Now he's being told he will pay for the student loans of some dude that just got a 6-figure job working on Wall Street. How is that fair, folks? How is that fair? Iowans are really ticked off about this, and you can tell I'm ticked off. My sister worked her way through community college. I was fortunate enough to get scholarships to go to school. But where is the responsibility out there? You sign your name on the line, you need to pay it back. That's how Iowans feel. Don't put it on my sister's back. Don't put it on my brother's back. Okay? So let's go back to the drawing board. Let's make sure we're talking about things we need to do to reduce inflation, to get fuel prices down, to make sure that Iowans can afford the cost of heating their home this fall and winter. Let's get back to the basics here in the United States and do what we're supposed to do. Let's stop all the shenanigans right here in Congress and make sure we're taking care of our citizens.
As I traveled across Florida during the recess, what a lot of people talked about was inflation. You have people going to food banks, they're delaying their retirement, they're coming out of retirement, they're taking second jobs. And if you look at, actually look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics information, we're not creating a lot of new full-time jobs, we're creating part-time jobs. That's what's going on around this country. So the latest is they're mad about this student loan bailout. So what we did was we take somebody like in our state, a construction worker, we have a lot of construction workers in our state building homes and things, and they're going to pay off the debt for some young person that just finished school, maybe went to an Ivy League school and got a job on Wall Street. Nobody thinks that's fair. By the way, it's not money we have. It's money, it's just new debt of the federal government. That's exactly what it is. So let's look at what the number is. It's up to $1 trillion. How in the world does a president have the right to just on their own increase the debt of this country by $1 trillion? We already had $30 trillion worth of debt. So I think it's important that we figure out how to get a vote on this and stop this. This is wrong. It's unfair to people all across the state. My state it's unfair to people all across the country. I think it's important we get a vote on that. We got to start. Our higher education institutions need to be held accountable for their tuition increases and their kids not getting jobs. This is completely unfair to people like the construction workers in my state that didn't go to college. They're working hard. Some of them even have 2 jobs, but now they're paying for somebody who went to an Ivy League school to get a job on Wall Street.
Senator McConnell. There's a clean.
All right, guys, we're going to continue listening in here. A few more minutes left in this press conference since we had rolled on it from earlier here today. But I do want to alert our viewers we're keeping a close eye on a press conference that will be underway out of California as they are searching for a deputy on the run after allegedly killing 2 people in the East Bay area out in California. So we are going to be expecting that press conference as soon as we see officials step up to that podium here in Dublin. Of course, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead, continue listening in with Senator Mitch McConnell.
Senator Shelby and his team, and Senator Leahy and his team. But overall, the cleaner, the better.
Leader McConnell, would you support Donald Trump helping Republicans more financially in the midterms? And also, what is the Republican plan to make up for the cash crunch of the NRSC?
Well, look, what I think I can safely say is all 50 members of the Senate on my side of the aisle are doing everything they can to find a way to help get to 51. And that's exactly what the other side's doing. And once we finish up our work here this month, we'll all be in full campaign mode.
Leader McConnell, thank you so much. Switching to Iran, White House today said there's still gaps when it comes to signing the nuclear deal between the Islamic Republic. Some members of your party traveled, including Senator Lindsey Graham, to Jerusalem lately and said they're opposed to the nuclear deal. When it comes to Iran nuclear deal, has your position changed? And do you think if the Republicans win the midterm, they would have more leverage to resist the nuclear deal, signing the nuclear deal with Iran?
Well, it appears as if this administration, like the Obama administration, is going to take the view that they can do an executive decision, an executive agreement with the Iranians by themselves. It's not a treaty. We objected to their going forward the last time without a treaty, which clearly applies to this situation. They may try to do that again, which minimizes our ability to impact what has all the earmarks of another bad deal.
As a member of the Gang of Eight, do you want a briefing from the Department of Justice or other intelligence agencies about what documents were seized at Mar-a-Lago, and do you have any concerns about the FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, I'm not, having just gotten back, I've not personally talked to any of the other Gang of Eight about this. I think Senator Rubio's addressed that issue, so maybe you ought to ask him.
Do you think it's appropriate the way that the former president was storing those top secret and classified documents at his private estate at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, I don't really have any comments on this whole investigation that's been dominating the news for the last month. I think we're following it like all of you are.
Those are classified documents, Mr. Leader. I mean, that's important.
All right, so no reply to the very latest when it comes to that FBI raid of the former president. Again, we are following some breaking news coming to us out of California. On standby for police to give us an official update as they are searching for a person who they say is armed and dangerous. It is a sheriff's deputy. We'll be bringing you the latest details in this case, plus more press conferences across the country right here on Live Now from Fox after we come back from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did want to alert our viewers we are staying on top of this shot here for you in that right-hand box, but wanted to bring up the picture of this suspect who police are currently looking for. An Alameda County Sheriff's deputy is on the run after shooting and killing a man and a woman, happening in Dublin. Authorities say that there were 2 victims that were found with gunshot wounds in a home on the 3100 block of Colebrook Lane in Dublin around 12:45 this early morning on Wednesday. Now, the police captain did say that there was a man and woman who had died at the scene. Witnesses are saying it's 24-year-old Deputy Devin Williams Jr. who was the shooter and had fled the area. Now, the police did say that he may be driving the vehicle that is up on your screen. It's a 2007 VW Jetta. Its license plate is 6MEA 916, or he could also be driving a 2015 Hyundai with a plate of 9BMB 449. Now, officials again are saying he is considered armed and dangerous. A source who is close to this investigation has also said that investigators are looking into some allegations that Williams Jr. was having an affair with the woman who was involved. So a public information police officer said that he worked for the department there from January in Stockton Police from January 16, 2020 to January 19, 2021. A spokesperson said he could not say why Williams had left the department, just citing a quote personal matter. Williams had joined the Alameda County Sheriff's Department office back in September of 2021. So there's definitely some big breaking news coming to us out of California. You can see we have that live shot, our eyes right there on top of the podium. All of our microphones set up as we continue to wait for police to give us an official update. And Live Now going to be bringing that to you live, run unfiltered as soon as it does happen. Until then, though, let's go ahead. We're going to just step away from that shot for a brief moment as we want to go over just today's top stories, as there's yet another leak in the Washington Post. To the Washington Post, FBI raid has definitely caused a lot of drama surrounding this search when it comes to the Mar-a-Lago home. The former President Donald Trump holding on to some documents that they say were classified. So let's go ahead and get more with our Fox's Madeline Riviera on this story.
In a new report, the Washington Post, citing unnamed sources, says FBI agents found a document containing information about a foreign country's nuclear capabilities during that Mar-a-Lago search. The file is reportedly among the more than 100 classified records taken from the property last month.
We don't know whether it was a friend or a foe, and the issue is not just about the content of the report, but what it may reveal about our sources and methods and capabilities to find out and learn about another country's military capabilities.
The Post sources did not identify which foreign government was involved or where the document was found in Mar-a-Lago. Critics are slamming yet another leak.
And the only reason to leak to the media is to influence the narrative, which tells you this is being politicized, which is doing damage to the FBI, the Justice Department, to important institutions to our country.
An attorney for former President Trump says the government must exercise leadership and control, adding that the court has provided a sensible path forward, which does not include the selective leak of unverifiable and misleading information. On Monday, a federal judge granted former President Trump's request for an independent party to review the records, a move that former Attorney General Bill Barr is criticizing.
The opinion, I think, was wrong, and I think the government should appeal it.
The Justice Department and former President Trump's teams have until Friday to come up with suitable candidates to sift through the thousands of documents that were found in Mar-a-Lago. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Also in our top stories, I do want to continue things along here, as we did see our suspect back in the courtroom here today. Investigators now trying to piece together what led to the death of a missing Memphis mother. That man has now been charged with murder and was arraigned in court here today. Let's go ahead and get the very latest with our Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary, as he's giving us some more details.
The man accused of killing Eliza Fletcher making a second appearance in a Memphis courtroom on Wednesday. Cleotha Abstin was arraigned on charges including first-degree murder. The new charges come one day after police confirmed that the body they found on Monday belongs to the Memphis mother and kindergarten teacher.
We would not be bringing these first-degree murder charges unless we were confident that we could prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Abstin made his first court appearance Tuesday on other charges related to the case.
All right, guys, and as I mentioned, we were waiting for police in this case where they are looking for a sheriff's deputy. Let's go ahead, listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Folded. We just had some breaking developments here prior to coming out to the press conference. We're going to explain those as well. But a lot has gone on since about 12:45 this morning, 1 o'clock in the morning. To now. So a lot going on. Bring the chief up to start with the event as it unfolded when we received the first 911 call.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kelly. About 12:45 last night, we received a 911 call from the 3100 block of Colebrook Place, or Colebrook Lane. And the caller called and said that there was an intruder that had come into the house that was brandishing a firearm, and ultimately fired that firearm and killing 2 people in our community. It's a great loss for our community, and it's even more disheartening to find out that it was one of our own that actually was the trigger person behind this tragic incident. The officers responded to the scene, as well as medical personnel. Unfortunately, the wounds that the victims incurred were life-threatening and could not be treated there on scene. We have numerous personnel that is processing that crime scene right now. We have assistance from the Alameda County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab and their Coroner's Bureau, and we'll be processing that scene for the evidence that is there. From there, that 911 call, we received some information that the suspect had fled the scene in a dark-colored vehicle. We were able to garner investigative leads on that particular vehicle, and we put out a bulletin to all of the surrounding agencies throughout the state of California. Just recently, we received a call from the suspect, and he wanted to turn himself in. And so we were able to have a conversation with him, and during that conversation, we were able to keep him on the phone line and direct the CHP units down to the area near Coalinga to take the suspect safely into custody. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Lieutenant Kelly.
I want to, you can hear the emotion in Chief Holmes' voice, and I want to tell you why. Is because Chief Holmes personally talked the suspect into surrender and spent about 45 minutes on the phone with him to get him to surrender peacefully. And I've known Chief Holmes for a long time. I can see the emotion and feel the emotion in his voice. So this has been a very difficult day for him and for our department. So I really want to credit Chief Holmes for his leadership. And he just so happened that when the call came in, we couldn't let it sit. So he picked up the call. I was with him and one of our crisis intervention deputies, and he was able to bring this to a peaceful resolution. So thank you, Chief. I can see and feel the emotion of what he just did, a very, very noble act on your part, sir. So thank you. You're going to have a lot of questions for us, and so we're ready to answer those questions. There's some questions we don't know the answers to, so I'm willing to go there. But so where we stand now is this is an active double homicide investigation. There was a third person present in the home at the time of the double homicide. That person is safe. That person is a key eyewitness. Our investigators are working that. We have the scene here on Colebrook in Dublin being investigated, our crime lab personnel, and all of our detective staff. We have staff deployed now to the Central Valley, where we have safely taken Mr. Williams into custody. At this point, we will meet with the Highway Patrol. I want to credit the Highway Patrol for their quick action. They deployed resources in a part of the state that's very rural and desolate. during this very trying time with the temperatures. I really can't tell you in my time here how impressed I was with Chief Holmes' ability and our team's ability to really get this to a safe surrender. I'm really humbled by that. As you can tell, our agency is in shock. This is not something we deal with. This is not what we're about. We had no idea that this could happen. Mr. Williams, as you all will delve into his life and his background, you'll find that he grew up in a very affluent home, well-loved, graduated from college with honors, was really a remarkable young person. How we got here today, it will be part of our investigation and something we'll be looking at as a law enforcement profession. So I'm willing to take some questions now. You'll have to forgive us. We just had some very emotional moments as we negotiated this surrender. So I'll start over here.
He is in custody. Has he been booked yet?
No, we just took him into custody 5 to 10 minutes ago, down near Coalinga, exit 337. California Highway Patrol got there. We also had aircraft up in the air to get to that location. Our detectives are en route to the Central Valley to meet with our CHP partners. We will take custody of Mr. Williams. We'll bring him back here to the Dublin Police Station. Once he's here, we'll speak with him and further get details. I can tell you that he did throw the firearm out. There's an active search underway right now near the Altamont to recover the firearm. We hopefully have an idea of an area where the firearm was discarded. That helped us in our conversations with him. He explained to us that he did not have any other weapons in the car. We were concerned about his potential to inflict more violence or to harm himself. So the chief was able to get that information, and it sounded like at that point we knew there were no other firearms in the car. We believed, sounded like he was being truthful and honest with us. So that really helped de-escalate the stress level as far as a confrontation. He complied with everything and surrendered peacefully, and so we're in the midst of doing that exchange with CHP, obviously time and distance being a factor. So he'll be back here later this afternoon.
Can you just explain the relationship between him and the victims? Was there some...
So that's a key question. We're looking into the relationship. There is connectivity between Mr. Williams and the victims. The victims are a couple, a married couple. They do have a child in common that's here in Dublin. This is one of our more upper middle class affluent communities. It's an area where there is not violence. These things don't happen. And so it's very shocking for that part of the community, that neighborhood, to have to deal with this. We're trying to make sense of all this and lead our community and lead our agency and this city through this very difficult time. So a lot of questions to come. We believe we'll get the full picture. We believe at some point we'll land on a motive as a reason as to why this happened. We'll slowly get there, and we'll make that available when it's time.
But he knew them, right? It's not
He knew them. He knew them. This was not a random crime. This is not. This is a very bizarre chain of events that unfolded, and I think as the story unfolds, you guys will understand that better.
Was the third eyewitness, was that their child, and how old is the child?
They have a juvenile, adolescent child, younger child. Don't want to get into specifics on the child, but I will say there was a relative of the family that was in town that was visiting, and when this event unfolded, that relative was present in the home and became a key eyewitness in this investigation.
The weapon that you're seeking to recover, is that the deputy's duty weapon?
We believe it is. It was his duty firearm that we're actively looking for now. We believe it was discarded somewhere on the Altamont. Our people are out there now searching for it. Hopefully we find it quickly. And it's thankfully in a rural area, so we don't have any immediate major concerns that someone could come across it. We think he discarded it in an area that's likely off anywhere from the public.
Did the suspect give any admissions or describe anything about the act?
You know, when you're engaging in these conversations, they're very difficult. There is obviously we were able to record some of the conversation. There was discussions, but I think the chief did an outstanding job in keeping it relevant to the moment, and in dealing with someone in crisis, in mental health crisis. You have to carefully work your way through that, and it's a very you have to watch the tempo of the conversation. I think the chief, with all his years of experience, did a fantastic job. There's a lot in those conversations that will be relevant later, but as for now, I think that we did an outstanding job intervening, de-escalating, using crisis intervention techniques with our staff to bring this to a peaceful resolution.
You mentioned mental health crisis. Does he have a history of mental health concerns?
No, there's nothing in his background that would indicate that. That will be, he's been with our agency for a year. We're going to go back in time. We're going to look at what's transpired in his life over the last year to see exactly what led up to this moment. So that'll all be part of the investigation. We want to look at that not just for the purposes of the criminal investigation, but from a law enforcement standpoint to see. We do very thorough background investigations, and I think our people are saying, did we miss something? Did we not do something right? Everything that I've seen, everything that's been reported to us would indicate that he was a very good candidate for law enforcement, that somewhere in the last several months of his life, some significant events happened that led up to this moment. A lot of those events went undiscovered and undisclosed, and we're going to be looking into that. I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
And did this couple play a part in some of those events that have unfolded over
I think so. I think that as that story unfolds, we'll know more. But I think that obviously, yeah, to lead to this seriousness of a crime, there's a lot going on here.
So very early on, but at this point, being that this is one of your own, are you guys planning on handling the investigation from start to finish on your own?
So here's what we'll do, is here's what we're going to do. This is a homicide investigation. The fact that it's a law enforcement deputy sheriff employed by our agency is a factor, and I think it's important toward public transparency. What we will do is we will bring in the district attorney's office from Alameda County. If we at any point along the way see any conflict of interest or any issue, which I don't think there will be, we will immediately bring in other agencies to help. But our district attorney's office is well equipped to come in and partner with us on this. We will be and are in contact with them. So this will be open, transparent. At the end of the day, this is a tragedy. We're in shock here. We're in shock.
With 1 year of service, does that mean he was in the jails working there, or was he on patrol?
So, because of he was currently assigned to our courthouse division, and he worked in Oakland at our courthouse in Oakland. That's based on his assignment when he came to our agency. We've been trying to staff our agency. Law enforcement's been having a difficult time staffing our agency. So he was, normally he would go to our detention and corrections division, but he went to our court division, and he had worked there and done a very well job. I mean, we have not heard anything, about him being any problems. He was not on the radar of any of his supervisors. None of his fellow employees or personnel reported any type of incidents to us. So we're in shock, as you can see.
Did he give any indication why he was willing to turn himself in at that point? Did he seem remorseful?
I absolutely felt a lot of emotion, and I think we heard from a person that was very disturbed and that was very in an emotional crisis. And when you've talked to somebody and had to deal with that, you're trying to get them minute to minute to keep them alive. I think that it was phenomenal work to get him to surrender. I really do.
Can you confirm that the suspect was a lateral hire, that he worked in Stockton before?
Yes. So he was a police academy graduate, and in California, once you graduate from the academy, you typically go through a California certified field training officer program. That program in most agencies lasts up to about 6 months. As you go through that program, you're on a probationary status. As you go through the program, you have to meet certain criteria to successfully complete the requirements to be a solo police officer in the state of California. His time at Stockton, he did not pass his probation. A lot of those issues that we found were related to his skill set and his ability to effectively do the job. They were not based on any type of conduct, or it was more of his ability, and his skill set wasn't meeting the criteria that this job demands. And so at that point they let him go. That's not uncommon. He then applied for our agency. We did a very thorough and complete background done by one of our top investigators, a psychological exam, a voice stress analysis exam on him, a complete and thorough background, talked to everybody in his life, and did not see, there was nothing in his background. He's 24 years old, so he doesn't have a lot of life experience per se, and so his background was immaculate.
Can you give us any information about the victims? How old were they, and did they have any connection to law enforcement at all?
No, they have no connection to law enforcement that I'm aware of. I believe our female victim is 42 years old, and the husband, the male half, we're not ready to release the names yet, I believe is about 58 years old.
Do you have a timeline of events at this point yet established? You know, seeing that you said he was in Stockton, and the chain of events of the timeline for him to come up?
We know that he worked yesterday at starting in the morning at 8 o'clock in the morning at the courthouse. We know then at about 5 o'clock he took an overtime shift at the Santa Rita jail. After his overtime shift ended at 11 o'clock, he got off, left the facility, and then the timeline between 11 o'clock at night and 12:45 in the morning is what we're trying to fill in.
Was it only the 3 people at home, the victims and the relatives?
I believe there was a child as well present in the home, but did not witness the events, but probably heard them. Oh, and 2 other family members. So there was a total of 5 people. 6 people in the home, 2 which were killed.
Did Mr. Williams have any connection with Dublin Police Services?
No, he does not work here. He has never worked here. He's never been assigned here. He's not a patrol-trained deputy. He's only been with the agency for exactly 1 year, effective today. 1 year today.
It sounds like there were a lot of people in the house. Was it a gathering, a party that you know of at this point?
No. As far as we know, it was it was in the middle of the night, and the home was quiet, and then Mr. Williams showed up, and then began this very horrific chain of events.
Did it look like he broke into the home, or did they welcome him?
I don't know. I don't know that happened, but I think at some point he was able to get into the home, and that's when all this unfolded. The investigation will reveal that.
And can you again give the timeline? So you say he's with CHP right now, the timeline of when you think he'll be brought back here?
So he's in the Central Valley out near Coalinga. Our detectives are en route down there, so that's at least a 2-hour travel time. We'll meet with them, we'll take custody of him, and then we'll bring him back here. That's going to be a minimum of 4 to 5 hours, depending. We also have to be mindful that at some point we have a lot of other work to do as well. So he won't be back here till later this evening. When he's safely back here, we'll let you know.
Ray, I'm sorry if you already mentioned it. Was he a Wiley Manuel or Macy Davidson?
I think Wiley Manuel, and he could have also worked at the other courthouse, RCD at Oakland as well.
What kind of car? Which car was he in?
He was in a gray Volkswagen Jetta. So if there's no further questions, I want to let you know that the City of Dublin has been outstanding in their support. We've spoken to the mayor, our elected officials, our city manager, obviously our police chiefs here. So they've been outstanding. We will be providing any services to the community that's needed. We have counseling services. Within our own organization, we will be providing peer support and counseling. And I do want to credit our dispatch center. Take a moment. Our dispatchers did a phenomenal job under very difficult circumstances, and I want to thank them for what they did. And they often, the work that they do goes unrecognized. I want to make sure I recognize them.
So I have one last question. At one point, someone came out and asked us to quiet down here and to see the people gathered. Was that the conversation?
That was the phone call. Yeah, you guys were here when that happened. It just so happened that it couldn't wait. We had to get to that call, and we did it right here. That's why it all unfolded rather quickly. And we're just thankful that this came to a peaceful resolution. And we're trying to make sense of all this, and we're really having a hard time. And but we're strong, we're resilient. This does not reflect who law enforcement is. This is not what we are. This is not what we do. I want to make that perfectly clear. And please just allow us a moment to make sense of this. And I want to thank our chief. He does an outstanding job. He really showed some tremendous leadership today. So very, very, very honored to work with him and everybody at our agency that did the right thing and brought this to a peaceful resolution. With that, I think it's time that we go finish some of our work. We'll be in touch with you later. We'll have follow-up, and you can get a hold of me. Please call me. I'm going to let Captain Schmidt manage the investigation. So my office, the Sheriff's Office Public Information team, will help with all the media related to this. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. We'll get you a photo. Yeah.
All right, so there you have it. Just learning this update here that the suspect, who is a sheriff's deputy in Alameda, is now under custody. He had called the police to help turn himself in after this incident had taken place. A married couple now lost their lives after they were found dead at 12:45 a.m. this morning. And we do have this person who will be transferred and then brought into the jail. And of course, LiveNOW from Fox going to continue to follow the very latest. He did surrender again to the California Highway Patrol, and so he will be brought here to the Dublin area as he will again have to face the now charges that will be pending against him. LiveNOW from Fox, also keeping a close eye on other big stories coming to us from across the country, including we have a White House press briefing that will be underway here soon, plus keeping an eye on the heat that's been impacting many in California. We'll step away for a brief break. We'll bring you more of these top stories as well as news conferences when we return here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here at the big board, and it is so beautiful to see the green here this morning and into the late afternoon hours. We are getting close to the end of the day closing bell, but of course right now up more than 450 points. That can change. I never promised this is how it's going to look here in its last hour, but again, it will be great to see us finish in the green if that's the case here today, especially after last week. It seemed like every single time I popped it up here, it was in the red. So definitely wanted to at least show this to our viewers, as this is something we're keeping track of, just as we're also keeping track of the weather, because we know that the West Coast has definitely been feeling the heat. Here's some of those current temperatures that they're seeing. And you take a look at areas like Los Angeles, they're in that 99 degrees. There's a lot of areas that have been seeing record-breaking heat temperatures being recorded, as this has been happening for multiple days, going to be continuing to happen for even more days. This also fueling some of those destructive wildfires. It's been threatening some rolling power shutoffs in California. And as I mentioned, it's going to be even lasting here longer due to the effects of a hurricane that's been forming along Mexico's Pacific coast. So Sacramento actually just yesterday on Tuesday hit 116 degrees, the hottest day on record for the state capital, according to the National Weather Service. Now, records were also broken all over the Bay Area, with some cities shattering the previous daily records by more than 10 degrees. California residents have been going for days. That they've been urged to keep their thermostats set to 78 degrees or higher. They're also being encouraged not to use some of those major appliances, to turn off all those unnecessary lights between the hours of 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. Pacific Gas and Electric, the nation's largest utility, has notified about 525,000 customers to prepare for potential rotating outages. So this is definitely a brutal heat wave hitting the West Coast. Temperatures soaring past those 100 degrees for a fourth day in a row. Seems like we continue to see it tick along. Let's go ahead and bring you more from our Fox News chief correspondent, Jonathan Hunt, who's giving us an update from right there in Los Angeles.
People across the West are still baking under a brutal heat wave that's brought triple-digit temperatures for the past 3 days. Here in California, we're seeing a number of all-time highs, including in the capital, Sacramento, where temperatures hit 116 degrees on Tuesday, breaking a 97-year-old record. Now the focus is turning to the state's electrical grid, which is on the verge of being overloaded as demand outstrips supply. A Stage 3 power alert is now in effect. That's one step below ordering rolling blackouts for the state's 39 million residents.
We're heading to the worst part of this heat wave, and the risk for outages is real and it's immediate. Everyone has to do their part.
More than 35,000 customers have already lost power, and there's no word on when service will be restored. Residents are now being asked to conserve electricity, but that's a tall order as people fight the heat any way they can.
We just bought like 2 ACs for the house because this heat is so bad and it's really not giving.
The heat wave also complicating efforts to contain about 14 large fires burning around the state, including the Fairview fire in Southern California, which has killed at least 2 people and forced thousands to be evacuated from their homes.
Every day, every week, every month we go without rain, it gets drier and drier and drier. So the fuels are very dry, very susceptible to a fire starting.
Overall, more than 4,000 firefighters are now deployed throughout the state. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And hopefully Jonathan is staying cool. As we mentioned, we'll continue to keep an eye on things there in California, especially when you are only seeing these temperatures going to continue on here throughout the rest of the week. I want to continue things along here with our top stories, talking about what we were in earlier this morning. That was inside of a courtroom in Memphis, Tennessee. Investigators are still trying to piece together what led to the death of that missing Memphis mother. A man now charged with her murder was arraigned again today. We do have our Fox News correspondent, Jonathan Seary, giving us some more details on what we know here at this time.
The man accused of killing Eliza Fletcher making a second appearance in a Memphis courtroom on Wednesday. Eliza Fletcher was arraigned on charges including first-degree murder. The new charges come one day after police confirmed that the body they found on Monday belongs to the Memphis mother and kindergarten teacher.
We would not be bringing these first-degree murder charges unless we were confident that we could prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Fletcher made his first court appearance Tuesday on other charges related to the case, including kidnapping and tampering with evidence. He's accused of abducting the 34-year-old while she was out jogging early Friday morning. He allegedly camped out for nearly a half hour before Fletcher was taken.
I'm going to want to go through her whole social history, his social history. I want to go through all the internet, the phones, to see whether or not this was just a random thing or whether this was something that was plotted.
Police found Fletcher's body behind a vacant home near the apartment of Abstin's brother. Witnesses told investigators Abstin was washing out his car with chemical cleaner. Authorities say they have no reason to believe this case is anything but an isolated attack by a stranger.
Still uncovering various leads. This is an ongoing investigation. That's a possibility. But at this time, no one else has been charged.
Abstin also faces unrelated charges for an alleged workplace theft that occurred days before Fletcher's disappearance. In Memphis, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And our final top story we're keeping an eye on is yet another leak to the Washington Post. The FBI is said to have found material at Mar-a-Lago on a foreign nation's military defenses. Now, if true, it would be a bombshell. We do have our Fox News looking into this potential national security implications.
In a new report, the Washington Post, citing unnamed sources, says FBI agents found a document containing information about a foreign country's nuclear capabilities during that Mar-a-Lago search. The file is reportedly among the more than 100 classified records taken from the property last month.
We don't know whether it was a friend or a foe, and the issue is not just about the content of the report, but what it may reveal about our sources and methods and capabilities to find out and learn about another country's military capabilities.
The Post's sources did not identify which foreign government was involved or where the document was found in Mar-a-Lago. Critics are slamming yet another leak.
And the only reason to leak to the media is to influence the narrative, which tells you this is being politicized, which is doing damage to the FBI, the Justice Department, to important institutions to our country.
An attorney for former President Trump says the government must exercise leadership and control, adding that the court has provided a sensible path forward, which does not include the selective leak of unverifiable and misleading information. On Monday, a federal judge granted former President Trump's request for an independent party to review the records, a move that former Attorney General Bill Barr is criticizing.
The opinion, I think, was wrong, and I think the government should appeal it.
The Justice Department and former President Trump's teams have until Friday to come up with suitable candidates to sift through the thousands of documents that were found in Mar-a-Lago. In Washington, Malva Rivera, Fox News.
And that's a look at your LiveNOW top stories that we're keeping track of here for you. And of course, we'll continue to keep an eye on all of the developing stories happening across the country. I'm Christy Larson. Thanks so much for being here with us. We'll step away for a brief break. And when we come back, the White House press briefing underway. We're talking all about COVID, inflation, plus the latest in the Trump rate. It's all coming up right here again in just 2 minutes. Our White House press briefing underway. We're starting it from the top for all of our viewers watching here with us as they kick things off, talking all about coronavirus.
Two new guests with us in the briefing room. Our monkeypox response coordinator, Bob Fenton, and deputy coordinator, Dr. Dimitri, are here with us to provide an update on our progress against the monkeypox outbreak and take a few questions. And I will have, Bob, you want to go first?
Thank you.
All right.
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me and Dr. Daskalakis here in the briefing room today. We wanted to provide an update on the progress we're making in fighting the monkeypox outbreak. As we announced a couple of weeks back, we have ample supply to vaccinate the highest risk individuals against monkeypox. Nearly all jurisdictions have moved toward the intradermal vaccine approach, which means that jurisdictions have effectively transitioned toward an approach that has gotten not only more shots into arms, but also without sacrificing the safety and effectiveness of the Genovis vaccine. In fact, over 70% of all vaccines being administered in the United States today are given intradermally. Our focus now is to reach the remainder of the eligible population where they are, at trusted locations and events across the country. And equity has to be a key point and priority embedded in throughout our response. This past weekend, we saw how successful that approach is. Because of our direct allocations for Southern Decadence in New Orleans, Black Pride in Atlanta, and Oakland Pride, thousands of shots were administered during these events. In fact, over 3,000 doses were administered at Southern Decadence and their affiliated events. And nearly 4,000 doses were administered at Black Pride in Atlanta. That means thousands of individuals are getting the protection against monkeypox that they may not have if otherwise. These events demonstrate our strategy is working. We're also accelerating our effort to provide vaccines to places and people that we know will make a difference. As Dr. Daskalakis announced last week, we are launching a new program that allows local health departments to request vaccines to use innovatively through strategies to reach Black and brown communities. And today, we're announcing that we're providing more vaccines to upcoming Pride events across the country. First to Idaho, where 820 doses will be made available for the weekend of Boise Pride. And second, 10,000 doses to California ahead of the Folsom Street Fair, the Castro Street Fair in San Francisco toward the end of this month. We will continue to pull every lever and meet people where they are to end this outbreak. And we're already seeing progress, as Dr. Daskalakis will brief out here in a little bit. Sir.
Thank you, Bob. We are encouraged by the progress that we're making right now. You'll see the chart to my left. We only have data from 35 jurisdictions. That's just over half of all jurisdictions that are directly receiving vaccine. But over 460,000 doses have been administered. Keep in mind, the population at highest risk is approximately 1.6 million people right now. So even with this partial view we have now from the reporting jurisdictions, we're seeing strong progress really getting shots into arms. So now that supply is less of an issue, we need to make sure we focus on maintaining demand by making sure that people know that effective and safe vaccine is available for those that could benefit. Alongside our vaccination efforts, we've scaled up access to testing and treatments, as well as ensuring that LGBTQAI+ individuals know how to reduce their risk. Together, those efforts are leading to positive trends in the data that CDC has collected over the last couple of weeks, especially in our hardest hit areas. So as you can see, the week-over-week growth rates of the virus, meaning how quickly the virus is spreading, is trending downward in some of the areas involved earliest in the outbreak. Places like New York, California, Texas, and Illinois are all seeing significant declines in growth rates over the last month. To put a finer point to it, back in July, CDC estimated that it took 8 days for cases to double nationwide. By mid-August, the doubling rate was 25 days, showing encouraging signs of progress. The positive trends that we're seeing in this data also speak to the actions that individuals have taken across the country to protect themselves against the virus. That includes changing their behaviors and seeking out testing and vaccines. But the data also underscores the fact that we cannot be complacent, and we must aggressively continue our work to get clear prevention guidance and vaccines out to individuals in communities where the virus continues to spread quickly, and those places and individuals that may face barriers in accessing testing, treatments, and vaccinations. So that's why our approach centered on increasing vaccine access, including through equity interventions and event allocations in partnership with our outreach and engagement efforts, will continue to be critical as we fight this outbreak. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a couple of questions.
Thanks. I had two really fast. First, colleges are back in session. HHS told me last week that if they begin to see an outbreak on a college campus, they'll work to make vaccines more available. I guess that's to either of you. But my question is, what proactive steps are you taking to make sure there is not an outbreak on a college campus?
So we're really excited that we've taken a lot of steps before colleges came in session, which included creating a toolkit that was for universities. I personally got to talk to all of the folks that run the health services in universities, and that we've also had engagements with the higher executives of the universities to make them aware of the resources that we have. So that includes a combination of CDC resources that focus on congregate settings, as well as really clear information about safer sex, as well as how vaccines are accessible and available. So it's really a multi-layer approach where we provide appropriate information, make sure that it goes to the right folks, and then also that we give resources to not only figure out what the behavioral interventions need to be on college campuses, but also like what biomedical things like vaccine can be used in the event of cases.
I have one more, but I can.
Sure.
So are you guys really concerned about this?
So the risk in colleges is extremely low. So I think that we're concerned because obviously we want to make sure that if there is a case in college that everyone knows what to do. But realistically, given the way that this virus is spreading through the population, the risk in those settings is low. Awareness is more important than anxiety.
If I can just ask my other question, is that the CDC is reporting fewer and fewer cases recently among men who recently had sex with men, roughly 66% down from 95% 2 months ago. So my question is, do you guys think that that data is a reflection of just more testing, or is it possible that this is spreading more easily, that the risk of catching it is different and higher than originally thought?
No, I think that what that data really shows is that the population of men who have sex with men, we're seeing decreasing infections among them, and also it represents other mechanisms of transmission that may not be sex, but could be other close contact, so close contact in households, et cetera. So I think it's something to watch, but I don't think that it's a harbinger of meaning that the virus is doing anything different right now.
Is the goal to eradicate monkeypox from the population, or is this something that we're just like COVID, we're going to be living with for some time?
Our goal is to really control this outbreak in the U.S. I think that we've seen really important strides in the right direction by creating more coverage in the populations that are at risk. Sort of creating that sort of level of immunity will be really important in us, but also thinking about the global environment and making sure that we don't just address what's happening in the U.S., but also think about the rest of the world, because infections that happen there will affect us as well.
And when it comes to the funding and resources that you guys have available at this point, how long will it be before those go out and you have to get more from Congress?
Well, we're working right now with Congress on the supplemental as part of the CR to identify additional funding needed both in vaccine supply to not only replenish what has been used out of the stockpile, which is critical if there was another event for our security of the nation, but also to provide additional vaccine and have it more available if needed during this event. Also, there's a number of other things that we're pursuing, including technology with testing, research to continue continue to watch this event and study as it progresses to include other types of looking at the treatments that are being provided and those kind of things. So we have enough money right now to make the key decisions we need to make. But as this progresses, we need to replenish what we've used and be able to have additional funding to keep the fight going.
How much longer will you have this funding before you have to ask for more?
Well, we're asking for more right now as part of the supplemental, as part of the CR. So, one would assume that as it goes into the end of the fiscal year, we'd be looking to hopefully working with Congress to get that additional money to make those investments in our stockpile and to make sure that we're able to replenish what's been used, plus have additional funding if needed.
Thank you guys for doing this, Doctor. I think this question is for you. As a result of this outbreak, there has been the expression of real concern in the gay community, the LGBTQ plus community, about a stigmatization specifically related to gay men. So what specifically can you say as it relates to those concerns of a new stigma being attached to gay men across this country due to monkeypox?
I'll start by saying it's the role of governmental public health and government to really model excellent behavior on that. And I think we're really proud of the work that we've done to create non-stigmatizing language to inform people what they need to do to stay healthy. So I think that that's the first step, which is really making sure that we're modeling the right behavior and that we're putting out materials that speak to the community in a way that doesn't stigmatize them. I think it's all of our responsibility, and I think that we as sort of the role model in that, it's really important. But I think that, in media, in the way that we communicate with our students and universities, in the ways that we communicate with others that need to know about this, really making it clear that this is a virus. It's, like I'd like to say, a piece of DNA wrapped in some fat. It's not smart. It can't distinguish between people based on their sexual orientation or gender. And so everyone needs to be aware, but we need to make sure that we're messaging appropriately to the folks who are overly represented in the outbreak.
And to be clear, though, for those who are sort of embracing this stigmatization, right? This is, as we've witnessed in other diseases of impact, in particular the gay community, this is not by a handshake. This is not by going into a restroom. Can you help clarify the confusion that exists, the misperceptions?
Yeah, so I think, this virus transmits through very close skin-to-skin physical contact, sexual exposure. Transmission, including if you touch objects that individuals who've had monkeypox touch, or if you have prolonged exposure to respiratory droplets. With that said, signaling to people who are in the gay, bisexual, other men who have sex with men communities, and also transgender people who have sex with men, that it's really important to have awareness that it's circulating in the community is really a critical part of the messaging, while not generating inordinate concern and really focusing on the infection as linked to an identity. So it's just an infection. It's not linked to an identity. It just happens to be in the social network.
Thank you, sir. I do want to dig deeper into the racial disparity because it's growing week by week. Fewer and fewer cases are being seen among white people, more among people of color. I think it's something close to 75% now. You mentioned it's a priority. What specifically are you doing to reach out to people of color?
No, it's great. I think that the core work that we've done to reach out to people of color really begins with the fact that we've made vaccine accessible. So the first step in addressing a lot of the equity issues and gaps that we see in vaccination is really about making vaccine available. That means, the new strategy, the intradermal strategy, making sure we have more vaccine, all of the work to create more vaccine to bring to the U.S. as well as to fill and finish in the U.S. has been really important. But we also have all of these equity interventions that include these large events. I think Bob just told you about a couple of really large ones that have been, frankly, wildly successful with thousands of vaccines that went to the community. We've also gotten vaccines to community health centers as well as to Ryan White sites that really serve this population. So the low-hanging fruit is done. The folks who are early adopters for this vaccine have gotten it, and now we're really on to the next level, which is making sure that everyone who needs it gets it.
We'll just come over April, and then Jeffrey will be the last question. So I want to follow up on what Stephen just asked. What organizations are you working with, particularly those in the Black and brown community, that can help get the message out? And then once you work with them, what is the expectation of these organizations to help you lessen the numbers and even eradicate?
Excellent question. So we, from the very beginning, before I was even at the White House working at the CDC, one of our primary objectives was engaging with organizations that serve the Black and brown community. And so those have been going on since the very beginning. And a lot of the communication there has been about really facilitating the materials that they need to be trusted messengers, as well as to provide them important tools to help their communities. I'll give some great examples. So, for example, many of the events that we worked with at Black Pride in Atlanta, we interacted directly with organizations. The local jurisdictions, in fact, interacted with those, and that's really what the story of success is about with these events. It's not about just the vaccine allocation. It's about that intense community engagement that happens on the ground, because ultimately public health is a local event. And so giving the tools that people need to be able to sort of reach health goals is what we've been doing. And the support of organizations that serve Black and brown people have been pivotal in really turning the tide. And what I think you're going to see the new vaccine numbers emerging over the next few weeks.
I know you said Black Pride Atlanta, but are there any other organizations that you can mention?
So Black Pride is just the event. We actually worked with many organizations. We've actually engaged with national organizations that are umbrella organizations that focus on community-based groups that serve Black and brown folks. So really, it's a long list, but it is a continuous piece of work to make sure that we stay engaged.
Thank you. You mentioned right here, you mentioned the rest of the world. Can you give a sense of where you see outbreaks elsewhere on the globe, the threats that creates to the U.S., and whether or not you are sharing vaccine and whether or not
So I'll start, maybe Bob, you can also fill in. So I think that when we're discussing vaccine and sort of strategy, the global part of this is important. And I think, we have a new team that has joined the response, our coordination team that focuses on global, and we're having the conversations about how we can best support global vaccine efforts.
Yeah, working with USAID as one of the leads in the State Department in the White House National Security Staff area, we've established a global task force across multiple different federal agencies to focus coordination to other countries, WHO, to ensure that we have a responsibility to assist and help some of those countries that may not have the resources to do that, and so working through WHO to determine who that is and what we can make available to support some of their efforts, not only in terms of vaccine, but in terms of some of our public education outreach, some of our technical expertise that exists here in the United States, and so working closely with those organizations to be able to support them.
Can I follow up more quickly that one on international, on other countries, Kareem?
Okay. We're going to continue. We're going to continue. They'll be back. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Today, the UN Security Council is holding a meeting on Russia's filtration efforts, a dehumanizing term to describe the Kremlin's efforts to imprison, forcibly deport, or disappear those individuals who Moscow decides could be insufficiently compliant or compatible to its control over Ukraine. Our intelligence shows that Russia is using filtration centers in eastern Ukraine and western Russia to detain, to interrogate, and in some cases abuse thousands of Ukrainians. Many of the news organizations in this room have reported on this horrific practice and told the stories of Ukrainian citizens who have experienced these filtration centers. Today, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield will present newly downgraded information that the UN Security Council, that the United States has information that officials from Russia's presidential administration are overseeing and coordinating filtration operations. Russian presidential administration officials are providing lists of Ukrainians to be targeted for filtration and receiving reports on the scope and progress of operations. We assess that the Kremlin views filtration operations as crucial to their efforts to annex areas of Ukraine under their control. At the UN today, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield will demand that Russia halt its filtration operations immediately and allow the UN independent observers and humanitarian and human rights organizations access to these filtration sites and to those who have been sent to Russia. As we announced this morning, next Monday on the 60th anniversary of President Kennedy's moonshot speech at Rice University, President Biden will deliver remarks at the JFK Library in Boston, Massachusetts, laying out a vision for another American moonshot, a future where we end cancer as we know it, where we end cancer as we know it. As President and Vice President, Joe Biden has led this cancer moonshot effort with the goal, and in February 2022, President Biden reignited the cancer moonshot and set new goals. First, to cut the cancer death rate in half over the next 25 years. Second, to improve the experience of people, their families, and caregivers living with and surviving cancer. During his speech at the JFK Library in Boston on September 12th, President Biden will lay out that vision and provide an update on steps the Biden-Harris administration is taking to achieve this generation's moonshot. Not only to end cancer as we know it, but to change people's lives, improving their health, and decreasing the burden of the disease. And finally, this week we know a lot of kids are going back to school. And we know that's the case in Uvalde, Texas. Our message to the Uvalde community is the same as it was the day of the shooting and when the president visited the community. The whole nation is with you and always. This is a painful and challenging time for the Uvalde community. The president is thinking of the students, parents, teachers, and community members this week, and our message to the nation is we will not rest until we can make schools safe again, or safe places. Okay, with that, Summer.
Thank you. Can you talk about how involved President Biden and the White House is in trying to ensure that the same-sex marriage bill passes in the Senate this month? Do you believe that it can pass and get 60 votes in the coming weeks?
Well, as you know, with the legislative, I know there's a legislative pathway that's being discussed currently in Congress, so we'll let leadership decide how to move forward with that. But the president is a proud champion of the right for people to marry whom they choose, who they love, and he believes it is non-negotiable, and the Senate should act swiftly to get this to the president's desk. When the bill passed Congress in the House recently, he put out a SAP, as you all know, supporting that piece of legislation. So it has his full support. And I just want to add, the president was one of the first leaders after the Dobbs decision leaked to sound the alarm about the imminent threats to the imminent threat this meant to the right to marry, something he has continuously reminded the country of since. So he's going to, his team is going to continue to be closely connected and have continue conversations with staff and members in Congress to make sure that we get this done. But again, this is something that he supports, this piece of legislation, and this is an issue when it comes to marriage equality that he has supported through his Senate days and as VP and now as president.
And one foreign policy question. Russia confirmed earlier today that President Putin will meet with President Xi next week in Uzbekistan. And obviously that's one of President Xi's first trips out of China since the pandemic began. And I'm wondering if the White House sees it as a concerning signal at all that for his first major foreign trip, President Xi is choosing to meet with President Putin, and what kind of message that sends to this White House?
So, you know, and we have said this before, I'm not going to speak to reported meetings between other countries. That's not something we're going to do here. It's not something we're going to do from the White House. But we've made clear our concerns about the depth of China's alignment and ties with Russia, even as Russia prosecutes a war of aggression on Ukraine, an unprovoked war, as we have said, a brutal war. But again, I'm just not going to respond or make comments on a meeting that other countries are having with each other.
Thanks, Corinne. I'm going to
follow up, I guess, on both of Simon's questions. The first was on marriage equality. You said you'd leave it up to leadership. Is there a reason that you wouldn't want it as part of the continuing resolution?
Again, when it comes to the mechanism, and we've said this before, it's nothing new when we're asked about a process of a piece of legislation. When it comes to that process, that mechanism, the path forward, we leave that to the leadership.
On President Putin, he also spoke today and said that he threatened to cut off all energy exports to the West if the U.S. proceeded with its gas
This
cap.
is the gas price.
And so I'm wondering, are you concerned about that threat? Do you think it's a legitimate threat? If so, does it change your strategy at all moving forward on this?
So I think, and you've heard us say this before as well, is that this shows that Putin is, again, weaponizing energy by his very words, also by his actions. But the president and our partners in Europe predicted this playbook. We saw this coming, and we have been preparing for months. And we have talked through the different processes of how this price cap could look. So another thing that we have done is we set up a task force. You've heard us talk about this with the EU back in March to work on ways to increase alternate sources of natural gas to Europe and help reduce Europe's demand for Russian energy through increased efficiency and clean energy deployment. And so that is something that we're going to continue to do to be helpful to Europe as they head into the winter months. But this process of the task force already has had a positive effect, as we've seen. Europe gas shortage will be full by the critical winter heating season. Germany will reach their target gas storage despite the Russian cuts ahead of schedule, and Europe as a whole will reach a significant higher level than last year. So again, we prepared for this. We knew this was going to be part of the playbook in Russia weaponizing energy as they have been for the past several months, and so we will be prepared for this move.
A last quick one. I know I saw the readout between the president and the prime minister's phone call last night. It made mention of the fact that they discussed the Northern Ireland protocols, and I'm wondering if you can say specifically if the president discouraged her from abandoning elements of that, or give any more color to that conversation and sort of the tone and tenor of their tone.
So I don't really have too much more to add from the readout. Look, the president expressed it is a priority protecting the gains of the Belfast and the Good Friday Agreement, and preserving peace, stability, and prosperity for the people of Northern Ireland. Don't have much more to add from that. Okay. I'm going to try and call the folks out. Go ahead.
Thanks. Can you just follow up on Justin's first question? And I understand that storage supply is certainly up right now, but if weather goes in a bad or unpredictable direction, things could get significantly worse for Europe in terms of pricing for the people. How concerned is the White House right now about political instability we saw in Prague, the protests in Prague, and what it might mean for the coalition going forward?
Do you mean in general, the coalition as it relates
as in
to
kind of the Western alliance
with
as it pertains
NATO,
to Ukraine, and whether or not political instability driven by energy cost increases could be very problematic?
So look, you have seen the alliance and the strength of the alliance these past several months, and a lot of that is because of the leadership of this president. We are going to continue to work on that partnership. We're going to continue to work with our allies. As we have seen, NATO is going to expand by 2, and that's because of what this president has been able to do. This is one of the things that Russia, that Putin, that the Kremlin thought it was going to do is divide the West, make NATO weaker, and it did the complete opposite. And that is what we have seen for the past several months. And as you know, the president was in Europe recently, just before the summer, and you saw the strength of that alliance. You saw the strength of that partnership, and we believe you're going to continue to see that, and we're going to continue to be in coordination. I mean, I think the price cap, when the G7 finance ministries met last week, you saw them come together and put forth different pathways to the price cap. And so that is one way you see that alliance continuing as well. So we know that there's a lot more work to do, and we'll keep looking for ways as gas increases and in Europe, and to help bolster other sources of energy as well. We'll work towards that where possible.
But there's no near-term concern that there are fractures in terms of
there's
very united
we are still very united. We're continuing to show that unity. Again, we have to remember, Putin thought when he started this war, this brutal war, this unprovoked war, as I've said earlier before, as we have said many times from this podium, that he was going to divide the West, that he was going to make NATO weaker, and the opposite happened. It is stronger than it's ever been before, and we believe that will continue and continue to grow that relationship.
Question on the line.
Following up on the question about the call with the new Prime Minister yesterday, did a trade deal between the U.S. and the UK come up? Was that discussed? The U.S.-UK trade deal. So there is no formal linkage on trade talks between the U.S. and the U.K. and the Northern Ireland Protocol, as we have said, but efforts to undo the Northern Ireland Protocol would not create a conducive environment, and so that's basically where we are with the dialogue. Trade at all yesterday?
I don't have much more than what was in the readout, but that's where we've been with that.
And will President Biden meet with Prime Minister Truss when he's at the General Assembly?
We don't have a meeting or anything like that to read out at this time.
Corinne, the Washington Post, as you've likely seen, reported that some of the files seized at Mar-a-Lago include material on foreign nations' nuclear capabilities.
Bless you.
Sweet gracious.
Take that outside, Ed.
One more time.
Do you need a tissue?
No.
Okay.
We'll start. I'll keep my mask on. Quickly, the Washington Post reports that files seized at Mar-a-Lago include material on foreign nations' nuclear capabilities. I know you can't speak specific to that investigation, nor to the findings there. I know where the line is drawn at this White House as it relates to that. But what has this president specifically said, and has he held any calls with some of America's allies or even adversaries on the issue of nuclear secrets that the U.S. may have some access to try to placate their concerns that that information is not in safe hands in the United States?
So I can say this, we don't have any calls to foreign governments to read out at this time on this particular issue. As you know, and I'll reiterate this, you already kind of alluded, when it comes to this specific issue, as I've said many times, the ODNI is in the middle of an assessment, and DOJ is in the middle of an ongoing criminal investigation, so I'm not going to comment, but again, I don't have any calls to read out.
Let me ask separate from that then. Obviously, this is not unique to this investigation. There's been discussion that classified information was mishandled by the last administration, even before this investigation that we've been reporting on. So at any point has the president had conversations with other nations to communicate to them that information, they should view that information as secure? What has he done to try to make that message clear to those allies or adversaries around the world?
Again, we don't have any calls
Has he in the past?
We don't have any calls to any foreign government to read out to you at this time.
From any time over the course of 18 months?
We don't have any calls to read out at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go jump around. Go ahead.
I want to ask about a decision today by a judge in Texas who said the Affordable Care Act's requirement that insurance plans cover HIV prevention drugs violates the religious freedom of a company. Wanted to see if you can comment on that decision, and related to that, can you give us an update on your efforts to update the last administration's rule allowing employers with religious objections and moral concerns to not include birth control in their plans that they offer?
So as for that decision, I'll refer you to the Department of Justice on that particular decision. We will have a statement from here. I just don't have anything to share at this time.
Any update on the rewriting the rule from the last administration on covering
with that as well, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. I don't have anything to share at this time. Continue back.
So yeah, thanks, Corinne. So a federal judge talked about the social media lawsuits from Missouri and Louisiana. A federal judge ordered that you have 20 days to turn over emails communicating with social media companies over misinformation and disinformation. What are those emails going to show? What kind of communication?
So I can't comment. You've asked me this question last week. I can't comment on any specifically ongoing litigation. And so again, we would refer you to Department of Justice. A couple of things that I would say on just as a general matter on this, as we've said over and over again since the beginning of the administration in our battle against COVID-19, it has been critical for the American people to have access to factual, accurate, science-based information, and ensuring that any media platforms have access to latest information on a once-in-a-generation pandemic is something that has been done since the earliest days of the pandemic, beginning under the former president. So this has happened under the former president. I cannot say more from here. It is an ongoing litigation, as you know, and so I would refer you to the department.
What about if those communications are still happening? Are there frequent contacts between the administration and social media companies?
So I'll say this, as we have said before, there has been ongoing work dating to the Trump administration to provide accurate COVID information where folks get their news. Again, this is litigation that is ongoing and is currently happening. Clearly, that's why it's ongoing, and so I would refer you to Department of Justice on that.
Corinne, thank you. President Biden has said that not every Republican is a MAGA Republican. Would he consider Mitch McConnell a MAGA Republican?
I'm not going to go into specifics, name or people from here. What I will say is, when you go back to the speech, his speech last Thursday, people have talked about if it was divisive. It wasn't divisive. The way that we saw this speech is that he was talking to majority of the country who agree that we have to protect our democracy, who agree that we have to protect our freedom, who agree that we have to protect our rights. And the point of the speech was that he wanted to really point to an inflection point, an inflection time that we were in this time in our country. And he spoke very clearly. He talked about a minority, a small group of people who have extreme views and who threaten that very, very core value of who we are as a country. And he also asked for people to come together. It didn't matter if you were a Republican or independent or a Democrat. He asked for folks to come together and stand against what we were seeing, these attacks. And you don't have to look further than January 6th of 2021 to see what the attack was on our democracy. It was very clear. We all saw it. Many of you reported it that day. And when you have people who say the protesters on that day were patriots, that's problematic. That's coming from leaders. And from that extreme part of the party. And so that's what he was talking about. He also ended the speech in a very optimistic way in trying to bring people together. And so I'll just leave it there at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Corinne. I have a couple of questions on China, but first a little bit more detail on the filtration cap. I'm just wondering, why is it just now that you are speaking about this from the podium, and why is it just now that the U.S. is bringing this up at the UN Security Council? This is something that a lot of activist groups have written about in past weeks. I believe Secretary Antony Blinken has also spoken about it since July. So I'm just wondering about the timing of it.
So as you know, this is information that was downgraded information, and so as you know from past times, it takes some time to do that, don't have much more to say. It takes time to do that. I'm not going to go into our process. I'm not going to go into how our intelligence community moves in that process. But again, we're providing it now, and we wanted to make it very clear on how we feel about this, how we're holding Russia accountable for the atrocities that they are committed, and we're going to continue to do so.
And a couple of questions on China. Can we get the administration's response to Beijing's accusation that NSA hacked a Chinese military university research? research?
Say that again.
So there's an accusation from Beijing that the NSA hacked the Chinese university research facilities. Is there any response from the administration?
So I would refer you to NSA on these claims from China, but generally speaking, it would not be surprising to me that, or to us, that China is deflecting from its own malicious cyber activities, on which there is extensive reporting from the private sector and governments around the world. But again, this is something that I refer to you to NSA on.
Thank you. One more on China, please. Is the administration still considering stopping Nicaraguan imports? There's some reporting, including from our side on that, particularly in light of the country potentially taking steps to sign a free trade agreement with China.
Say that. I didn't hear the beginning.
So is the administration still considering stopping imports from Nicaragua? There's some reporting on this that we've also done in recent weeks, particularly in light of the potential free trade agreement between Nicaragua and China.
And the free trade agreement. Okay. So look, we are going to, as we've mentioned before, when it comes to this, there's been a dramatic deterioration, as you know, of respect of democratic principles, and we've talked about this before, and human rights by the Murillo regime in Nicaragua. I think we had this conversation last week in the briefing room, including the harassment and imprisonment of democratic leaders, members of the political opposition, students, faith leaders, and journalists, in addition to the regime's increased relations with Russia poses risk to the security of the hemisphere. With members of the international community, we have already taken a number of actions to promote accountability for the Ortega-Murillo regime's actions, and will continue to do so. But at this time, we don't have new actions to announce.
So you're not confirming that you're stopping imports?
Just don't have any new actions to announce.
Thank you.
But we've talked about this many times. I know you've asked this question. I'm going to go around. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Karine. Two questions. One about the Brazilian election that's coming up in 25 days. Senator Bernie Sanders, Tim Kaine, and other Democrats are about to introduce a resolution to show support for a free and fair election in Brazil, and to call on the U.S. to break ties with Brazil if the result is not respected. Is the White House in contact with the senators and support this kind of resolution?
So I don't have any conversation to provide to you at this time with any members of Congress, but as it relates to the Brazilian election, we're going to continue to monitor them. The United States trusts in the strength of Brazil's democratic institutions. Brazil has a strong track record of free and fair elections, which are conducted with transparency and high levels of voter participation. The elections that have been conducted by Brazil's capable and time-tested electoral system and democratic institutions serve as a model for nations in the hemisphere and across the world. As a partner democracy to Brazil, the United States will follow the October elections with great interest. As I just said, we're going to monitor, and with full expectations that they will be conducted in a free, fair, and credible manner, with all relevant institutions operating in accordance with their constitutional role. But again, we're just going to monitor the upcoming Brazilian elections. Don't have any calls or meetings to read out.
But is this kind of resolution something the White House supports?
I'm not going to get into any specific resolutions or any specific policy or plans. What we're going to do is we're going to continue to monitor and keep an eye on it.
And another one on the UN General Assembly. There are talks that President Zelensky could come to New York to participate. Is the White House aware of this? Is talking to Ukraine about this?
I would leave that to President Zelensky. We're not going to comment on his travel. That's for him to speak to. We're not going to speak to that.
And did the White House invite President Macron here around the General Assembly?
Nothing to read out to you on any upcoming meetings with any of the foreign leaders that are coming.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. Go ahead, Phil. Okay. And then I'll come back.
just like Peter mentioned earlier on, I know that the White House is not going to comment on the specifics of the raid at Mar-a-Lago or the subsequent investigation. But I'm wondering, as the president watches this story play out in the news, just like every other American, does he think that the leaks about the investigation are helpful or harmful to the country? Does he want those leaks to continue or to stop?
I'm not going to comment on anything that's related to the investigation. It's an ongoing investigation. As you know, the Department of Justice is leading that investigation. We're just not going to comment from here.
And then one more then. Last Friday, the Energy Secretary said at Green Technology in California that state was in the lead and showing the rest of the nation how it's done. The state is currently bracing for blackouts. They've set ambitious goals, and yet in particular, their governor is asking folks there not to charge their electric vehicles. Does the president agree that California is an example for the rest of the country as it transitions?
I haven't seen those specific statements. I would like to see it in fuller context that the Secretary has made, so I'm not going to comment on something that I haven't seen in full. But if you have another question, I'm happy to take it.
So by my count, the White House, you've gotten a lot done this summer. Certainly,
really, have we?
I think so.
I think we've said that a few times.
And the president has a
and
lot.
you guys have reported it too, so you guys have backed us up.
Well, so all of your accomplishments aside, the president still hasn't done a sit-down interview in over 200 days. Is he dodging us? Is there a reason why?
Oh, absolutely not. The president loves talking to you all. He takes your questions all the time. He took Peter's question last Friday. I'm sure Peter was excited about that.
I have another.
No, he took he took another question when we were traveling.
The sit-down interview is much different than when the president.
No, I hear you. I hear you. The president's going to. He is happy to talk to you all. As you know, he does it multiple times during the week. I don't have a sit-down interview to announce or provide or schedule at this time. And look, you guys know Joe Biden. He's been a senator for 46 years. He was vice president for 8 years, and you guys have followed him and have had multiple conversations. Some of you sit-down conversations with him, and once we have something to share, we will share that. Okay. All right.
Thank you so much. On Iran this morning, the administration warned of further action after the cyber attack on Albania, and I want to know what kind of further action could that be, and do you expect it to be only an American action or maybe a coordinated set of sanctions with other NATO countries?
So, NATO allies will make their own sovereign decisions about how to respond to the cyber attacks, including whether to invoke. I know people have asked about Article 5, and so that will be up to the NATO allies. As you know, there's a process in this. There are multiple processes before we can get to invoking Article 5. So again, that's something that the NATO allies are going to have to discuss.
Would the administration support invoking?
Again, this is not. This is part of NATO allies to decide on, and so our role here is to support Albania's efforts to hold Iran accountable and work with Albania to strengthen its cybersecurity and reinforce norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. That is what we're going to do and be a helpful ally in that way. Go ahead, Stephen, and then I'll come to you.
Thanks. The water pressure in Jackson, Mississippi has been restored, but it remains a perilous situation. There's a boil water advisory in effect again. The president said last week he had plans to travel to Jackson. Does that remain the case?
So as you know, the EPA administrator is in Jackson right now. He's supposed to be doing a press gaggle. I think it may have happened already while I was here with all of you. So he was he's there today, and he has had a press gaggle, I believe, with the mayor and also the governor. I don't have a trip to read out to you. I do want to say FEMA, EPA, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers continue to partner partner with officials there to help distribute water, expedite the delivery of equipment to repair the water treatment facility, and support with safety inspections. The emergency declaration signed by this president just last week or so includes reimbursement for drinking water and support for temporary repairs to the water system. Just a couple of things I want to list out to date that we have done. 5.6 million bottles of water have been distributed at state-run sites to date. FEMA has an additional 5 million liters of water available if requested at nearby distribution centers. A call line is available for residents who need home water delivery, and the state, the private sector, and volunteer organizations are also providing water to residents who cannot get distribution sites. And both EPA and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are on site at O.B. Curtis Treatment Plant to assess the pumping system, wastewater infrastructure, electrical system, and safety concerns. Again, our administrator of EPA, Regan, is there. The FEMA administrator, Criswell, was there recently, as well as Mitch Landrieu was there on Friday. And so we have had an all hands on deck and being as very responsive to their needs and surging that response right after the declaration was requested and signed by the president.
It's not the first time the EPA administrator has gone down to Jackson to talk about this problem. He went last year. Why has the president decided, or seemingly decided, at least to this point, not to direct the nation's attention himself to this problem? I mean, he's going over the next week, he's going to Ohio, Massachusetts, Michigan. We've traveled with him to New York, New Jersey, Kentucky, Texas, and the West to talk about natural disasters. This is a man-made disaster. Why doesn't he use the power of the presidency to focus the nation's attention?
I would say, Stephen, that he has used the power of the presidency to focus on this particular issue. If you think about what happens to brown and black communities across the country when it comes to environmental injustices, if you look at the bipartisan infrastructure law, if you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, if you put those together, $100 billion is going to deal with that issue in communities like Jackson. And that's going to go a very long way. That is an investment that we don't see at all very often from a federal government, from a White House, to be zeroed in on those issues of environmental injustices. This is part of the plan of this president to deal with that in a real serious way. And we're going to continue. We have worked closely with groups and organizations on other things that we can do to deal with these issues. And so we're going to continue to do that. I mean, that's why the bipartisan infrastructure law is so critical, is so important. It's going to fix, crumbling infrastructure that, like we're seeing in Jackson. We've talked about the $400 million through the American Rescue Plan for water upgrades across that very state. The city has allocated $20 million of its ARP funds for water and sewer infrastructure needs, $75 million through the bipartisan infrastructure law to support the state to provide clean and safer water this year, with an additional $429 million available to the state over the next 5 years, $30.9 million through the EPA's revolving loan funds for treatment and distribution system improvements for Jackson. And so we have made this a priority. The reason why the EPA administrator has been there multiple times is because he has made that a priority, in particular dealing with environmental justice issues that we see across the country. So he has used the power and the power of the pen, if you will, to deal with this issue in a real way by providing funding that's been long needed in these communities.
Thank you, Karine. As refugees were being evacuated from Afghanistan into the U.S. last year, why weren't they all being thoroughly vetted?
So are you talking about, what are you referring to?
Well, so as the White House was managing the Afghanistan withdrawal last year, we were told no one is coming into the United States of America who has not been through a thorough screening and background check process. But now there's this DHS Inspector General who says CBP admitted or paroled evacuees who were not fully vetted into the United States. That is not good. That is different than what you guys said. So how did this happen?
No, it's not different than what we have said. That very report, it did not take into account the key steps in that rigorous you heard from us, rigorous and multi-layered screening and vetting process the U.S. government took before at-risk Afghans were permitted to come to the U.S. Again, I would refer you to the DHS comments on this. It did not take into full account of what the other agencies are involved in making sure that this multi-layered process and screening process, it is a multi-agency effort, and it did not. This particular report did not include that.
Okay, but so in the last week or so, we've heard the president calling elected Republicans a threat to the country. Does he think MAGA Republicans are more of a threat to the country than people DHS says may pose a risk to national security and the safety of local communities?
Again, DHS has disputed this report. And it said it didn't take into account the key steps that we have taken as a U.S. government, the rigorous multi-layered screening and vetting process that we take as a government. That was not part of the report. Again, this report is not accurate. I know that our team has spoken to your team about this, and the DHS has provided a comment saying just that. So again, I refer it to DHS.
Kevin, a question on Somalia.
Thanks, Karine. The Obamas were here today.
Yes.
Before the event in the East Room, can you give us any color about what the Bidens and the Obamas did together?
Yeah, one thing I can say, and I believe one of the presidents mentioned it while they were speaking, is they had lunch. They had lunch together, and they caught up, and they talked about their families. And, they're very close. They're good friends. Not only were they partners for 8 years, but they also became close friends as well, their families. And so I can say that they had lunch together.
Where did they have lunch?
I don't have specifics on where they had lunch, but they spoke to it. I can't remember which one. One of the presidents spoke to them having lunch and catching up.
Okay. And just one other topic, following up on Peter's question. Can the United States assure its allies that their nuclear secrets are safe?
I know you guys have a lot of interest in this, and I know this is a question that is more broader question, but I want to be very clear, and from here we cannot comment, or we will not comment on anything related or close to the independent investigation, and I'm just not going to comment on that. I'm going to go.
Only one or two more.
Oh, okay, one or two. Let me call on folks I haven't called. Karen?
Just to go back to the $47 billion in funding that the White House had requested last week, COVID, Ukraine, monkeypox, and natural disasters. Can you give us an update on what the White House is doing right now, the conversations that are being had with lawmakers to try and push that through? Is the president having conversations with lawmakers? And is there something that, if there's a sense that something has to get dropped, what's the priority of that list right now?
So I'm not going to get into a priority of list. Look, the way we see this is our job is to tell Congress what we need to protect the American people, what we need to get things moving as we look at the different components here. And so, when it comes, for example, when it comes to COVID funding, we have been clear that without additional funding, we would have to make a different trade-offs and repurpose a previously allocated funding, and that's precisely what we've done, right? I've talked about the COVID testing. We had to end that process last Friday, and so we've been very, very clear on this. But the other piece of this too is this is not new. We did this same process this time last year, and Congress was able to get that done. So we don't see this as a difficult process. We don't see this as an uphill battle. We see this as that is very doable. And again, we're going to make the case with Congress. We're going to engage. We're going to do meeting in person with bipartisan members of Congress from both the Senate and the House to talk about the consequences of inaction, to answer their questions, to make clear that we cannot afford to not act in light of new subvariants as we speak about COVID. and how dire things could look like or later this year if we don't act, if we don't get that extra funding. So again, we're going to continue to make the case. We're going to also actively talk to our governors and our stakeholders in this process as well. But again, we've done this before. We've been here again this time last year, and we think Congress can get this done in time.
Just be clear, the president will have those meetings with bipartisan members, or is that staff?
When I say we, it's going to be his staff. But as you know, the president, as we have said, regularly has conversations with members of Congress on an array of issues. But of course, his staff is going to be continuously being active in having those conversations. And that includes, the COVID response team. That includes our Office of Legislative Affairs. That includes senior staff, an array of staff in this building who are directly dealing with the CR. Okay, I'm going to take one last question.
Can I ask you a question on Somalia?
Well, I took your question yesterday. Let me try and pick somebody. Go ahead, SB. Way in the back. I'll be back tomorrow.
People like that.
Two quick ones, Dr. Green. First, not regarding the law enforcement part, but has the president been receiving briefings on what kind of national security damage might have been happening because of a security breach in South Florida since this first came to the attention of the National Archives back in February?
So, as you know, ODNI is doing their own assessment on this. We're going to let them do that assessment and do that work that they're doing on this particular independent investigation that is happening, that DOJ is doing. The president has not been briefed. I've been very clear about that. He has not been briefed on this. None of us have been here in the White House has been briefed. We're just not going to comment on an independent investigation that's being done by the Department of Justice. Again, ODNI is doing their own assessment, and we'll let them run that process.
But on the ODNI part, shouldn't the president be interested in, so these...
It has nothing to do with interest. It has everything to do with ODNI doing their process and us letting them go through that process.
And the second one, regarding the speech, there are Republicans who in good faith oppose abortion. Liz Cheney is one of them who the president has complimented and praised. She opposes abortion. So was it a mistake in retrospect to put that line in the speech about choice when it was clearly referring to...
He's also said that they have many differences when it comes to agenda and policies. He has said that as well. So that is, he's been very clear about that. Look, when you think about what happened with Dobbs, the Dobbs decision that was made on June 24th, it was something that was devastating to women, devastating to people's lives. It was a right that existed, a constitutional right that existed for almost 50 years, and that was taken. That was an extreme act. And what ended up happening is you saw national Republicans, say that they wanted a national ban to take away people's right, to take away a woman's decision to choose. That is something that we have to stand up against and speak out about and be very loud and clear that, we have to fight for our freedoms and our rights. And so that's what the president's going to do. He's going to continue to protect women's rights. And it's going to lead as it was made very clear in the Dobbs decision, we're talking about contraception, right? We're talking about privacy. We're talking about marriage. This is going to open the door on so many other rights and freedoms that we all have as Americans, and the president's going to continue.
All right, so White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre answering a number of questions from reporters there, including on COVID, inflation, and the economy. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. After the break, it appears that Mount Rainier in Washington is erupting. But is it? What the experts have to say about all of this, that's up next. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Shirley Discorbeth. Well, there's some bizarre news out of the Pacific Northwest. It appears that Mount Rainier could be erupting. Here's more from our station, Fox 13 in Seattle.
This is breaking news.
All right, it is Bill Wixie and Liz DeWicki here in the Fox 13 studios, and we're keeping an eye on these pictures of Mount Rainier right now. And if you live anywhere in that area, no doubt you have probably heard something maybe going on with the mountain, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it ourselves. But what we can tell you right now from experts, this is a cloud that apparently a lenticular cloud, which do form on the top of Mount Rainier, but this one behaving a little bit strangely.
Yeah, I mean, people on social media had called it steam. We had heard the term venting, which a lot of specialists who deal with Mount Rainier and track it say is pretty normal. But Mount Rainier, the National Park Service, tweeting just moments ago, saying again, Mount Rainier is not erupting. Going on to say they've looked at several webcams that were causing concern, which is basically the picture we're showing you right now. And again, calling it a cloud, determining that it is a lenticular cloud. In addition, the USGS reporting no indications of any unusual seismic activity, which is, of course, the big concern around here as well. So we also want to bring in Brian McMillan to talk a little bit about this. I think what was kind of nerve-wracking was, I mean, we've seen cloud. I mean, the mountain has its own weather system, basically, but this was like billowing and what's going on up there?
You know, usually when we talk about lenticular clouds, it's like a little
a cap. Yeah.
A cap, right? A circular spaceship-looking cloud.
This one looked
on the
so
tip top.
active.
Yes, and this one looked like it was kind of billowing from a certain location. Winds up there are pretty strong. We're seeing those winds rush up the side of the mountain. And perhaps today, the way the weather is acting up there on the mountain, where the gusts kind of accelerate as they get up there to the tip top of the mountain, it kind of gave it that billowing look. It did for a minute there, you guys. I mean, it really did look like it was smoking. I mean, Abby and I were talking back here in the Weather Center. It might be a fire or something like that, but turns out it's just a cloud. Good news, right?
That's good.
We
That's
know
best
that
case
we
scenario.
live in, well, we know we live in a seismic area. We know we live in a volcanic area. We have active volcanoes in the Cascades, and geothermal venting does happen. We've seen that notably in the past at Mount St. Helens and some of our other mountains where you do get venting from the mountain. So I think that was the immediate concern today. And it was interesting when Mount Rainier tweets out, literally, Mount Rainier is not erupting, and putting "not" in all caps. And here's another one from USGS volcanologists who are actually on the mountain right now today, saying this is not an eruption. In fact, is not any unusual sort of behavior. And as I mentioned, the volcanologists on site, and coincidentally, they're installing some new equipment. They have confirmed nothing abnormal is happening at the volcano. So there you go.
No seismic activity up there that's been unusual. You know, there's always like little rumblings and things like that, but they're actually installing new equipment for that particular reason. And if you remember, if you were alive or around during the Mount St. Helens eruption, we had a lot of warning. We had several weeks of warning before that actually blew its top. So,
and if you were around here at that time, you'll never forget it.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
So we also, that picture we were showing you was taken, it's from the Graham area this morning, where John Hopperstad has been as well. So John's been monitoring this for us since it first kind of popped up here. John, what's going on?
Yeah, it's been an unusual sight, as you guys have mentioned throughout the morning. We were initially gassing up in Eatonville when we noticed it. Just seeing the mountain pop like it is today is pretty spectacular. And then you're noticing that there is something going on up top, and it did appear like there was venting or some kind of steam coming out of the top of Mount Rainier, but we are being told by the U.S. Geological Survey as well as Mount Rainier National Park, as you guys have mentioned, that this is not an eruption and that this is indeed a cloud over the top of Mount Rainier here, and that this behavior is really not that unusual. You mentioned that there's volcano scientists from USGS at the volcano this week installing some new monitoring equipment, so they're right there. They're seeing what's going on, and they're telling us this is not an eruption of any kind. This is not steam. This is indeed a cloud, a low cloud likely hanging over the mountain, but it has created quite a sight here this morning. If you're in this section of Pierce County, you're right off Meridian Avenue here in Graham as you head into Puyallup, and you can see the mountain. I mean, it's clear as day today. Not much, a lot of blue skies showing off the mountain just about anywhere, and you can see what appears to be steam coming out of there. Of course, you guys have mentioned U.S. Geological Survey saying that is not the case. This is indeed a cloud hanging over Mount Rainier. It just looks really cool, guys.
All right, John Hopperstad live in Graham for us. You know, so we're looking at these pictures, and the reason why we wanted to come on the air and explain what this is because it was so remarkable to us. I mean, I've lived here pretty much forever. John Hopperstad has. You have as well. You've been around the mountain many times, Liz. I mean, you know how lenticular clouds typically appear.
Yeah.
You know, to your earlier point, we don't see them behave like this.
Not often. I mean, you know, it's.
And look, you can see it moving right on that shot.
Right, you can. And so here's how lenticular clouds are formed, okay? The air rushes up the side of the mountain, and then as it goes up in elevation, that air cools and condenses and creates a cloud, okay? And so at the top, it's typically you get kind of a hat or a little cap on the top because it pretty evenly spreads out there around the tippy top of the mountain. What we saw today was kind of this cloud forming out of one location, maybe a pocket of you know, specifically a pocket of cooler air up there. It did look like it was billowing out of one part of the mountain. But yeah, I would guess that here over the next, maybe 15, 20 minutes or so, that might be a more even little cap there on the top of the mountain. But really interesting to see how that formed.
Yeah, and once again, USGS Volcanoes confirming that the assessment is, of course, it is a cloud. Mount Rainier is not erupting, despite, you know, some concern that there was this morning, and it was not venting either, which is also something that we've heard about the mountain dew.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I mean,
kind of blowing off steam.
These volcanoes are sleeping, but someday, you know, we're going to have an eruption out there. Someday, it's a volcano that will someday become active here. So it's just sleeping, a sleeping giant, as it were.
So we are monitoring the situation on Mount Rainier very closely. There is no threat to the public. It is, as you said, just a cloud. So we are keeping an eye on it.
It's good news.
No, that's
you better
good news.
believe it.
That's
the best news.
I mean, that's the last thing you'd want to come on, you know, air and talk about.
No. And obviously, as you mentioned, if it was to erupt, we would have plenty of warning. We are monitoring the situation very closely. We're gathering a lot of information, and we'll have that online at fox13seattle.com and also today at 4 and 5. Have a good one.
All right, and as you heard there from our team, Fox 13 in Seattle, Mount Rainier is not erupting. Experts have confirmed that it is just a cloud above the peak. Meantime, we want to bring you the latest regarding the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. Hundreds of thousands of people continue to be impacted. We have the latest updates from the EPA and officials in Jackson.
And virtually joining us was Senator Hyde-Smith and Senator Roger Wicker. And we had a very good conversation about the urgency of staying close and working in a coordinated fashion for the people of Jackson. You know, our concern is obviously the immediacy and ensuring that we respond to this emergency in a way that assures the people of Jackson that they will have access to good quality drinking water. But we also talked about midterm solutions as well. And we're putting together a construct by which state, federal, and local entities can come together and access the resources that we believe are available to the people of Jackson. The state of Mississippi will receive more than $26 million in SRF funds in 2022, and that's on top of $30 million that's available in 2021 loan funds for Jackson. And that is also in addition to $13 million that is currently in an existing capacity as well. So we believe that there are even more resources that we can access, but we do know that it will require all of us working together to cut through the bureaucracy, have open lines of communication, and access these resources so that we can put them to work immediately so that we can have some longer-term solutions for the people of Jackson. So thank you all for joining, and now I'll turn it over to Governor Reeves.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here today. I appreciate the administrator coming to Jackson, Mississippi today. He had conversations with those in the community, toured and visited the O.B. Curtis plant, and then we had a very productive meeting here. And thanks to the great president of Jackson State University for hosting this meeting today as well. We had a very large delegation, both from our federal partners, not only the administration, but also from the Congress. Both Congressman Thompson and Congressman Guest, as well as our 2 United States senators participated. They are voting on the floor, but they were able to participate through Zoom. We appreciate that, and really the conversation that we had was largely focused on both the intermediate and long term. You've heard me say repeatedly since last Monday night that we have a short-term, short-run emergency that must be dealt with. Initially, that was dealing with the quantity of water coming out of the facility in addition to the quality of water. At least as of an hour ago, we had addressed the quantity of water issue, which is certainly very positive. We're working now, continue to work with the Department of Health and the city and other federal partners to address the quality of the water so as to hopefully get that boil water notice lifted sooner rather than later. We've said that the fixes at the plant were certainly, at least over the last 10 days, could be defined in the thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars, but we know that here in the city, as well as in virtually every jurisdiction across America, there is aging infrastructure that has to be dealt with, and much of the conversation today was about unleashing and unlocking monies that are available through the traditional funding sources as well as through other sources as well. So a good, productive conversation with the administrator, with the mayor, with the members of the federal delegation, and I appreciate Administrator Regan for being here on the ground in Jackson, Mississippi to have those conversations. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Good afternoon. I will reiterate what has already been said, that I do believe that our discussion was fruitful. One of the things that was most important to me was the component of us continuing to lean in together, making certain that we have some frequency of discussion to make certain that everything is flowing as it should and that we can see the ultimate improvements to O.B. Curtis and, more importantly, just the water distribution system of Jackson being sustainable, being reliable, and important to me, being equitable across the city. I want to thank not only Administrator Regan and the governor, but also, as has been stated, Congressman Thompson, Congressman Guest, Senator Wicker, Senator Cindy Hyde Smith. I want to thank them all. Anytime you have that level of engagement, present and leaning in to Jackson's challenges, then that is a good sign. And so we have to remain there. I also want to thank the people who have been on the ground for the last few days. Not only those individuals who work for the city and the water treatment facility who are more delighted at what they're seeing and more encouraged, their morale is up, but we want to thank the people from FEMA who have been on the ground, and the EPA. We want to thank the people from the Rural Water Association. Governor made mention that some of the repairs were in the thousands. One of the ways that was able to be captured, which is different from the normal contractual way, is because the Rural Water Association mutual aid agreement was able to accomplish many of those repairs that we would have otherwise had to contract out. And so there has to be some reassessment of our SRF loans that we've put out and how they have to be prioritized because of those repairs. And so I'm just grateful for the team and everybody working hard and diligently. Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Regan, could you address this? The EPA obviously has been critical of the city of Jackson for its way it's handled sewer and water issues. Is there some duality here in trying to find some common cause when the EPA has criticized Jackson for how the sewer system has not been fixed and now the water crisis it currently has?
You know, Jackson, like many cities across the country, has had a fragile water system. It's our job to ensure that every person in this country has access to clean drinking water. So some of these structural issues actually existed prior to. I don't think that's a secret. I think when we look at this flooding situation, and I think as we look at increasing evidence of climate change and intense storms, we're going to see even more stresses on these fragile water systems. So we do have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to be able to look at the repairs that need to take place on a normal basis, but we also have to begin to make investments to ensure that not only we build functioning water systems, but that they are more resilient to the types of storms that we're seeing as we move forward.
There's something I wanted to ask about the presence of a plan. We hear the concept of the plan brought up a lot. Lieutenant Governor Hoseman, Governor Reeves, Congressman Benny Thompson have criticized the city's lack of a plan. Now, in the past, some of us have highlighted the engineering plan, for example, from 2013. And I'd actually love to get input from all of you on when the plan is brought up. Is that an engineering plan? Is that a funding plan? Is it a legislative action plan? What does the city of Jackson need, and where is it at today?
Well, so let me respond from my vantage point, and then I'll let the gentleman respond from theirs. When I think about a plan, I think about what's required to unlock federal dollars. And so if we want to have access to the state revolving loan fund resources, the $13 million that currently exists, the $30 million that currently exists, being competitive for the bipartisan infrastructure dollars that will exist, well, we need to see a plan in place that demonstrates how those resources will be spent and what they will be spent on. And it's really important that we talk about this because the state of Mississippi alone over the next 5 years will receive $400 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law, $72 million in this fiscal year. We want cities like Jackson to be competitive for those resources. As a matter of fact, the way the law is designed, over half of the resources that are allocated to disadvantaged communities or communities that have similar characteristics of Jackson. So we do need to have applications in place from cities like Jackson to make them competitive for these historic investments that we have at our fingertips.
Part and parcel of our conversation was talking about the opening of the portal to receive some of these federal funds, and when it opens up in October. We made a commitment. Part of the commitment that the city of Jackson made is that we're going to apply for these funds. And so that will require engineered assessments, which we have. Yes, the city has had engineered assessments. Yes, the city not only has had engineered assessments, a lot of what we've relied on is the expertise and the review of the EPA, which I would imagine has also had experts at the table reviewing what they saw as the critical needs. And so to speak to that, I think I spoke extensively about that and what we have shared. But we also come to the table humbly, and I want to be clear on this. Anything that the city of Jackson is submitting that is insufficient to meet its need, what we are expressing is our critical need and our desire for the support. And so we're willing to make adjustments where necessary. One of the things we talked about, like for instance, with the outstanding SRF loans, and these are loans that the city has applied for some of this money and has been granted because we followed that process. However, like for instance, when we have had professionals at the water treatment facility fixing many of these long-standing challenges, we now have to make amendments in terms of what our priorities were at that time versus what our priorities will be going forward. And we're inviting not only the plans that we have, we're inviting people who will be point persons, so if you will, that have water engineering expertise to help us going forward.
What I would just simply say is clearly there's needs to be ongoing conversations with respect to planning both in the intermediate and the long term. But I want to be very, very clear that from my perspective, and certainly the perspective of many EPA reports over the last 5 or 6 years, the single most important planning piece to this is a plan whereby there is a situation in place where when we can be assured that the management not only of the treatment facility plants but also the management of the water system as a whole is managed in such a way that it works the way it's supposed to. For instance, we have to make sure that we have a billing system in place, that everyone who receives water receives a bill. We have to make sure that the rates associated with the water that they receive and the wastewater that they receive are rates either actuarially done or otherwise that make sense to fund the system. Within that funding structure and the rate structure, we have to make sure that we have adequate dollars in there so as to fund routine maintenance on a regular basis. Obviously, those are areas that have been a challenge in the immediate past across the board. Having enough operators at O.B. Curtis, for instance, having enough, ensuring that everyone who receives water receives a bill and that everyone who receives a bill pays the bill. Those are some short-term planning issues that as we move beyond the immediate phase, and I'm hopeful that we will move beyond the immediate phase and be able to say sooner rather than later, I don't want to give a time frame, but again, in days, not weeks or months, where we have clean water being delivered to all of the residents in the city of Jackson. Those are the conversations that are going to be ongoing, hopefully between the city, the state, the federal government as well. And obviously at that phase, there's going to be a lot of other opinions that also are, that enter into the equation as part of that's going to be potentially legislative as well. And so I know that there's been various players here that are talking today as well as that are not here that have had conversation with some of those legislative leaders also, and so they'll certainly have opinions on that also.
Governor Reeves, how much is the state prepared to spend to help Jackson upgrade its water system?
Well, what I would tell you is the state has spent about $200 million in the city over the last 5 or 6 years. The federal government is obviously making funds available as well. The administrator mentioned that there's about $400 million available through the infrastructure plan. $400 million is a lot, but the total population of the city of Jackson is 5% of the state of Mississippi. So if we utilize, this is not the way it works, but if it worked such that that $400 million was allocated across the 1,100 water systems equally based upon population, then the city's allocation would be approximately $20 million. I think we all know that the intermediate and long-term plans are going to be far greater than that. And so I think as we get the short-run problems fixed, I think you'll see a greater willingness to invest even more resources beyond the approximately $200 million that the state's put in through various programs over the years.
I know you're doing, we talked about Wednesday starting an investigation, water tests on the system before you can do water quality and perhaps signal. And then I don't know which one of you guys can answer the question. Do we start that today? Are we looking at possibility by Friday? Having hope this water advisory is over?
We are doing investigative testing on the water, but just to be clear, and I'm certainly not an expert, but this is what the experts have told me. If you're producing perfectly clean water out of the facility, it typically takes about 3 days to get the entire system flushed out with the water that was already in the system, and that's with everything working perfectly. So I don't think Friday is a realistic goal, but I do think as you get into the weekend and into early next week, we will have a better idea of the samples and what the quality looks like. I don't think there's any doubt. I think there's general broad agreement that the water being produced today is cleaner than it has been in a long, long time. Certainly the pressures are better today than they've been in a long, long time. But again, the actual call on is the water clean enough to not have a boil water notice is typically and will continue to be made by the State Department of Health because they are the regulator. They'll do the sampling, and it'll be 120 samples, have to be completely clean over a 2-day period. 2 different 120 sample processes will have to occur. I think Friday is extremely optimistic, but I think as we move forward, we're certainly, I think I would describe the investigative sampling as positive, but we know it's not where it needs to be.
One of the things you mentioned was that you can apply for loans. Are there any grants available for the city of Jackson? I don't know who would answer that one.
Yeah, I will just say that the obvious answer to that question is the American Rescue Plan dollars that came in. The city got a little over $40 million. The county got a little over $40 million, and the mayor, of course, doesn't speak to what the county chooses to do with their funds. He's made that very clear, and I think correctly so. But the city has gotten about 40, and the county's gotten a little more than 40. The state legislature set up $750 million for cities, counties, and rural water associations, and it's a dollar-for-dollar match. And so, and those are grants. And so, whatever funding that the city council and the mayor decide to allocate that, no, initially it is a competitive grant program. But I think it's fair to say, I certainly believe it's fair to say that over the last week or so, the conversations with the city, I think certainly our administration wants to work with the city and make sure that we prioritize whatever funding that they have that they can match dollar for dollar, that we prioritize that on these projects that are being worked on at the plan and throughout to get the best bang for the buck, if you will, in those monies.
Governor, you said on Monday, we recognize the need for both the intermediate and long-term plan. I personally believe that we cannot rely on the city of Jackson to provide that. Do you still believe you cannot rely on the city of Jackson?
Well, look, I think that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has a planning team at O.B. Curtis right now. The FEMA, when the FEMA administrator was here last Friday, we had a long conversation that they have planning teams in place in which they are working on intermediate and long-term plans for the city. Certainly the State Department of Health and the EPA have issued reports and other things over the last number of years that I think are certainly indicative of where we need to go in the intermediate and the long term. And so what I would tell you is I am hopeful that intermediate and long term planning is a collaborative effort between the city, the federal government, and the state as to what that needs to look like. Now again, typically water systems obviously in our state and I think around the country are run by their boards or their municipalities, and the state on the water side through the State Department of Health and the EPA are the regulator, not the planner. But certainly, so I'm not saying we're on territory that's never been on before, but it's certainly a little bit different. But there's the important thing is thus far there's been a common commitment by all parties to work together in a collaborative way to get the fix in the short term, to get clean drinking water as fast as possible, but also to work together to collaborate in the long term to develop a plan that includes all things from operations all the way to capital investments to make a difference.
So just to be clear, your statement that you cannot rely on the city to provide that plan is a statement that the city cannot do it alone. It's not a statement that the city won't be involved.
I think my answer speaks for itself.
I just want to follow up about the state revolving loan funds. You brought up in the past, Mayor, that the difficulty with making use of those loans is obviously that they have to be paid back. Are there systems in place that make some of those loans forgivable? Are they more palatable now than they were when we talked in the past?
There is a process that allows it to be forgivable, and we hope to get as much of that forgiven as possible. And, in terms of, the last question and how it connects to your question, in order for this to happen foreseeably from the city's vantage point, it is going to require a little more than just a loan program. It's going to require, because affordability becomes an issue, the city's debt structure becomes an issue for that. And so we will look to be a part of that competitive process. I want to be clear that with the ARPA program that allows that match to take place, that the portal only opened up the 1st of this month, right? We're in I'm forgetting the days, but I think this is the 7th or so. And we've even talked about the federal government and its loan program that is anticipated to open October. October. So we will do so. To your earlier question, we will do so with the precision of an engineer's description.
Do you have a timeline, if you had to ballpark this, now that there's so many resources, federal and state, Marshall to help the city, when the water system could be a reliable, sustainable water system? Is it possible?
I couldn't say that to you with any precision or anything other than just a out of the blue guess that isn't based on any expertise. What I do know is that in order for us to repair everything that's at that water treatment facility or pivot to a new water treatment facility, depending on what is assessed to be the best route. And I think some experts spoke to us earlier today, or at least spoke to my administration about that's part of the evaluation that is ongoing. You not only have the challenges out there in terms of aged infrastructure. To be honest, some of the plant's layout just isn't practical. It isn't functional. Some of the feeds that go into certain parts of the plant are a long distance from the area in which it's feeding, right? So the technician who may think that they have fed some chemicals, the actual moment that they believe that it has happened actually doesn't happen for some time until it travels through the system to get there. That's one example of the lack of functionality there. And so I think that, to the governor's point, we do have more experts on the floor now, right, than would be typical for any city, to be honest, that can better advise us as to what is the best plan of execution going forward.
For the mayor or the governor, as far as progress that's been made so far, how much of it has been made on improvements that are temporary versus improvements that can be long-term solutions? That's
a question I asked earlier when we were in the briefing from the EPA and FEMA and MEMA earlier today. And they said they were going to try to create a dashboard for me. I don't know that I can answer that in this moment, but they are reviewing that, and that is something that we hope to present to you later on.
Governor Reeves, could you break down that $200 million you mentioned earlier?
We'll get you that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let you off the hook. Thank you, sir.
All right, and that was an update there from the EPA and officials in Jackson, Mississippi. They said more funding and resources are headed that way. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more top stories from across the country in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here are some of the top stories we are following today. A Northern California sheriff's deputy has turned himself into law enforcement after he was accused in the fatal slaying of a husband and a wife in their home early Wednesday. Devin Williams Jr., a deputy in the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, called authorities in the hours after the shooting and said he wanted to turn himself in. That's according to officials. Police stayed on the phone with him until the off-duty deputy was taken into custody by California Highway Patrol near the Central Valley's city of Coalinga, about 160 miles south of the crime scene. Now, police were called to the home in Dublin, a city in the East Bay, about 35 miles south of downtown San Francisco, about 12:45 in the afternoon. The 911 caller said 2 people had been shot inside the home, and the suspect, later identified as Williams, had fled in a vehicle. Police said Williams used his service weapon in the shooting and discarded it as he fled. Meantime, investigators are trying to piece together what led to the death of a missing Memphis mother. The man charged in her murder was arraigned again today. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has more.
The man accused of killing Eliza Fletcher making a second appearance in a Memphis courtroom on Wednesday. Cleotha Abston was arraigned on charges including first-degree murder. The new charges come one day after police confirmed that the body they found on Monday belongs to the Memphis mother and kindergarten teacher.
We would not be bringing these first-degree murder charges unless we were confident that we could prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Abston made his first court appearance Tuesday on other charges related to the case, including kidnapping and tampering with evidence. He's accused of abducting the 34-year-old while she was out jogging early Friday morning. He allegedly camped out for nearly a half hour before Fletcher was taken.
I'm going to want to go through her whole social history, his social history. I want to go through all the internet, the phones, to see whether or not this was just a random thing or whether this was something that was plotted.
Police found Fletcher's body behind a vacant home near the apartment of Abston's brother. Witnesses told investigators Abston was washing out his car with chemical cleaner. Authorities say they have no reason to believe this case is anything but an isolated attack by a stranger.
Still uncovering various leads. This is an ongoing investigation. That's a possibility. But at this time, no one else has been charged.
Abston also faces unrelated charges for an alleged workplace theft that occurred days before Fletcher's disappearance. In Memphis, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Jonathan, for bringing us that report. Meantime, a record-breaking heat wave.
People across the West.
Meantime, a record-breaking heat wave has baked the West for days, fueling destructive wildfires and threatening rolling power shutoffs in California. Here is more from Fox News.
West are still baking under a brutal heat wave that's brought triple-digit temperatures for the past 3 days. Here in California, we're seeing a number of all-time highs, including in the capital, Sacramento, where temperatures hit 116 degrees on Tuesday, breaking a 97-year-old record. Now the focus is turning to the state's electrical grid, which is on the verge of being overloaded as demand outstrips supply. A Stage 3 power alert is now in effect. That's one step below ordering rolling blackouts for the state's 39 million residents.
We're heading to the worst part of this heat wave, and the risk for outages is real and it's immediate. Everyone has to do their part.
More than 35,000 customers have already lost power, and there's no word on when service will be restored. Residents are now being asked to conserve electricity, but that's a tall order as people fight the heat any way they can.
We just bought like 2 ACs for the house because this heat is so bad and it's really not giving.
The heat wave also complicating efforts to contain about 14 large fires burning around the state, including the Fairview fire in Southern California, which has killed at least 2 people and forced thousands to be evacuated from their homes.
Every day, every week, every month we go without rain, it gets drier and drier and drier. So the fuels are very dry, very susceptible to a fire starting.
Overall, more than 4,000 firefighters are now deployed throughout the state. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
All right, and thank you so much to Jonathan Hunt for bringing us that report. And you can see there from our X-RAD radar system, some of those high temperatures in the California area. Again, officials there urging people to set their thermostats to 78 degrees or higher, as well as avoiding using major appliances and to turn off unnecessary lights during the hours of 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, we want to continue to bring you more top stories here on Live Now from Fox. Just moments ago, we heard from the NYPD regarding a shooting that happened in Brooklyn. A young teen boy there is in critical condition, and we want to bring you the remarks from, again, NYPD. As they walk up to the stand here, to the microphones here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? You're all good? Chief of Detectives James Essig. With me is the Commanding Officer of Detective Borough Operations, Freddie Gomera, the Commanding Officer of the 8th Precinct, Adil Rana, and the Squad Commander, Lieutenant Eric Powers of the 8th Precinct. At approximately 1:45 today, a male, 15 years old, was shot one time in the abdomen. He was removed to Methodist Hospital, where he is in critical condition. Investigation at this time reveals that our victim was attending the Brooklyn Lab Charter School, located 2 blocks away at Jay and Sand Street. He was dismissed from school at 1:30 and made his way to this park, McLaughlin Park. Witnesses state he was sitting on the bench with 2 females when 2 males approached. Words were exchanged and a fistfight ensued. The male is described as wearing all black and a black mask, removed a firearm, firing one time, striking our victim. Our shooter, along with the second male, described as wearing a gray hoodie and a mask, fled eastbound on Tillery towards Adams Street. Both males were described as school age. The investigation into this matter is ongoing and continuing. We know there were at least 30 other people in this park, and we're asking for anybody with information to call us at 1-800-577-TIPS Crime Stoppers. With that, I'll take any questions.
Have you spoken to the 2 women that were with the victim? Could they provide any insight as to what the argument may have been about?
Those 2 witnesses are in the 8th Precinct Detective Squad right now being interviewed. Do we have any idea what the argument was about? No, we are going to go back to school, look at school, talk to people at school, see if there was any argument at school during the day. We're also looking for any of those witnesses who were in the park that fled the scene to come forward.
The 2 females he was sitting with on the bench are also high school age?
Yes.
And the assailants were high school age?
Yes, they were described as high school age kids.
Do you think that the suspects and victim knew each other before this?
We haven't, that'll be part of the investigation, but they did have a confrontation.
When you say masks, you're talking about like COVID masks or?
No, full masks covering their face from here to here.
Did they put it on?
Ski masks, yes.
Did they put it on before they approached, or they put it on while they approached?
The witnesses described them as having masked up as they were getting into the scuffle.
Could you speak to the concern citywide, department-wide, children going back to school? We have 15-year-old kids now a week into classes. One of them may have had a gun, shot another kid. Just your reaction, your message to the city as kids go back to school.
Well, we see violence. We have robust school plans, as the precinct commander can talk about, but it's always a concern to return to school. We see the shooting victims, the shooting perpetrators younger and younger, and it's of great concern to us. And You know, but the precinct patrol, precinct commanders, they have quite robust school plans in terms of dealing with especially at dismissals.
The two masked people were both involved in the argument with the victim.
They both confronted him. The one ensued with a fist fight or fisticuffs, and that's when he pulled out the firearm.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay? Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, really brief update there from NYPD regarding that particular incident. Again, a teen boy has been shot in Brooklyn, and the suspects are believed to be school-aged as well. Meantime, earlier today, we also heard from actually the NYPD again regarding summer crime. This is a briefing regarding that particular situation.
Chief of Crime Control Strategies, Mike LaPetri, Chief of Detectives, Jimmy Essig, Chief of Patrol, Jeff Madry, Chief of Transit, Jason Wilcox, and Chief of Housing, Kathy O'Reilly, and other NYPD executives who will provide information and overview of the department's work this summer. On May 1st of this year, the NYPD implemented our Summer Violence Reduction Plan citywide. This multifaceted plan called for increased localized deployments of officers in precincts, transit districts, and housing developments that needed them the most. It enhanced the work of our field intelligence officers, our gun violence suppression division personnel, and our neighborhood and youth coordination officers. It made our joint interagencies operations with our partners more effective and efficient. And its flexibility in this approach allowed us to quickly and successfully adapt to shifting crime conditions. We said we would face challenges head on, and looking back at the last 4 months through the Labor Day weekend, our department is doing what it said. We saw the rapid proliferation of illegal guns on our streets. We targeted the people brazen enough to carry and use them. From May 1st through Labor Day, gun arrests increased from last summer, with a corresponding decrease in shootings during the same time period. And importantly, this meant fewer shooting victims in the summer of 2022 than we had last year. One person shot is one person too many. And murders across the 5 boroughs this summer were down from 2021. These numbers represent real people and families. We all know how critical the transit system is. From May 1st through Labor Day, crime in transit is down to pre-pandemic levels, a consequence of increased, concentrated deployment in our subway stations and on our trains. As ridership increases, we expect to see these declines continue. We remain focused on fighting increases in other critical areas as well. Robberies, assaults, and burglaries, and notably grand larcenies, in which frauds and scams represent significant numbers. Overall, arrests were up in the past 4 months, and arrests for major felonies rose more than 25%. All of our public safety efforts are coordinated, decisive, and focused on the singular aim of making our community safer. But as we've been saying all along, we cannot do this alone. We still continue to engage our youth with programs and other community outreach. But while we are turning a corner in important areas, it is absolutely vital that we do so with the full support of our community and law enforcement partners. And we don't intend to let up because we can't. The NYPD will never stop fighting for the streets, subways, and neighborhoods, and for all New Yorkers. We will always continue to put victims first, and we will keep squarely on the focus of people we serve. Now, Chief of Department Ken Corey will provide additional details about our work over the past 4 months. Chief Corey?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So earlier in the year, when we set out trying to put together a plan on how we were going to combat what at the time was still rising violence in New York City, and the team all sat down, and we approached it pretty much the same way we approach every issue at CompStat each week, and that's with a series of questions. What's the analysis? What's the plan? And then ultimately, what are the results of the plan? So when we looked at what violence and what drives violence in New York City, typically in the summer months, we see that 80% of shooting incidents in New York City occur in less than half of the precincts. So less than half of our 77 precincts account for more than 80% of the shootings that happen. And then we drilled down a little further and we found that 42% of those shooting incidents actually occurred between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. And refining that a little more carefully, 18% occurred between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., which also coincides with our shift change when our 4 to 12 shift gets off and our midnight shift comes on. We also knew that we were going to face a larger than normal number of retirements, as a very large class that was hired on July 1st of 2002 became eligible to file for service retirement 20 years later. So the challenge being, how do we keep more officers in the street to help us implement this plan? So the plan broke down into a few things, and as the commissioner indicated, it launched on May 1st. So first and foremost, in every borough, there was a individual in the rank of inspector who was designated the violence reduction coordinator, except the Bronx. The Bronx actually got 2 violence reduction coordinators. And it was their job to move these additional resources that we were shifting around in real time as conditions dictated. So they were on the ground, and when things needed to be moved from one place to another, oftentimes in minutes, they were the ones tagged with doing that. Our supplemental deployment plan that we had initially started in February increased to where we were turning out 300 officers a night, 7 nights a week, that were typically not assigned to enforcement duties. And they were being sent out to hotspots. So my office, working with Chief LaPetrie's office, we would look at where the intelligence told us that things were heating up, where we needed to put those officers out on foot posts, and they were put out typically 2 dozen at a time into any particular precinct to try to suppress violence with high visibility foot patrols. In those same precincts, we started bringing in several cars off of our midnight shift 3 hours early. So they were coming in at 8:30 at night instead of 11:30, and then remaining out, not coming in at the typical end of the 4 to 12 shift, but actually remaining out on patrol and in designated zones where things were flaring a bit, to again provide that rapid response, but also the high visibility patrol to act as a deterrence. We shifted a lot of officers to work later hours. So our neighborhood coordination officers, for example, and our field intelligence officers were all working either the 4 to 12 shift or even a little later, a 6 at night to 2 in the morning shift. Why? Because that's when more people were out in the street, and that's when we needed them out there. So we had them work later in the summer. Our youth coordination officers not only shifted to a little later hours, like starting at noon and working till about 8 o'clock at night, they were sent out to parks and playgrounds every day to create a safe space for people to bring their children to play, knowing that youth coordination officer was going to be there on post in that playground. Our strategic response group was shifted out into those same hotspot areas to supplement the patrols. Something that we had never attempted before. We have certain summertime commands or certain commands in the summertime that require additional resources. New York City is surrounded by water. We have beaches. People like to enjoy our beaches. So every summer we have to increase the number of officers in Coney Island, in Rockaway, and at Orchard Beach. Only this year, instead of taking those officers from patrol precincts, as we had done in the past, and quite frankly, we typically took them from the precincts that had more officers, which were our busier precincts, and sent them out there. Those details were staffed with officers coming from administrative assignments, or sometimes referred to as desk duty, from this building. So the patrol officers stayed on patrol in the precincts where they're normally assigned, working with the communities that they've come to know so well and where they're so sorely needed. And then there was our multi-agency task force that we put together, working with other city agencies such as the fire department, building, sanitation, Department of Health, and so many others, that we put together a team to work in each borough, each of our 8 patrol boroughs, all weekend long, to target those hotspots where violence not only tends to occur, but places that plague a community with quality of life complaints around noise, parking, disorderly groups, unlicensed sale of alcohol, And some of these places have persisted for years. And in the past, we went it alone. The police department would go in, we'd issue summonses, we'd get some temporary relief, and then they'd start up again. And so this summer, we put together those multi-agency teams. They were used 160 times over the summer. And many of those locations that they went into are now shuttered for good, and that they will no longer disrupt those communities. And this all came down at the end of the day to really intelligence-driven deployment, getting an understanding of who is shooting at who. And sometimes that's done through more enhanced investigations into incidents of shots fired where no one is hit, so we don't record a shooting, but clearly someone is shooting. And even though we...
All right, we just wanted to bring you some of that update there from the NYPD. They basically said that shootings have gone down in the month of August compared to the same month last year, but unfortunately, crime overall has increased, and that's due to robberies, grand larcenies, and burglaries. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. Up next, we will have a live report out of Seattle, Washington. It appears that since the pandemic, more young adults are moving back in with their parents. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, since the pandemic, more young adults have been moving in back home with their parents, and it's because of several reasons. One of those is for debt, and the other one is out of necessity. To tell us more on this, we're joined live by Fox News reporter Jake Care-Alexis. He's live in Seattle with more. Hey, Jake, so tell us more.
Well, Shirley, nearly 2/3 of those young adults who moved back with their parents during the pandemic are still there. LendingTree says one of the biggest reasons is money. LendingTree says young adults are going back home to pay off debt, put money away for retirement, or save toward a down payment on a home. Lauren Reyes and her husband moved in with Lauren's parents last fall after renting for 2 years. She says the move has put her and her husband closer to affording a house in an expensive market.
Money than having to splurge more on rent on top of, like utilities, groceries, and gas. So it was really helpful to have my parents let us move back in.
Reyes lives in New York. That's one of the states with the highest percentage of young adults living with their parents. California, New Mexico, Florida, and Maryland also have a high percentage. One economist says inflation is a big factor.
The basic necessities of life have pretty much across the board got more expensive. So if you're a young person, especially, if you're someone who doesn't have a lot of money, who isn't at a point in their career where they're earning a high income, it can be really hard to keep up with that.
And Shirley, Arizona has the 19th highest percentage of young adults living with their parents in the U.S. Shirley?
All right, Jake, thanks so much for joining us and bringing us that live report. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more in just 2 minutes.
Okay, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On this busy Wednesday afternoon, this is Andrew Kraft here, taking a Live Now look there at the White House at the moment. We're going to be replaying some of the events that happened there today, including the Bidens hosting the Obamas for their official portrait unveilings. Is always an interesting tradition to behold. It was kind of put on pause during the Trump administration, but it is back, and so we will be airing that in full a little bit later on. Right now, though, we want to focus on kind of some of the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now that so many kids are going back to school full-time, not remote, so many Employees are also going back to the office full-time, not remote. What is this going to look like as we get into these fall months now after the Labor Day holiday weekend? Fox 6 in Milwaukee has some great segments about the return to work and about return to school. Let's listen in.
The beaches may have been crowded from coast to coast, but many offices have been close to empty. That may soon change. There are signs companies are running out of patience with remote work and using this Labor Day as an unofficial return to the office milestone. Some argue it's for the best. Peloton and Apple are asking most of their employees to be in the office several days a week starting this month. Goldman Sachs is also lifting most of its COVID-19 protocols as it tries to incentivize workers to return. Supporters cite collaboration and socialization as benefits of in-person work. Workers who don't go back into the office could face some risks, like pay cuts or even termination. Still, the possibility of tough consequences may not be enough to sway those who argue working remotely has several pros. While many might not want to go back into the office, it might just be a matter of time. As the economy slows and the chance of a recession heightens, employers may hold the leverage.
On the other hand, an analysis from top economists says remote work could avoid a wage price spiral and help the Federal Reserve ease inflation, as some employees may be willing to accept smaller paychecks. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. Right now, let's hear as well about the school nationwide report card. What are education statistics looking like for students as they head back to school full-time, not remote? Their efficiencies in reading, in math, and so much more. This from Fox 6 in Milwaukee.
As a new school year begins, so does the work here at Mathnasium in Whitefish Bay. Janie Bittner has been getting a little help here for more than a year.
I was really struggling with math and I didn't get a lot that they were teaching me last year.
She's not alone. The National Assessment of Education Progress, often called the nation's report card, found math and reading scores plummeted in 9-year-olds over the last 2 years.
The summer was the busiest that we've ever been.
Rahita Shaw has seen the impact firsthand. She owns the Math Tutoring Center.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the kids didn't get what they needed these last couple of years.
The study shows math scores dipped for the first time ever. Reading scores are at their lowest level since 1990.
We are seeing some definite challenges due to the pandemic, and I think they're going to be lingering.
Itzel Galindo is the executive director of Wisconsin's Reading Corps. Tutors are working with students in 149 schools across the state.
Our kiddos are capable of being successful readers and proficient readers if we work together.
Places like this are giving kids the right tools, adding to future success.
Okay, so we thank Fox 6 in Milwaukee there for those two segments, especially as it will be interesting to see whether or not the White House and Congress can reach a deal on supplemental and additional funding for more COVID-19 dollars as we go into this fall, both COVID and flu season. We heard from COVID-19 White House advisors, both Dr. Anthony Fauci and Dr. Ashish Jha just yesterday, saying it's a good thing we have two arms because these shots are going to become seasonal. In just a moment, we're going to get an update on what these new booster shots look like, especially dealing with Omicron and subvariants of Omicron, and whether or not you should get them. Stand by. Okay, and like I said, we want to talk about these new FDA approved, just I think last week, these new booster shots for both Omicron and subvariants of Omicron, and whether or not you need to get them going into both the fall and winter months. I'm being joined by Fox 13's Janae Lewis there live for us in the Tampa newsroom. Janae, thanks so much for being with us. Who have you spoken to? What are medical professionals telling you?
Well, we spoke with some infectious disease experts here in our area from not just the university, but working in the hospital. So they are dealing with this and in the midst of this fight every day. And as you mentioned, the idea for these updated boosters is to give you better protection. And they are saying that's extremely important as we are heading into flu season, as well as the cooler fall months.
The timing of this booster is very important. We've had a lot of people that have been infected recently, myself included.
But doctors hope an updated booster will reduce infections. The CDC recently approved the new shots that will target the Omicron variants, which account for most of the cases today.
For the first time since December of 2020, these vaccines, our vaccines, have caught up with the virus.
A turning point. Moderna's updated boosters for those 18 and older. For Pfizer, it's 12 and older. Doctors say when you get your next shot is important for the maximum protection.
So to me, if you've had a prior infection or you got boosted within the last 2 months, now is not the time to come in and get this new bivalent booster. I think I'd wait a little bit.
Now, if you're beyond that time frame, health officials say it's important to take advantage as soon as possible. They're hoping as we change seasons, there's an increase in COVID and flu shots.
So you get one in one arm and the other one in the other. So that is permissible, and you can do it.
Allowing us to eventually move toward an annual COVID shot, barring any new variant.
Because they realize that we cannot be, boosting the population multiple times a year. That is not a strategy that's going to work.
But as we've seen throughout this entire pandemic, only time will tell.
But we don't know what the future has in store for us. And if we do get some nasty variants that emerge, it's a good sign that we have this technology so that we can develop vaccines that can do a better job of protecting us.
So where do things stand right now? As you mentioned, that approval happened last week. These updated booster shots are already being shipped out right now. CVS and Walgreens Pharmacy have those shots available. You need to make an appointment. You have to check in with your local health departments and your healthcare providers to see if they have those doses. They've put in orders for them, but it's going to take some time to get these shots widely available.
Yeah, Janae, it's interesting, too, because we've been hearing from medical professionals about kind of the categories and the age groups and the specific criteria about who should get these first, who should get these early, and so on and so forth. What do we know about that?
So what they're really saying is if you're one of the people that's been recently infected with the Omicron variant, you want to give yourself some time. So they're really suggesting you wait at least 2 to 3 months before you go out and get one of these boosters. Or if you're one of the people that you've gotten your 4th shot just in the last few months, you want to hold off as well. This is for people that haven't had the opportunity because of age or, their health to be boosted. This is the time. These are the people that they want to see come out. Or if you're immunocompromised, this is definitely something you should consider. So I know that was a question here is if I'm recently recovering from COVID, do I need to run out and get a booster shot right now? The answer is no.
All right, Fox 13's Janae Lewis with some good stuff on the COVID front. We'll talk to you again, Janae. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, hope you found that helpful. The FDA had been, in the talks about getting this approved very, very soon so we can get ahead of this as we enter the fall and winter months. So that has happened. And now medical professionals that, Janae was speaking to, we've been speaking to, are encouraging those who really need it to go get that new updated and modified booster shot for COVID-19 and the Omicron variants and subvariants still out there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. A lot more stories where that came from on this Wednesday. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On this Wednesday afternoon, I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a lot more stories left to get to. Just want to show you some of the Live Now looks that we have a bird's eye view over. You can see here, I believe that is in California, as we continue to follow the heat wave out there that the National Weather Service in parts of Los Angeles County says will continue through the rest of the week. We do have the temperatures as well, so we'll get more and more updates on that. Cal ISO, the independent service operator for some of the utilities, issued the highest level ever just last night, the Energy Emergency Alert 3. That top tier reached to tell Californians to limit and cut back on their energy consumption. Thousands of Californians had to be without power briefly last night, but it was restored. But the threat of rolling outages continuously was prevented due to that very consumption Californians took it upon themselves. Okay, but in the meantime, though, we do want to focus on yet another top story that we have been bringing you through Monday since the body of Eliza Fletcher was found in Memphis, Tennessee. Yesterday, police and law enforcement positively confirmed and identified that that body was Eliza Fletcher's, and now that suspect, who appeared in court yesterday on a whole host of charges for his arraignment, was in court yet again today. I just want to play out some of that for you, and then we're going to speak to one of our reporters live outside the courthouse there in Memphis in just a moment.
Started a little bit later this morning due to a request for in-chambers discussion with the state prosecutor's office and appointed counsel from the Office of the Public Defender. And the appointed counsel is Jennifer Case. I'll hear from her on her motions in a moment concerning representation. And I'll allow Ms. Case to discuss that with Mr. Henderson right now. And I'll certainly hear from your state as well.
Your Honor, I have discussed matters with Mr. Henderson this morning, and he does confirm that he would like to be referred to as Henderson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have raised an issue with court, brought it to your attention this morning, and I will explain to my client that I have an issue with regard to tampering and appearance held in this case. And Mr. Henderson understands.
All right. State one for her.
We understand that, too, Your Honor. We have asked, Your Honor, with this case present, file a written motion. Obviously, Mr. Henderson had not been charged with murder at the time of his arraignment yesterday. He now has. We have asked Your Honor to consider that change in circumstance and temporarily show no bond set on Mr. Henderson, acknowledging full well that he has the right to a hearing at a later date, and understanding Your Honor is going to resolve the other issue quickly.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
The motion previously filed by defense counsel concerning extrajudicial statements being made regarding the case will be considered. That was filed by current counsel. An issue has been raised by defense counsel concerning representation. In order for me to resolve that issue, I need certain records from various courts and from the state to hear from them if there's anything they want to file in response, as well as the current counsel in this case. And I think we're pretty much close to that, but there are several decisions and records that I need to make a decision. So I'm going to order at this time that Mr. Henderson, based upon the new charge, Mr. Henderson, you're now charged with first-degree murder. I did advise you yesterday concerning the other charges, especially aggravated kidnapping, tampering with or fabricating evidence in a criminal case. The bond in that case was set at $500,000. And now in this case, the state has filed and you are charged with first-degree murder. So in light of the change of circumstance, with the additional charge in that case, first-degree murder, I'm going to order that there be no bond. The $500,000 bond will be revoked pending a hearing for bond. And to have a proper lawyer represent you on that, in light of this case's issues that were raised, which I will not go into until I can resolve them, hopefully by tomorrow, and see about another lawyer for you if necessary. First, I have to make a ruling on the motion filed by the current defense counsel. So the status of the case will be that your cases, Mr. Henderson, are set for tomorrow, which is September the 8th. On the first case, the record 220182222, on the additional charge having been filed in that case, first-degree murder, there will be no bond set pending a hearing for a bond. A hearing on that bond. No bond. In the second case.
Okay, there you heard, and that was really the news from court today, that the judge in this arraignment now facing the suspect a first-degree murder charge, the judge denying bond for that specific charge there. So he is 38-year-old Cleotha Abston. He's been accused of this crime in the kidnapping and killing of Eliza Fletcher. This is a story that we will stay on top of here on Live Now from Fox. To do just that, we're being joined by Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino. She's live for us in Memphis outside of court today. Give us a sense, I'm not sure if you were in the courtroom, Madison, but what is the atmosphere in Memphis now that this suspect is facing that first-degree murder charge in the death of Eliza Fletcher?
Hey, good evening to you, Andrew. Well, I mean, at this point, everyone is obviously just really sad and furthermore just concerned about their safety. This guy was, I'll get into it a little bit later, but this guy was already convicted of another kidnapping and then, you know, less than a few years after being released allegedly did the same thing. And as you said, the judge today revoked Cleotha Henderson, who told the judge today he wants to be referred to as Henderson's $500,000 bond based on that new first-degree murder charge. And there was a request from the defense regarding who would be representing the suspect. So with that being said, Henderson's arraignment for that murder charge will resume tomorrow. And some of Fletcher's family was in court today, and Henderson is accused of forcing Fletcher into his SUV during her morning jog Friday. Investigators searched the area for days and ended up finding her remains in the rear of an abandoned apartment. Her body was less than a mile away from where witnesses say Henderson was cleaning the floor of his SUV along with his clothes the morning of the kidnapping. Henderson has a criminal record dating back decades, as I was saying. He was recently paroled after serving 20 years for kidnapping an attorney at gunpoint back when he was just 16 years old. And the district attorney here told Fox News that this all caused extreme concern for the entire Memphis community.
We have a community that's grieving. We have a community that's afraid. And I think I want the community to know that law enforcement and the DA's office is doing everything it can, not only with respect to this case, but other pending cases, to make sure that Memphis and Shelby County is safe. People deserve to be able to walk their streets without looking over their shoulder.